nowhere to run. Alright. Dropping the pin, pull up in 5 minutes. When I come through, it gets ridiculous. Locking the door, dress on the floor, got me wanting more. Was trying to be alone, didn't plan it, happened on its own. Now you're here and there's nowhere to run. Alright, if I had to choose, it'd be me and you. If there's no us, alright, nothing left to lose.
16 of the world's best Rocket League teams have come to Copenhagen with one dream, standing on this stage and lifting that trophy. After 2 days of madness, we're down to our elite few. Only 8 teams remain, and now it's time to meet your Copenhagen Major top 8 contenders. The World Champions, Team Vitality. Champions of Rotterdam, Gen G. New faces, same standards, G2. Flying high as Mina's top seed, Team Falcons. Their opponents today, the Blue Wall, Carmine Cole. 1-1 in the last 2 Worlds Finals, Team BDS. The pride of Brazil, Furia. And your number 1 seed, Gentlemaids Alpine. Copenhagen, welcome to the playoffs!
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to Copenhagen for day 1 of bracket play with the fiercest top 8 we've ever seen. You heard the fans as they welcomed in our teams. Well, it was a celebration of every single one of them. Every Rocket League fan knows this is some of the best teams we've ever seen in a top 8.
And this is what it's all about. 230 days ago, we crowned Vitality as champions with an electric crowd. It's been a while, Bates, for the players, for the casters, for everyone. But everyone's back. The energy, we all feel it. The players feel it. This is what they compete for, to get top 8, to play in front of you guys. So I can't wait.
Strongest top 8 ever, it's got to be said. I mean, we do say this every time, but this time it really is, I think, the strongest top 8 ever. And the fact that it was predictable is, in my opinion, a good thing. All the teams have showed up.
4 regions represented here, folks. We've got so much Rocket League action for you guys in store. We got teams getting ready to play. We got about half an hour before kickoff here in Copenhagen. So we'll get you caught up. If you're just now joining us, if this is your first time watching Rocket League, welcome in. You picked a great time in the season to start. We're about halfway through our season. I think tomorrow officially will be the halfway point, as we'll be there on March 31st, the end of Major 1, halfway through, folks. Getting set up for the second half of our season, where we will be playing in London at the end of that major. Should be a huge one, folks. And then we got the World Championship coming up at the end. Great time to be a Rocket League fan. We've got Rocket League action all week long here. We've gone through 2 days. We're right there on Saturday, and we're playing the quarterfinals here again. Those games starting here in about half an hour. Tomorrow, we got a First Touch pre-show. We missed their show on Wednesday because they were traveling over here across the world. They'll give you that show Sunday morning. Set yourself up for Championship Sunday. You got any surprises in store for us, Bates? Anything you could tease the viewers at home with what they can expect for the show tomorrow?
We got a couple big-time guests coming on the First Touch pre-show, so you're going to want to be in the building. We're going to have some crowd interaction. We're going to have a whole bunch of fun. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be an excellent one, folks. We had 16 teams that joined us at the beginning of the show back on March 28th. 8 remain here, but it was quite the stacked field here, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. But the Thursday caster power rankings, we actually got something right, Johnny. Our top 8 teams, in some order, they're all here. We see the Falcons, we see Furia, 2NA hopefuls, G2 and Gen G, and of course, the entire European region.
The whole entire European region, indeed. I mean, these are the 8 best teams in the tournament. No questions to be asked. And now we're about to see, potentially, there could be no European teams left in the top 4
It
for
is
the
possible.
first time ever. But also, they could be the whole entire
It
top
could be
4.
all
It could
them.
be all EU. That's how good the bracket is. International matchups, every single quarterfinal. That's what you want to see here in Copenhagen. It's going to be a great land.
It's probably going to be a mixture of one of those two. We'll probably have some Europeans and maybe.
we hope so.
It's going to be
hope.
chaos either way.
We'll see what happens. Again, it could go, every single one of these matches is competitive, folks. All these teams, they're playing for the title of Major 1 champion, but they're also playing for 32 season points and $75,000 $100,000.
Yeah, all the teams are collecting points through every open qualifier, but also you get pretty much double points when you get to a major here. 32 points is going to set you up very nicely to make it to that World Championship.
Indeed it will, folks. Now, we're here for the playoffs today. We had 16 teams. We narrowed it down to 8 over the course of the last 2 days. 33 matches of Rocket League we played across the course of our Swiss. Every team with a chance to take on other teams here. There was so many different lives over the course of this. It's a crazy format. If you don't know how it works, don't worry. If you win matches, you play against teams that win matches until you win at least 3. If you win 3 before you lose 3, you get to qualify through. That's how it works. It was crazy action here, Johnny, across the last 2 days.
This is the part we got wrong. So we were able to get the top 8 right, but the order very wrong. You know, seeing Gentlemates and Furia up there in the 3-0 round. I mean, Gentlemates especially being the top EU team, nobody saw that coming.
Nobody saw that coming, and Furia as well. I mean, some people might have thought that Jorby would be one of them, but they did end up going 3-0, and then the reigning world champions had to claw, had to fight, had to scrap against Luminosity last night to close out the day. They're here to play though in front of the crowd alongside G2, alongside Gen G.
I feel like our 3-0 teams are the big surprises though here, Gibbs. I mean, like, every team has a story, but let's talk about Furia, right?
Oh,
Okay, Jorby hyped him up.
They did.
And we were all like, you're a little overhyping him here, Jorby. Clearly not.
The one question mark we had with Furia, we know they can play offense. Can they play defense? And they said, no, sir, we will not answer that question. We only play offense, and it did not matter versus the world's best. That's literally, they were on the other side of the field every single match, consistent pressure, scoring relatively easy goals because of that pressure built up, Johnny.
Yeah, they just get so many clean beats, so many wins on races in the final third, and the confidence of the shooting really is a sight to behold. And yeah, here is a look at them taking down Vitality in the third game of that series, and they went all the way to 5. That was, one of Vitality's, results that aged a little bit better once we saw how impressive Furia were. But Furia taking down everybody.
I know, they beat everybody. And they beat a Gen G team here, took them all the way to 5. It wasn't easy for Furia, but it was a good test. So every single time they gotten better and better, and I think that their offense has just been nothing short of superb. They haven't had to play too much defense, but that's because they're always on the offensive end, Gibbs.
Yeah, but they're just dominating everybody. They bring in Big Drufinho. He's coming over from the crew side, the South American MVP. So Furia, consolidated talent. We're going to say that a lot throughout this weekend. And Furia did just that, and they showed it that they are one of the world's best teams. They go through 3-0, a shorter day 2, but everyone's on 1 life now, so Furia has to keep it up for 3 more matches.
Sure do. As you see, they win at 5-2 in this game. And also, they just kept scoring the goals. Look at them. More goals. I'm still throwing all 3 up on offense. We're not scared of anybody.
Here's your other 3-0 team, Gentlemates, who I did not have comfortably qualifying. I thought they were going to be the team struggling through in the 5th round of Swiss. But not only did they qualify 3-0, they finished off by 3-0ing Falcons. We'll have a look at some of those goals in a minute. But yeah, they beat both MENA teams. They took down Row 1 in their opener. It's absolute screamer across the pitch from Itachi in game 2 there. And yeah, they were able to take down EU as well. They were able to get the win against BDS, which is huge. Yeah, wow, what a team. They really are the teamiest team in the tournament.
So if anyone had them 3-0, tweet at RL Esports, because I'm pretty certain literally no one had this team going 3-0. The EU 4 seed, not expected to do that. A lot of people probably had them in the 2-2 round to just barely make it out. But this is the European depth, Johnny, that we always talk about. Any of these teams can possibly win majors or world championships. Gentlemates showed just that, especially when they went up against Team Falcons, who took down K-Corp earlier. Not only did they beat them 3-0 beats.
They sure did beat them 3-0, and every single time, Gentlemates, Johnny, there's a team that likes overtimes, I say Falcon is. There's a team who likes overtimes even more, especially at this land, it's been Gentlemates. Because look at how many overtime victories this team keeps on winning. They're just playing consistent Rocket League, not only across the regular 5 minutes, but if they have to play another 4, another 5 in overtime, it's always the same game.
Which Gentlemates like victory do you rate higher, the Falcons or the BDS win?
Ooh, I'd say Falcons, because I think on the first day, BDS were a little bit iffy. But yeah, the win 3-0 over Falcons is ridiculous. So that's a huge win there. And yeah, here are the teams. This is where I thought Gentlemates were going to be, but it turns out it's actually the reigning world champions, Vitality, who are struggling through the 5th round of Swiss. And LG really showed up. They nearly reverse swept the Swiss bracket, winning 2 series in a row, winning 2 games in the final series of the day, but they could not get that game 5.
And listen, the reigning world champs, they were in trouble. Okay, LG was playing their best ball they probably ever have. Redos, he was throwing it back all the way to 2019, DreamHack Montreal. That's how good he was playing. But Zen, every single time Vitality needed an answer, he was there to answer the call. Every single time, every play, every moment, Zen was there to make it happen. Even when they lost the ultimate game 4, they still clutched up in game 5.
Vitality, though, back-to-back LAN champions, and they are on the same footing as everyone else. 1 life left. They've had 2 bad days of Rocket League, but the great teams, while they're playing bad, they still get the wins. They still move on in tournaments. But if they can find their true form, everyone else has to watch out.
Yeah, the difference between good teams and great teams in Rocket League is how well do they play on their bad days. Vitality still alive, still here. They lost to Furia, though, in the Swiss. They're going to have to beat them here in the bracket if they want to continue on to Championship Sunday. We'll see if they can do it, folks. But before we close out the Swiss, we got to walk through some top plays here, Bates. We had 5 great plays yesterday. Walk us through them.
Listen, we sure did have 5 great plays. There's nothing short of great Rocket League happening every single day. It started number 5, Scrub. The Pioneers lad, bouncing off the ceiling, reset. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 people in net. None of them can get up in time. Somebody from Elevate, tell them to jump in Apex, us, please. Hand down, man down. You know the rules. That's in your net. Give me number 4, please. At number 4, we got TRK. You think it's TRK, but it's not. It's not. It's the whole entire Falcons team play. Fake, 0 seconds. Vitality, low boost. Stuck in their half. Falcons, this is how they beat Carmine Corp in game number 5. They bust out another fake. They're too good at that. That's why they end up winning that series. At number 3, a 1, a 2, a 3. Gen G passing play. That throwing it back to last season, Furia. You haven't seen him too much on defense the whole entire year, but to score on them, that's what you got to do. Number 2, Rise of the Addo of the Chronic. Thank you, sir. I'll take that off your Abjack. Where are you going? You're lost in the sauce. Find your way, Abjack. The ball's in your net. Rise up high. Addo says, I'm not worried about Chronic. NA too slow. EU too fast. That's in your net every single time. But ultimately, number 1, of course, we got to get to NA. Gibbs makes the top 5. He's going to give it to his favorite player of all time. First killer, off the wall, off the ceiling. Reset, cups it up, top, left, corner.
Look at this.
KC, listen, there's not much you can do right here. When FK's got that much space, that much time, that much precision. Too bad they didn't end up getting to win the series, but they're looking good today.
Name a better player, so you can't.
Yeah,
you can't. First killer earned that one. He earned that one.
I think that was the best play. I mean, hey, that Addo goal reminds me of, it gives me Season 5 Garrett G on Wasteland. You know what I'm talking
Popped
about?
off the ceiling?
Yeah, gets bumped onto the ceiling and grounds himself.
He shrugged it off pretty well, just too strong, you know. Atto, mid-air bump, doesn't matter. He just rolls right through him.
It was incredible stuff. Well, that does officially conclude coverage of the Swiss here. We now are in the playoffs officially, and we are continuing to count down about 15 minutes till we get our first match underway here. These quarterfinals, we could not have drawn it up any better. Gibbs, you did a great job with the script here.
It's perfect.
One European team in every match. They've got a challenger to get through on every side. There's a story in each one, too.
It's very possible we get all international bracket. That would be fantastic. But honestly, a lot of these matchups feel coin flippy. There's a lot of rematches, 3 rematches here, but you can see a way that these teams could all win this. Yes, some teams come out 3-2, some come out 3-0. We've seen it so often, though, that those 3-2 teams, they get more reps in. They take down those 3-0 teams when we get to the bracket stage. We'll talk about that bracket in more detail as the day goes on and as we get in each of those matches. We got, again, the teams are getting ready to go on the field, but before we do, let's play a game. You at home can play along. Just use hashtag yay, hashtag nay, depending on whether you agree with the statement we put on the screen, chat, or the audience here. You guys can also play along, cheer if you agree with what is being said, or boo if you don't, I guess. Let's get into number 1 here, topic of the day. All European top 4. All the European teams win their matches. You agree? Yes or no? 3, 2, 1. No one. No one. Okay.
No, thumbs down for me.
I didn't think all of us were going to
I think at least one of them is going to lose. At least one.
One has to, right?
One.
Just like
I think
statistically.
literally one.
Oh, yeah.
One of them will
please. I'm like, Europe obviously is looking really good. It's very possible it does happen, but
you have you got 2 matches here with Carmine Corp versus Chesley. No, don't think it's not happening. We got 2 of them have already faced or played a team they've already lost to in this tournament.
3 of them are rematches, in fact, yeah.
3, but yes, yeah. It's going to be a crazy one here, folks. Okay, we'll move on. That one wasn't that interesting then. Okay, South America and MENA in the finals. South America or MENA in the finals.
MENA, at least one.
One or the other.
Agree?
One or both.
3, 2, 1.
I like that.
Bates.
Bates?
I like that.
I'm not hating. I'm just being factual.
Oh, don't tell me you have 2 NA in the finals.
Don't worry about it. I got in the finals.
Oh, no. Like, I think it would be so great for the entire esport to get these regions back to a final, or at least for MENA back to a final. But Sam, their very first one, and honestly, we saw them in Swiss. They can definitely win this tournament. Falcons of Furia are red hot.
For sure. They're absolutely contenders.
Well, I think we got time for one more. Again, the teams apparently are ready to go here.
Oh,
Let's
sweet.
take a look at the last one.
Don't mind it.
See which one it is. G2 wins more than one game. Assumedly against BDS here, who they have in best of sevens only ever taken one game off of.
Who wrote this? I don't, who knows? Who
Must have
knows?
written this one.
3, 2, 1.
I pre-jumped it.
You think so?
Yep.
I think it 2. I think they get 2.
2. Give them 2.
I'm giving them 1.
Give
The
them 2
history
games.
Only one?
The history shows that BDS will beat them 4-1. It just
Show
shows.
that.
But those are different teams.
Thank you, chat.
Come on.
We already talked about Beast Mode Daniel, not LAN players, so I'm just saying.
I'm not.
Just saying.
I'm not
Chad
even
is
engaged.
split down the middle on this one. They are not. They're not right up there, folks. All right,
Not
continuing
sure
on.
what
Just a reminder, well, you guys are predicting what's going to happen here. We've been predicting the matches all week as well. A reminder of how that tournament is going now. Johnny and I are currently tied for third.
Actually, I win the tiebreak with the alphabetical order there.
Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately,
The meta game.
couldn't beat Hercules.
W
so
Gang
she's-
is in shambles out here. Gibbs up at the top right now.
That's pretty usual, though. That's pretty usual. I'm not
You're
worried
pretty
about that. Bates, though, you versus Chad's coming. That's a pretty
I
good
think
competition.
chat's coming back at you today, mate. You are in trouble.
I
You're
don't think I'm
big
in trouble at all. I think I'm in a great spot.
I've seen your predictions. You're in so much
my
trouble.
champion's looking good. I'm never going to switch them because I'm not worried about them losing anytime soon.
The battle of T-Bates versus Chat is lighten up, folks. Tune in here for all your latest coverage there. All right, we've also been power ranking the teams as we've gone on. Let's take a look at that. Falcons was in second yesterday. They dropped here. Do you feel like they dropped Gibbs as much as Gentlemates and Furia gained a spot on them?
It's more Furia because obviously like 3-0s and all that are gonna move you up to the 2-3 spots. Everyone really thinks K-Corp will still win. I think T-Bates put in his power rankings, but I deleted them. He didn't have K-Corp number 1. He had G2, so hey, have to delete that one off the list. But it's tough. It's tough. I feel like K-Corp, we all think, or a lot of us think, that they're still going to win this tournament. That timeout buff is here now, but there's so many teams that possibly could. It's going to be close.
We'll see what happens here, folks. Okay, we are getting moments away from kickoff. Reminder, this is the bracket we are playing today. We are going to play through our quarterfinal matches, and then we will play the semifinals and grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday. So you're going to see all 8 teams remaining in the tournament play today. We will finish off the day with Karming Corp, the Blue Wall, taking on Team Falcons. We'll see Furia play Vitality right before that. BDS and G2, they're waiting for the conclusion of our first match, and we're ready to get into it, folks. Gentlemates Alpine versus Gen G Mobile One Racing, the #1 seed out of the Swiss, going up against the hottest team from North America.
Here we go, Gentlemates, the 3-0 run. No one expected that. Gen G Mobile One Racing, though, they had to battle. They were in that 2-0 round, and they dropped all the way down, but they're still here.
Folks, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the Copenhagen Major. Let the games begin.
Introducing first on the blue side, representing Europe, the #1 seed, Gentlemates!
Gentlemates just looking so comfortable all weekend. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're comfortable, they're calm, and it doesn't look like that's changed now they're in front of the LAN crowd either.
Juicy coming out. He comes over from Moist, who he had his clutch moments at the World Championship, but I think a lot of people thought it was an interesting pickup because Moist wasn't the best of teams, but they pick him up for a reason. We saw these guys form. They were the leftovers of Europe, but they formed so early during that roster mania. They knew who they wanted, and it has paid off.
It sure has paid off. And Itachi, I mean, he's the captain in the middle. Even for K-Corp, he was captain in the middle. And that's just because he is a leader. He's a proven winner. So far in this event, he's having one of his best of all time. He's averaging 454 score per game. That means something. He's averaging 0.91 goals per game. I call him the tap-in merchant, but listen, that's a compliment because he's always in position to make plays, to make it easier for his teammates, and then deliver when he needs to. And then they have the superstar at the end, a former world champion in his own right.
Yeah, Seiko, every time he shows up to a LAN, he just locks in. And, you know, he's making a lot of finals. If you think back to the last 3, he skipped a couple, but he's made finals, won one final, and then come second in the last 2. So, yeah, he has some of the most consistent LAN performances and consistent deep runs. And look at the fans coming out to support as well. I feel like this one could end up being a little bit one-sided.
And now introducing their opponents, representing North America, looking to add a 3rd star to the logo, Gen G!
You know, it doesn't matter where we play. Rocket League fans love to watch good Rocket League. These are 3 of the best to do it. First Killer and Appjack are going to get a crowd anywhere they go.
They sure are. And listen, every single time Jack walks in, I get a chill that runs down my spine. And man always looks like he means business. Chronic the major win in and of his own right, Gibbs.
In his first LAN, he comes out and wins that fall major. These guys have experience through the roof. Obviously, apparently, Jack, the captain in the middle, he's going to keep the boys calm. They were looking good day 1, 2-0. Then they fought the tough opponents, the top 8s, and they could not perform until it mattered most in that 2-2 round. But honestly, I just think that's more reps, Johnny, and these guys are ready for this.
Yeah, they bounced back brilliantly. They were on 2 straight losses yesterday. Then they swept 3-0 against a very tough complexity side in that 5th round. I've got to say, though, I'm loving the reception for First Killer in Europe. I think that's easily the best reception that First Killer's team has ever had in EU, which is great to hear.
Hey, that's what happens when you add Appjack to your roster. European in his own right. Everyone loves them. And Gen G, they had to go through a gauntlet, a whole entire gauntlet. They had to play some of the best teams in the game. KC, Complexity, Falcons, etc. to get here, and they're here to play now.
We're talking about consolidation of talent. Gen G, they did that as well. The North American 1 seed, they wanted more. They pick up First Killer, the North American MVP, always leads in every offensive category every single year. And it took a little while to warm up, to ramp up. Qualifier 1 and 2 was not their best. Qualifier 3, they showed up and won it. And to me, they're the best North American team here.
Chad, who do you think is going to win? Hashtag M8 for the Gentlemates. Hashtag GGM1 for Gen G here. A nice battle of the Gs. Gentlemates versus Gen G.
And here's the thing, there's so much experience on both sides.
Talk to them.
We always see this in Europe. You know, Europe, like all these players, they go far in these lands, but look on the other side of the field. Obviously, full major champions. We got Chronic and apparently Jack, but First Killer as well. 5 top 4 lands. He's one behind the most, and that is K-Dot. So if he gets another top 4, so if he wins this match, he will tie K-Dot the most top 4 finishes. Hopefully it doesn't end at 4th, because you know that's his problem normally. But First Killer is looking for that first LAN title. He's been so good. He's been so close before. He finally doesn't build a team. He joins a team to try and get it done. And this is their best shot at it.
And this is without question his best team that he's ever been a part of. FaZe last year was excellent. I mean, him, Sipical, Mist, that's a great team in its own right. But now he's joined up with 2 major champions, 2 proven winners to try to help him get by that top 4, get into the top 2, and not only make another grand final, but this time finish the job. Going up against Gentlemates squad, though, Johnny, that has been hot the whole time.
Yeah, that's really the problem is if Gentlemates keep playing the way they've been playing, Gen G are going to have a really hard time here. But, you know, if on paper coming into this event, I think Gen G would have been the favorites for most people. I think for us, they were the favorites. It's only after realizing how impressive Gentlemates have been in Swiss that we know that is not the case right now.
We got a head-to-head right here. Seiko versus First Killer. They're being highlighted because FK, he's going to have to lead that offensive charge. But Seiko, he's been on the defensive half the whole entire tournament, playing a great wave with Gentlemates, really slowing it down and taking away the opponent's best offensive player every single series.
And you see the very high goal participation. He's a third man, but he's a playmaker back there, trying to set up his teammates. Number 2 in assists per game for Seiko. First Killer normally pads his stats a little bit more, so he wants to get more involved on the offensive side.
You know, it's been a while. I feel like this. We're trying to, you know, make it a little bit closer, I guess. When you look at Seiko's dominant stats against NA, I believe both those losses were in the first open era LAN. Were they both back in Stockholm? Seiko versus First.
With Endpoint, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they've played since then, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is going to be a chance for Seiko to finally get his revenge that he's waited a bit to get against First Killer.
Yeah, you saw the stat down there, 9-3, but 2 of those losses were to First Killer here. So can he get that revenge? And for both these teams, I feel like there is so much for them to prove. Gen G, maybe having proved at this point that they are better than G2. Bates is shaking his head right now. I mean, it's 3 times in a row at this point, but you know that's not the only thing they care about. This is a team that won this event last season. They want to be back in that form.
They were fall major champions and they never got back to that title. So they didn't do that great at the World Championship, just the top 8 finish. They want more. And again, that's why you bring in the North American MVP in First Killer to do just that. These guys are not here to make a quarterfinals and bow out and let Europe have the flowers. No, they want to challenge the world best, and Gen G thinks that this is the best lineup to possibly do that.
Exactly, Gibbs. You hit it right on the nail because that's exactly what you want. When you replace Nolan, when you have such a great season last year, but you don't get the results that you thought you get, especially starting the season off, you add FK, arguably the best player in NA. You want to make grand finals. Beating G2, being the best in NA, they don't care about that. No. They want to be the best in the world.
This is, we've talked about the team, the top 16 that come here, each one has a different story. Each one has a different version of what success looks like for this team. Yeah. The top 8 we have now, there is one thing that will be considered success for their team, and that is holding the trophy at the end of this tournament.
It's going to be tough, though. Every single one of these teams has a shot at that title, and Gentlemates, we have to talk about them more. 3-0 Swiss. No one expected that, and that's over BDS as well, who they couldn't get over in the Open Qualifier 2 and then Open Qualifier 3. Everyone thought that they would just be the worst European team here, but instead, they're at the top.
Yeah, and it really does show, we talk about it all the time, that EU depth. It really feels like any European team pulling up to an international event these days has got a shot at winning it. Gentlemates reminding us that harsh reality, but it's up to Gen G and it's up to the rest of the international teams here to try and break that narrative. Today is the chance to do it. We've got 4 international matchups, EU and all of them.
We can talk about what we think's going to happen as long as we want, but eventually we got to let them play. So let's finally put our money where our mouth is, make some predictions here. Johnny, who you got?
I've got the Gentlemates. I feel like that's pretty obvious. I think, going 3-0 in Swiss, they've earned my prediction here. Gen G have looked good. I think this is going to be a competitive series, but I'm going with the mates.
At 1 a.m. last night, I was like, it's all Europe. Gentlemates are going to win. But then I got rest, and then I figured out that, I'm an NA talent, NA caster. I got to pick them at least once, and I'm not picking G2 later, so we're going Gen G.
What have you done with Gibbs?
We're going Gen G. I'm going with the North American pride. I'm feeling good about it.
I've worked with this man for 8 years. Not once has he said, I'm a North American. I should predict North America.
I'm going for the upset. Let's go.
Listen, Gentlemates, you've had a great one. Beating Rule 1, beating BDS, beating Falcons. That's good and all. But now you're going up against Gen G squad. That's feeling good right now. Gentlemates, you're playing a great time, but I'm going with Gen G. I'm going with NA. Give me Gen G, Mobile One Racing.
Okay. Johnny's prediction is AWOL right now, but I'm also going with the Gentlemates on this one. So we're going to be split up on the desk. I agree, 3-0 has to mean something at some point. And you talked about how popular this team is, how teamy they are, how well they play together here.
They're so comfortable.
And now you see the smiles. They got the fans here for them, the ultras in the house. This is incredible stuff. So I'm excited to see them here. Yeah. The coin took the day off.
We lost the coin.
But we'll flip one in the back somewhere.
The coin, let us know. We moved the desk. The coin got lost in transition. We don't know where it is.
If you're in the building and you find the coin, please hold it up and wave it around. We'll come and get it. But
Copenhagen, are you ready? Wait, never mind. I was just like, hey, we're gonna ask that again a little bit. We're gonna ask that a little bit.
It's just a warm up. It's a warm up.
Hey, I think y'all can get louder though. Copenhagen, are you ready?
enough talking. It's time for the playoffs.
The RLCS rewards consistency and perseverance. It tests loyalty, mental toughness, and your ability to overcome adversity. The 8 remaining teams this weekend have passed those tests, and now they face a new challenge. You can bring it online. You can bring it inside a closed studio, but now you've got to have it on that stage in front of Esports' greatest fans. France versus the world kicks off with our #1 seed. North America sends a resilient major champion of their own. Only one of these 2 squads can survive and advance to face Championship Sunday. This is where the lights are brighter than ever. This is where we separate contenders from pretenders. And Copenhagen, this is Rocket League!
230 days since we last saw all of your beautiful faces at the World Championships. The time for talk is over, James. This is where the magic happens.
Yes, and no more lives. Gentlemates haven't lost any through Swiss, but now, oh, hold on a second, almost an early goal there. Itachi trying to make magic on kickoff.
Jack as well, and how good of a tournament has he had so far? See Gen G coming in. It's the #2 seed out of North America. A bit of a topsy-turvy Swiss stage. Getting through as that #8 seed, and Gentlemates, well, they came in from that European Open qualifiers, and they look like the #4 seed, but coming out #1 here in the Swiss, I mean, they're just peaking at the right time.
Oh, they have such a consistent play style. Itachi has been doing this for quite some time. Itachi, a major champion in his own right, looking to add one more title to his belt.
Just land winners everywhere, but that meant first killer on Gen G. The odd man out there amongst his teammates, obviously the major winners. Jack and Copenhagen, it's got to be Itachi! Opening it up!
Itachi was the top scorer through Swiss. Online, he was more of a support player, but he has been playing a leading role for Gentlemates.
The perfect start for Gentlemates. Picking up where they left off in the Swiss stage, and maybe one more!
And we already saw this at the beginning of the game. Gentlemates off kickoff, generating, you could see Juicy slow down, not flip into that kickoff, and that was a beautiful kickoff tactic.
I mean, we see with the Falcons, they implement that K-Corp as well. The kickoff strategies, Johnny Boy's got to be absolutely loving this. Gentlemates with 2 already, and Itachi, as you said, that major winner last season. Already got a brace.
Roster upheavals. Everyone trying to catch up to Vitality. Gentlemates with this all-new squad. They had some good results online, but here in Copenhagen, they have been at an extra level, CJ.
You have to think for Gen G as well. You look at North America, currently outperforming G2. They've beaten them 3 times. This is the best that North America has to offer. Gentlemates right now with the perfect start in game 1. Jack though, trying to get something to work sideball. Seiko clearing to the side. First killer up now off the corner. Can't quite get it to work. Juicy, the new kid on the block for Gentlemates. Hasn't he been impressive so far?
Certainly has. Was on Moist. Had some limited success there. Moist going their separate ways. Juicy finding a new home, and it has been working out. But this is the reason all these teams have formed, to claim total victory at a major and at Worlds. Seiko looking for that double. Apparently Jack going for a goal, and he catches the defense out.
Yeah, just a positional mistake there, and Jack's ready downfield. First killer with the pass. You see Jack just trusting his teammate with the clear, and that new, as we said, Juicy, the most inexperienced member of Gentlemates there, just getting caught out of touch.
Gen G, they're fighting back. Juicy off the ceiling, beats Chronic. Backboard denied by First Killer. Rebound though to Seiko. Seiko pinch pass. First Killer getting a piece of it, but a nice boost steal from Juicy. Doesn't get the infield pass, and now the counterattack is on. Itachi a bit awkward. Pass across the goal. Apparently Jack going all the way back, grabs the mid boost.
Yeah, FK's just surging downfield, but they've lost possession. Seiko now, 23 boost. Doesn't doesn't quite get the touch that he wants. Demo's coming through. Abjack, and hasn't he been physical this tournament? That off-ball play, there's the touch. Awkward read right now off the bar, follow-up. FK just parries it to the side.
You said apparently Jack, so many demos coming out from him here in Copenhagen. Now Seiko in a 1v1 situation with apparently Jack, and Jack will clear it safely over to the corner, but Itachi now looking for a play, and First Killer again there to deny. Gen G forced to play a lot of defense, but there's another demo from apparently Jack.
Yeah, there's just so many demos in the Swiss stage, and land no different for him, but Tachi's got a free touch. What can he do? Jack with the read again. Gentlemates keeping pressure on, however, there is Jack, forcing it forward. Juicy to the wall for himself, gets one more. Chronic trying to work it around, but he's giving it to Itachi. Ceiling touch, no one home for Gentlemates.
Good snag there from First Killer. Itachi stays in the play with low boost and still wins it in. You can see all of Gen G working together to get that clear. Juicy up against First Killer, who's staying in the corner. Apparently Jack goes very far up. It's gonna be a weak shot, easily saved, and now a kickstart on the counterattack. Juicy with boost, lets it bounce. Flip reset, going for the bump, but First Killer went high on the challenge.
Yeah, First Killer's speed's been immense in his first game. Minute 10 for Gen G to get to work here. They need a goal. Itachi with the clear downfield. Chronic, it's a little bit awkward, but he gets a nice first touch. There's the reset. Over the top of Juicy, pass shot off wide. And no follow-up. Jack having to wait back here in the midfield.
Oh, but
Gen G.
First Killer was parking underneath Itachi, and that put possession back into the hands of Gen G. Gentlemates trying to hold on for this final minute.
They're peppering the net, but they can't quite get that one in the back of the net. Juicy trying to find it clear, does really well. Jack just has to go, but he's been beaten on the 50. It's going to be open, but First Killer back in time. Gentlemates not willing to push forward. 30 seconds left for Gen G.
First Killer moving upfield. Apparently Jack reads the touch, gets the double. Tie, you can see First Killer was trying to get there, but Juicy had great positioning on the backboard. Chronic with a 50, will be low on boost, needs help, finds it, and apparently Jack. But Seiko's there to deny the clear.
Trying to ice it out here, 10 seconds left. Gen G have to get to work. What can they do, Gentlemates? Just looking to get the ball down. First Killer shot saved by Juicy. What can they do here? There's the pass across, but
it does bounce.
Ball still alive. They're trying to keep it up. Chronic pre-flip. Gentlemates take game one.
What a close game. And with games like this, here at the Major in Copenhagen, you know nerves are going to be a factor. Margins will be thin. And what made the difference this game for Gentlemates was a kickoff strategy.
They just caught the mapping early, didn't they? You saw the 2 goals off the bat inside the first minute.
They almost scored on the first kickoff of the game.
Twice in a row, Gen G getting caught out, and that's unusual. You would have thought apparently Jack, obviously a lot of 1v1 experience, Chronic as well. But they got caught out early, and it sums up Gentlemates. Just such a complete team right now, and they're doing the basics so well.
The fundamentals are sound as we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay. Itachi, a huge game on the offensive end. Here's the kickoff play. You can see the perfect plan. That was how you draw up the play, CJ.
Just such a strong start. I mean, Gen G fought back. You saw apparently Jack going for the demos. He had a late shot, but just the quality of their attack wasn't quite as strong there as Gentlemates. What a strong start there from them.
And also, I feel like you have to give credit to Juicy as well. Juicy on a couple of, even that last play on the high performance replay, we saw Juicy make that stop. It wasn't a hard shot, but getting those saves on the goal line when you are the third man, it's critical. We saw him make an even more difficult save near the end of that game.
I mean, Gentlemates, other teams here in Copenhagen have spoken about just how they're the teamiest team, and it sounds funny to say, James, but just such a complete outfit.
You know exactly what they're talking about. It's those teams that have that extra layer of cohesion.
You're not looking for
and
that.
And Itachi has always been a player like that can bring more to a team.
You're not looking for that superstar player either. Obviously, they got world chance, major chance, but hang on a minute, the demos come through. Could this be wide open for Seiko? It is. Another early goal for Gentlemates.
And Seiko, the world champion on this roster, the one who was leading the way during the open qualifiers. Well, he not only does it online, he'll do it on land as well.
Just picking up where they left off out of that Swiss stage, and I mean, we talk about boot camps. These guys, I'm not sure if they've been home since the European Open qualifiers. I mean, these guys performing out of their facility here. Gentlemates with so much support and off the bar and touchy again.
You can see the panic in Gen.G's defense. Itachi gets the hit, the demo from behind, the pre-flip from Itachi. He barely beats First Killer to that ball.
They're just getting caught out with the speed, and you saw Seiko with the demo on that last man as well. It was apparently Jack in game number 1 with the physicality. Gentlemates, they've answered right back.
They have, and that was a lovely little back pass from Seiko.
Another
There's
bump.
a bump from Itachi. Gen.G having to calculate whether that was a pass. Gen.G forced to play quite a bit of defense so far in this series.
They're looking a little bit rattled as well. Just from those kickoffs, the little bump plays, these easy goals that they might be giving up here. Perhaps not used to the pressure from this European outfit. Seiko keeping that ball in. There's the clear from Chronic. It's over a minute gone, and again, 2 goals inside the first minute. It's a rinse repeat of game number 1. Can Gen.G find 2?
First Killer hit a top 5 play yesterday. Gen.G needs some of that offensive firepower right now. Will he get any space? We've seen lots of demos from Gentlemates, but here's some space, and it will be boost as well for First Killer.
And we want to see him get active for Gen.G. Obviously, he has that superstar potential. He can take over games, and we haven't quite seen it yet. Here's Juicy, though, and has an EP good so far. Reset ceiling, gets bumped off it. Jack now. Reset of his own, finding First Killer, but Seiko caught an interception, and he's going to keep this ball. And it's a 2-on-1. It's an easy bump, and Chronic doing so well.
Chronic saw that play coming from a mile away. Doesn't make it any easier to dodge, but managed to do it, keeping Gen.G close. And that's going to be the 3rd goal. Itachi is popping off.
They're just all over them here in the first series. Gentlemates yet to taste defeat in Copenhagen so far. The crowd does not seem to bother them one bit.
And it's the veteran Itachi who is blazing this trail for Gentlemates. Ball back to Juicy. Juicy denied by apparently Jack. Itachi trying to do even more damage. He sees the pass lane, goes for it. It's a changeup, and it's saved off the line.
Even the fact that he's going for that shot just shows how confident Gentlemates are. 3-goal lead, still half the game gone, and as we said, this is where you have to look at First Killer. The demos are coming through, but this time it's not for apparently Jack. It's Gentlemates getting active with that pressure.
Gen.G started out the game very physically, but it's been Gentlemates who have been having the success with the demos. First Killer pinched the ball up, trying to set himself up, but it was too far away, and Juicy shuts the play down.
It just looks rushed there, First Killer. He had time, but this is what the pressure can do. Here's a free shot for apparently Jack, gets one back.
Apparently Jack scoring yet again. Seiko looking for a clear, ended up passing right out into the middle, and you can see Juicy being chased by Chronic.
I mean, what a common trend for both sides there, just looking to bump that last guy out of net, make it as easy as possible for the shot or the solo play to come through. One back here, 2 minutes, still a lot of time for Gen.G to get cooking.
Who will be that chef that can serve up some goals? Gentlemates have apparently had Gen.G's number this game. Juicy will push it forward. Seiko will have this ball. It's going to be tough to control. It decides to just boom it downfield. Boom ball back and forth. Itachi not able to get the touch maybe that he was looking for, and it's a bit awkward, and now Gentlemates on defense.
Gen.G just lacking a little bit of connection up front. I want to see some pass plays coming through. Here we go. Could it be a fake? FK tries to get the 50. Jack's underneath. He's backflipped out of the way, but Chronic still keeping the pressure on. First Killer trying to intercept. Juicy with the clear downfield again. It's just a touch off in their synergy at the moment. Gen.G not quite finding each other downfield. Apparently Jack goes for the bump. You see First Killer going. It has created space, but
very risky.
Juicy wins the 50. They've sent the house here. Minute left. Gentlemates, can they get one more? Pop over the top. First Killer gets a touch.
First Killer was 3rd man, but did well enough on that 50 to make sure they don't get scored on. However, Gen.G needs 2 goals, and that's just to send it to overtime.
Touchy into the corner. There's First Killer again with the clear, but they need it down the other end. Need that connection. Double 50 coming through. Juicy trying to keep this ball in the orange end. Still a 2-goal lead for Gentlemates. A 2-0 lead will be huge in this best of 7. But it's a massive 50, and it's an awkward read here for Seiko. He's going to buy time. He saw the space. He did so well there in defense.
You can see apparently Jack taking a bit too much time, still did get the corner boost. Will need some help. That's gonna be a hard shot though, easily saved. First killer infield pass, low 50, and it's chipped off the line by Itachi. Now the counterattack is on.
He just fell down onto that ball, another pass across, but they don't need a goal right now, Gentlemates. 14 seconds away, unless a miracle can happen here for Gen G, but look at Juicy again. 10 seconds left. Gentlemates, just so impressive this tournament. They're peaking at the right time. They're gonna get one back here, Chronic. 3 seconds. We saw the kickoff strategies from the other side of things. What did Gen G have in store here? There's still time left.
We know it's possible, but there needs to be a kickoff play for Gen G. See if they have it. Trying to go for a kill. Gets back right, it is airborne. First killer has half a tank, decides to pass it off to Jack. Jack let it through, wasn't able to control it, and Gentlemates win 2 back-to-back.
And that right there, just that last play epitomizes the connection issues right now. With Gen G, you saw First Killer just sending that, booming that ball at apparently Jack, who got caught way underneath it. And if they can just start finding each other, we're seeing the bump plays come through from Jack and Gen G, but it's the start of each game. The 2 goals in the first minute for both game 1 and 2 for Gentlemates have just, it's been the difference in the end.
It has been. The demos from behind throwing them off. That demo, we didn't see it, but the demo set up that play. And now we're getting confirmation that there is a timeout being called for Gen G.
It's come at the right time as well. You had to call it there. You almost wanted to talk through things after game number 1, just those kickoff goals. They didn't look quite switched on there, Gen G. But this is where Alu can earn his stripes.
And they need that first killer firepower. They need to have that. The reason that a major champion team in Gen G, they won in Rotterdam. They made a change because they want to win it all. And they believe that first killer is one of those players that will equip their team with everything they need to be the best. And we've seen that from first killer. But offensively, Gen G have not been able to have the space. And when they do, you even said it yourself, CJ, first killer looked to be uncomfortable, rushed when he's had the time, when he's had the boost, hasn't been able to get the ball in the spot he wants and look comfortable.
Well, that's a credit to Gentlemates, though. This is what Europe does. They just don't give you any time on the ball. So when you do eventually get a little bit of space, you're surprised by it.
It's been hammered into your psyche that I got to get going.
And you saw a couple of times there, he was back corner, he had free possession, he took it up the wall and he rushed the touch. He didn't get the quality of what we know from first killer. You can see what Jack's trying to do with the demos, create space for Chronic, create space for first killer. But at the moment, this European play style that we see from all 4 teams is a reason why back in the open qualifiers online, we're calling this region just the best in the world. Their play style is so hard to play against.
And there's a reason why Europe is 4-0 against North America here in Copenhagen. Europe has been dominant. There's been chatter all around the Rocket League world saying, will we even see an all-EU top 4? It's possible. And we might be taking small steps there if Gentlemates keeps this performance going.
We speak about apparently Jack's leadership, his smarts, putting out a lot of tutorials, instructional videos. What does he have here? Here's a reset. What a save, Juicy getting underneath. That's a great positive for apparently Jack. It's not first killer getting the touch. There's another fake out. I like this from Gen G. Much stronger start than the first 2 games.
Oh, they are coming out much more fierce than we have seen them. Can they keep this momentum, this pace? Seiko getting shut down by Jack. Itachi trailing behind the ball. Seiko's also up. That's 2 committed. Juicy has to buy time. Pops it right up to Jack. Jack will try to control it. Goes for a 50, wins it forward. And there's a bump. It looked like it might have even been a double bump, potentially from apparently Jack.
Gentlemates overcommitting in that corner. Seiko getting caught out. He cut rotation and wanted another piece of it. In the end, apparently Jack getting the bump. Gen G, what a start. We talked about the first 2 games, how slow they were out of the blocks. They called the timeout, and now we see an instant response from them.
It just seems like Gen G has that killer instinct now, whereas they did not have it before.
Well, as someone, James, that's always losing in series, particularly on land, something we always speak about is if you're going to lose, lose playing your way. Gen G are doing right. They're just doing it right now, playing the play style that they want to. They're not worried about what Gentlemates have up front. They're playing with speed and they're playing with confidence.
And we've seen apparently Jack up there in the midfield trying to be that first man out on the breakout.
Yep.
A lot of times he's been looking for demos. That time, though, he's just going for goal. Apparently, Jack has been the shooter for Gen G so far.
I'd love to see the average speed coming through from this game. The change up from the first two for Gen G. This is so much better. This is what we saw in the final Open qualifier in North America. Gen G being able to outplay G2 back in NA. Right now, they're outplaying Gentlemates in Game 3. Juicy into the corner, 50 through. What do Gentlemates do? They've never been in this spot so far this series. Facing that deficit, that's an interesting touch coming through. Jacks up, loses it, but first killer in net, clear downfield. And how about a third goal?
Gentlemates, they threw everything they had. Juicy needed to get that pass over to Itachi. Instead, he bounced past it for a counterattack, leaving his teammate in a 3v1. Are we starting to see some nerves from Gentlemates?
What a response. I mean, we talk about the timeout buff and people get sick of me talking about it, but well, you're seeing it right there. Just that extra moment to reset things has done Gen G a world of good here. 3 goals, more than they've scored so far in the series before that. Chronic getting the 50, Juicy coming through, and again, this is where Gentlemates, the ball's in their court now as the pace has just been picked up for Gen G. They're not too worried about this offense. They're not worried about the bumps. They're just backing themselves in individually with confidence and using each other. First killer goes up, gets a beat, has a reset. It's very awkward. Seiko makes the touch. Gentlemates hanging in there. They don't want to concede 4 goals here in Game 3.
Oh, and it's a double commit. Gentlemates not able to respond to this change in speed from Gen G. Also, we've seen a couple double commits. Not the best passes, but now we do see a chance for Gentlemates. An early flick up, and you see a demo as well. First killer getting involved.
Chronic with an interesting touch. He went to the backboard, tried to find first killer who got demoed out of the play. Again, Gentlemates, it looks a lot scrappier than it did first. Here we go, Chronic has to make the touch. Almost gets faked out from the shot. 2 minutes left for Gentlemates to try and get back into it. First killer up in the air, he's looking for that 50. Apparently Jack staying underneath. We're seeing these challenges coming through here, and again, it's an awkward spot, and it's got it almost! There you go, first killer, hasn't he been huge in Game 3?
Massive save there. First killer doesn't just have the offensive chops, he can do it all. First killer looking for a solo play, looking to get a 50 there, was hoping to dunk that through, but smartly not challenged there by Gentlemates.
How smart's this been from Gen G as well? 3-goal lead, and now they're not worried. There's a whiff coming through from Seiko. All out of trouble on that crossbar, but Chronic keeping it in, just keeping the pressure on. Focusing on the boost control, and just not giving them an easy out here, Gentlemates, just trying to work it through, but just not finding anything. A minute left, they still need 3.
Final minute here. First killer up against Itachi, opts to get the corner boost steal. Itachi back pass. Seiko, flip reset. Going for a goal, it's off the bar, rebound. Itachi going for a pass over to Juicy, but Juicy had crept in, maybe wanting to take that shot on his own.
It feels like they've swapped places here, these two teams, and Seiko with a huge whiff! And that just has to be Game 3 secured there for Gen G.
It looks like Gentlemates are rattled. What was said at that timeout, CJ?
I mean, the confidence now, as we said, they're lacking connection, Gentlemates. It was Gen G's problem in the first 2 games, but look at them now. They're winning these 50s. They're winning the midfield game. And they're playing with so much more confidence. 30 seconds left. Will it be a clean sheet? That'll do. Certainly Gen G a world of wonder throughout the series. Deny, and a touch is really awkward. He's just completely missed that one. Oh, 5 on the board for Gen G.
The wheels have fallen off for Gentlemates. 5-0. One of the craziest turnarounds in a series after a timeout that I have seen.
They just looked like they didn't have the play style to match it with Gentlemates. One timeout, an extra 90 seconds is all they needed here. Apparently Jack, 5-0. I mean, Gentlemates, they scored 2 goals in the first minute of game 1 and 2. Call a timeout, Gen G. And in game 3, have held a clean sheet with 5 goals to their own.
You must wonder what Aleutian said during that timeout to see such a different version of Gen G. Before, we were seeing them rush touches, not get the cleanest first touches, which ruins the whole setup of the play. This game, they were playing like they realized that, hey, player for player, we can win this. We need to just settle down and trust in our practice, trust in our mechanics, and believe in each other and play fast.
They just stopped overthinking it, didn't they? They just started playing on instinct a little bit more, and that half a second of hesitation they had in game 1 and 2, trying to find that connection, trying to link up, that goes away. All of a sudden, they're winning those 50s, they're winning those challenges. And
they're playing with speed.
So much faster.
You saw how quickly that counterattack came to fruition, and it was a dime. And apparently Jack just launched that into the net. And then also a few mistakes as well.
First killer as well. You look at that score, the MVP performance. We were looking for him to step up. And he's done that there off the timeout. Now, Gentlemates, they have not decided to call a timeout here, so
it still might be a little bit early. You know, if you're Gentlemates, maybe you're just saying, hey, they got lucky. You know, they surprised us a bit. The game got out of hand, but sometimes, hey, that happens in games. But now we're gonna wipe the slate clean. We beat them badly, or we controlled the first 2 games. We can control this one in game 4.
It's always easy to try and write that one off, but you lose this game as well, and all of a sudden, the momentum has just completely swung the other way in a 5-goal game 3. We'll see if Gen G can build off that. Itachi's up, awkward for first killer. Abjack on that backboard, still has boost, gets bumped out of the way. It's an early start here for Gentlemates off that kickoff. A little bit of pressure of their own. Juicy, in a touch quiet so far.
Demo. First killer just picked up that corner boost off the respawn, got demoed right away. This will make things really difficult for Gen G, but first killer dodges the bump and gets that mid boost. Gen G able to march upfield. Apparently Jack being challenged here. This is gonna be a chance for Seiko. He's got enough boost to make the play, but didn't have enough time to get up. The bounce shot's weak, and it's a backflip save from Chronic.
I love that pass from Seiko, but in the end, they could not find the net there, Gentlemates. Gen G escaping out of that one. Scot-free, there's the pop over the top. Chronic double commits with first killer. Juicy keeps that ball in. Better get a beat out on Chronic as well, who's very awkward with the demo, came through first killer. The support play in defense. Let's get them out for now.
Seiko trying to find Itachi upfield. Itachi able to switch the side. Now waiting for a 50, bails out. That's a strong challenge, but first killer there to sweep the line. Now trying to march upfield.
Oh, Seiko's got 1-2, and no, it's finding a 3 almost.
Oh, it's wide!
Follow-up. Not in either. Seiko trying to produce some magic. Can he go again? There's the dunk. Follow-up again, 50. Blocked out by Gen G.
And after getting shut out last game, you know Gentlemates are eager to score, and maybe should have on that play, but they find their way through finally after an immense amount of pressure, battering down the defenses of Gen G.
He just looked frustrated in the end, and brute force got the job done. Itachi with the bump in net, securing that shot. First killer couldn't reach it in time. Gentlemates get the first on the board, which, well, that seems huge for them. When they have conceded the first goal, James, they concede 4 more.
Small sample size, but I can't say that you're wrong, CJ.
First killer with the flick. Seiko popping it to the side. He has found, he found Itachi, but apparently Jack with a beat out. Juicy, there's the midfield beat that we like. Pop across. Apparently Jack gets a flick, a nice little doink play. It's a beautiful setup for Jack, who is upstairs. And first killer with the shot on. Jack takes it high. Ceiling touch off the doink for Chronic. Don't we like seeing that? And Seiko, that's not the 50 that he wanted, but look at the quality on that finish.
Oh, yes, and also smart from Jack to force that 50 high. Sometimes a ceiling pass is exactly what you're looking for. And that was just what was needed. And now a kickoff opportunity. Juicy stretching to keep these teams even.
Both sides just flirting with danger a little bit on that kickoff. Seiko's got a lot of space. First killer has to go underneath as well, just to dispossess. Give Chronic that free touch and a beat and a demo as well. It's a 2-on-1. Jack tries to fake. Juicy doing so well there in net.
Well navigated. Juicy stuck between a rock and a hard place, but somehow found a way to wiggle out. Space here for Chronic. He's got Jack on the side. Opts to go for a 50. First killer now. Not able to make the most of that either, but you're seeing Gen.G try to drain the boost out of Gentlemates, but that hit off Chronic. You can see the double commit now, a bit awkward.
Yeah, the Gentlemates still aren't ready to capitalize on those little mistakes, and that's been the difference here. After that game 3, they're just sitting back a little bit, and oh my goodness, Jack's gone low! Gen.G in front!
Apparently Jack is the tip of the Gen.G spear, and he finds his mark once more.
I mean, you could only fit a ball there in that bottom right corner, but what placement there from Jack. So smart, baiting out the touch, going low, little ground pinch as well. Gen.G with the lead again. Gentlemates weren't able to push forward. Usually when they get one, they're looking for a kickoff goal, looking to get 2, but this pressure from Gen.G has been immense. Juicy now, get dispossessed by first killer, who hands it off to Chronic. Looking for a 50 on Seiko, pops it high. Better get one more, but there it is again. The midfield game right now from Gen.G has been a massive improvement, and Juicy's very awkward. Demos coming through. Both sides will escape.
The demos have been traded back and forth. Oh, now a infield pass broken up. Itachi will hit it off to the side. No one from Gentlemates there. Apparently Jack will launch it towards the backboard. Controlled by Juicy, who takes down into a dribble, but that's denied by Chronic. Up in the air now, Itachi, 50 by first killer. Apparently Jack against Seiko, and apparently Jack launches it by him.
Not sure how he got that touch. He got boost as well, and again, 3 shots on Juicy with the save. Right now, it feels like Gentlemates just overthinking things a little bit. Not getting it as easy as they did in those first 2 games. Apparently Jack up. Does he get the 50? Itachi can't quite get that one on net. First killer again, a 51 by Gen.G. Sidewall, low boost for FK, but he's still up. He wants one more. He's got one more. Apparently Jack shot on wide.
Gen.G have to be careful not to overcommit. That's a big dive, and it's going to be a wide open net. First killer is too fast.
Gen.G just all over Gentlemates, and again the midfield challenges just too quick. The positioning too good for FK. A 2-goal lead, 19 seconds left. It's kickoff strat time.
Juicy does find a way to get it over to Seiko, but Seiko wasn't able to tip it out, and now uses up all his boost without doing much. Does find the infield pass. It's off the backboard, but apparently Jack there to break up the play. It might even just bounce in. It does!
What a read from apparently Jack. Itachi throwing everything at it. Gen.G 4 on the board. A statement off that timeout. And now they've tied this series up 2 apiece.
Apparently Jack, it is clear that he is feeling it. Mechanically, he is in the zone. This is a different Gen.G than we saw from the first 2 games, almost adding one more. Gen.G, they win this game, and surely they force that timeout out of Gentlemates.
You have to. It's been 9 goals in 2 games for Gen.G. And look at the smiles on Chronic there. They're feeling good. I'm not sure what the Wizard Illusion said to him of that timeout.
They just looked so uncomfortable. I mean, if you watched the first online qualifiers, Gen.G, they looked uncomfortable even though they were still winning. It just seemed like they weren't able to make it click perfectly. Something was just a bit off. And that's the way they looked in these first 2 games. But then after that timeout, Gen.G comes out and they are working together perfectly.
We do get the timeout called for Gentlemates. It makes sense. They just haven't been able to stem the bleeding off that 5-goal game number 3. And again, apparently Jack looking so strong. First killer as well. Chronic facilitating, getting those bump plays, supporting his teammates.
And you're seeing the speed of challenges as well from First Killer. I think that last goal of the game was a great representation of what Gen G was able to do since the timeout. They have believed in themselves individually and said, hey, let's just try to be quicker. And you saw Itachi thinking that he had time to get up to that ball, but no, First Killer, not only there first, but able to get the perfect touch that sets up another insurance goal for Gen G. They have been driving circles around Gentlemates.
Just like that third open qualifier as well, they looked so far off the pace before that. G2 were all over them, but you saw how quickly they could change things, and now beating G2 3 times in a row. Once here in Copenhagen, they've done it again. The first 2 games, they just looked so far off it. They weren't synergizing, they didn't have the chemistry. And now it's just fully clicked for them. Gentlemates, the #1 seed here coming out of the Swiss, yet to face defeat.
And did I see a stat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the desk bringing up that Seiko 0-2 against First Killer. I believe they did say that despite the dominance that Europe has had against North America, maybe First Killer is that kryptonite for Seiko and his team.
You're probably right there, actually. First Killer, and we talk about the record. EU 4-0 currently against NA this event. But if you look back far enough, there's some positives here for NA. Here we go. Game number 5's upon us. Both teams, timeout's gone. No more excuses. Let's see what we got.
Been seeing a lot of fakes from those corner bounces. Could even see a bump and tap in net, but Itachi with a clean 50 win. Ball in the hands of Juicy. Juicy now off the ceiling. Contested nicely by Jack. First Killer. Try to get behind this one as well. It pinches back out to the middle. Itachi with a pop-up. Chronic there to sweep off the goal line. Now Itachi again looking for the infield pass, but apparently Jack is there first. Lob up. Chronic says, I'll wait for this touch. And now we'll rotate out.
You just see how locked in Gen G are as well. You saw Chronic in defense before, just baiting out the touch, waiting for the attacker to come in, and it's been the story of this game. They're just making smarter decisions. Jack with a redirect, gets it on net. Itachi's ready for it somehow. It's First Killer keeping the pressure on.
It's crazy how precise you have to be in order to put those balls on target to get that shot. Apparently Jack did it last game, almost finding a crazy goal there. First Killer off the ceiling, back to the ball. It's a musty, but will be easily received by Itachi.
The crowd liked that one though. The mechanics coming out, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of that over the weekend. It's First Killer, and again, that just shows how comfortable they're looking. And even in defense now, game 1 and 2, they looked a little bit rattled. We saw the double commits, they weren't linking up now. So much confidence from this Gen G lineup. There's the pass again. Juicy and Itachi ready for it.
Space.
Apparently Jack with boost, ceiling, 50'd. Can't quite get that one to work. Gentlemates looking a little bit more settled off that timeout. It's certainly not what they had in game 1 and 2.
Oh, that is a huge clear. Might have even been a little bit of a pinch there off First Killer, who was going for that challenge. That's a hard shot. Top corner from Seiko.
Yeah, Seiko just reminds everyone that he's a world champ. Look at the precision over the top of Jack, top corner. That's quality from him, and might just be the catalyst for Gentlemates off that timeout.
Step up moment from Seiko, who also grabs that mid boost. Juicy demoing Chronic out of the air. Seiko having to fight through contact. First Killer trying to perhaps bump Juicy from behind. Will now turn back into the play on full boost. First Killer, pinch pass attempt, broken up. Juicy now marching downfield.
He's got the pop, he's going sidewall, double, misses it. It's a skim, in fact, off that one. Now First Killer, how many times do we see this? So much space, he's going ceiling. Gets one more, gets 2 more, and he comes his own shot. Almost the highlight reel, just kept out. Gentlemates thanking their lucky stars on that one.
And we saw some contact as well. First Killer so close to tying it up for Gen G. Now Itachi looking in field. Juicy, he's blocked. And apparently Jack will try to get something going on the other end.
Yeah, he's going to fake the musty, goes low looking for bumps. Chronic with a huge dunk as well. It's awkward for Seiko, just gets it to the wall, has a teammate there, loses the 50. Gentlemates on both sides probably think they should have scored. Back-to-back attacks there, back-to-back offense. Itachi just trying to pop that one up. This is the touch, but he's given space for himself here, and there's another Musty. I mean, it was its first kill that did it. Everyone seems like they want to have a go.
Well, Itachi was being threatened with the bump, needed to jump anyway, tried to make the most out of a bad situation, and now you see first killer. Flip reset 50. Wasn't able to get much going. Apparently Jack just trying to keep it in. Juicy will pick up the mid after launching it over. Battle for possession right now at the midfield.
Yeah, Gen.G look just to have backed off a touch there, and that gives space for a touchy shot on first killer. Pre-flip save behind him. It was so awkward. Let's keep that one out. Here's a missed touch from Juicy. Seiko finds a touchy back down. That'll keep pressure on for now. They've got low boost here. Well, Gentlemates able to scoop up a couple of hundred to keep the pressure on. Apparently Jack with space takes it up. Gets a touch, Itachi gets 50. Jack has a reset, gets out of it. Seiko now just pops it forward. 1 minute left for Gen.G to try and tie it up.
Chronic tipping it over to first killer. 50 by Juicy, but it's a nice result for Gen.G. Back down to the corner, but a booming clear from Itachi. Forcing Chronic to go back up to first killer. First killer looking for Jack. It's a shooting opportunity. The shot is placed perfectly. Apparently Jack scores once more for Gen.G.
Look at the three-man pass play for Gen.G as well. It was Chronic to FK, so much space for Jack across the pitch. And the shot was nothing but quality. Would you expect anything less from a major champ? Apparently Jack now
Good
wants
first
one
touch.
more. He gets the pass to
back
first
pass.
killer. Backboard touch. Seiko misses!
A game of inches. Apparently Jack dodging the contact, getting the setup, and first killer navigates around Seiko for the go-ahead goal. Gen.G have flipped game 5 on its head.
They just need one little moment, one opportunity. They took it. They get the extra off the kickoff, and now they've got the lead. Gentlemates pushing forward. Drop down in
The response there for Gentlemates. Juicy forcing the issue. That second touch. It waterfalls down for Itachi, who was hoping and praying that that ball found him, and it did.
Haven't we got ourselves a game here on Aquadome? Part 2, 2.0. Pop over the top, reset. By coming through there. There's a touch, first killer. Can't quite get it, Gentlemates. Have lost that possession there, and Juicy's tracking back. He's got 0 boost, and that's a really awkward touch. He's done well. 10 seconds. There's the shot. He saved it somehow. Will we get overtime here? This is a huge momentum, and the demo coming through. Juicy's backflipped. He wants this ball down and gets it. Overtime, both teams just get to breathe a little.
And surely you must have been worried there for Juicy, who had backflipped in that moment. Thankfully, I'm sure
Jack!
hold on! Thankfully, they found overtime. But Gentlemates were leading for most of this game. An incredible last-minute effort from Gen.G has a chance now. Apparently, Jack with some boost going for the bump! And Juicy dodges one! But the second, woo! It comes, and it kills Alpine!
The major MVP of last season, apparently Jack, doing so much work. First killer with the cleanup. Gen.G, they were down in that game. They fought back. It went to OT, and Gen.G clutch up. They are one game away from being the first team to take down Gentlemates and move on to the semifinals.
What a story that would be. Gen.G, who slogged through the Swiss stage, making it through in round 5, going up against Europe, who has been owning North America here in Copenhagen. And in this game, it looked like they were going to drop it, but in that final minute, we saw magic from Gen.G.
And it was apparently Jack time and time again. But Gen.G just showing their adaptability and then their nerves of steel under pressure here in a hostile environment. Over in Europe, in Copenhagen, first major of the season. They fought back, Gentlemates, but look at apparently Jack Seiko, who just whiffed the touch, gave him so much space, and he was looking for the bump. Juicy doing so well.
If he gets that to the corner, it's fine. They have the time. This game just shows you how much of a game of inches, centimeters, millimeters, whatever you want to call it, how close plays can be, with apparently Jack dodging the bump, dribbling it around, getting that back pass, That was incredible. And then Juicy on the other end, how it doesn't go your way. He gets the backflip save, dinks the post, and that made all the difference.
Gentlemates, after those first 2 games, they've lost 3 on the bounce. And now if there's any Gentlemates fans in the arena, they might need your support here in Game 6. Here we go. Will we get Champions Field? The first best of 7. First major of the season. There's a touch. Apparently Jack in the midfield. 50 out. Bumps coming through. Connick's got an open net!
And Tachi, he felt threatened, and for good reason. Apparently Jack was chasing him down, and he opened up that gap for Chronic.
Gen G are absolutely snowballing their way to Championship Sunday at the moment. Juicy trying to spoil the party. There's the pass to Attach. He tries to get the drop down. Chronic ready for it. Apparently Jack up in time. He's whipped. First kill there to help him.
Will Gentlemates be able to respond? Seiko is going to have to bring some of that World Championship caliber gameplay to help bring them back in it. Chronic in the air, pushing it by 1 off the ceiling. Did he get his jump? He did, but needed to get back down to the ball.
He was trying to find that ceiling, but in the end just got caught a little low there. Apparently Jack blocked out. Seiko trying to help. Jack's up, been beaten. First killer there, and again, so much space for FK. He's got a reset, doesn't quite get the touch he wanted. Chronic keeping that ball in for Gen G. Clear coming through, a lack of connection. Gentlemates, they haven't been in this situation before. They haven't been down at all in this tournament. It's been a breeze in the Swiss stage. Now they're facing elimination right here.
Chronic over to first killer to Pop. Juicy moving in, and it's another massive clear all the way downfield. Seiko will keep on it. Seiko to the backboard, gets bumped off, no double, but the rebound goal for Itachi is there.
Just a huge response from Seiko. The first touch impeccable over the top of Chronic. FK dove, the bump came through from Juicy. 3-man offense from Gentlemates. They're getting so desperate up front, but they have to right now. Gen G with so much momentum. Such an important goal here in Game 6.
What a battle we are witnessing. Gentlemates, they started strong, but then after the timeout, Gen G came out swinging. Gentlemates not finding any answers.
It's a bad touch there, though. That's got to be open. No shot, no follow-up. Surely wide. That could have been it. Still might be. First killer gets bumped. Another shot. It's off again. Gen G should have got the 2 goals. Should have gone in front there. How much will that come back to bite them? Chronic's up now, off the side. Trying to fake out that touch. Can't quite get it to work. Corner. Apparently Jack trying to get a bump from his own, but again, Gentlemates hanging on.
They finally break out after that pressure, and that last possession from Gen G will be one to review later on. Surely they could have found a goal at some point. There's a team bump, but somehow through the chaos, it might have worked out. Rebound out to apparently Jack, but he's blocked.
Seiko huge, he was getting bumped. Now the counter attack comes through. Flick over the top, it's just Chronic left. Saves the flip and gets one more on it. Tachi just has to get it to the side. Chronic doing so well, so much value from that possession there. Juicy up, dusted by first killer. Over the Chronic, he's got Jack down. He's just got to get working around and keep that pressure on. Low boost here for Itachi,
he picked up the mid though.
They've got out here downfield, a huge 50 as well. Is there a shot coming through? First killer saves in the corner.
Mega bounce off the sidewall. Seiko tries to control it. Itachi, a lot of pressure on that possession. Not the best first touch. Ball leaks out to Chronic. Chronic dodges the first bump, but can't dodge the second. A bit awkward. Seiko wins the 50, but Itachi's very far back. And now the double commit. Chronic will try to find apparently Jack in the middle.
Yeah, he's just going to fake out. You see the pre-jump. You notice it from Juicy. Apparently Jack's looking for a bump. Seiko, well, he's lost that ball. He's got the 50 on Jack, who stole the corner boost. Itachi downfield. First killer pre-jumping. Trying to sit behind that ball. Apparently Jack winning it, but it's over to Itachi. 100 boost. Gets it across with a bit of space. Popping it up now into the corner. Just over a minute left, both sides. You feel like next goal might just win this. And it might be for Seiko!
Itachi! He is dragging Gentlemates to this victory. He has been on fire in every single one of Gentlemate Alpine's wins.
A minute away from Game 7 kickoff. Here we go. Gen G, what do you got? Pushes it to the side. It's going to be a win here and possession for Seiko, who's looking so composed. He's got the flick. Good touch there, just coming through. First killer. It's over 50 seconds now. Gen G, they have to go. You don't want to go Game 7 dropping 6 when they had their chance to win.
But we've been in this situation before. Gen G was able to score. They were able to flip the game script. Can they do it again to move on to the semis?
It's a great boost grab there, and it's a free chance. Juicy's up in the air. Itachi now just getting bumped out. First killer, he somehow recovered, missed it though. A bit of space for FK, taking low 50s. In the air, Seiko with 100 boost. It's awkward, but he's done a fantastic first touch. Double commit, Chronic's up. First killer, trying to keep that ball in. 15 seconds, Gen G, they want one here. Gentlemates want to force it to Game 7. First killer's up off the backboard. It's so awkward. Apparently Jack saves Seiko. 5 seconds now. What can Gen G do? First killer's up, fakes the reset, misses. Ball trying to be down, still got to be alive. Gentlemates, force Champions Field.
We are going to Game 7, CJ, and you wouldn't have it any other way. And I'm sure all the fans who decided to show up to this Copenhagen Major for the first series are not disappointed with that decision.
230 days since we've had a live crowd for some Rocket League action. How good is this esport on land?
We take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay. Things starting out in favor of Gen G, but we had an incredible effort there from Seiko, forcing the rebound. Itachi there to put it in. And then this play from Itachi up off the ceiling goes through. Many times you think, oh, Chronic's just gonna hit that and then you bail out of the play. But no, Itachi plays the miss and it was the right decision. Was able to feed that ball out in front of net. Itachi, he's had that killer instinct. He has been playing like a champion.
Gentlemates, what a time to stop the run. 3 games on the bounce for Gen G. Their backs were against the wall. And this crowd is starting to come alive. Game 7, Champions Field, here we go.
One more game. That's all we've got in this series.
Chronic misses that one. Jack keeping the
demos.
pressure on. There's the pass. Jack
Oh,
gets
there's
the
another
bump. Juicy ready in time. Could have been the best possible start for Gen G. Gentlemates, low boost. Chronic shot on. More pressure. Juicy reading that one. Demo's coming through. Jack's up. Jack's got 2. Jack's almost had the top corner in his sights.
A ferocious start for Gen G. They're clawing at the net, but Gentlemates managed to fend them off. Now a double tap, not landed from Juicy. Rebound out to the middle. Seiko to Juicy. Juicy not able to get the shot on target.
He just rushed that one. He had so much time. He was looking for the top corner, but just skimmed off the side of his car. That 50's got to work for Chronic. Shot on and again. So much pressure on every moment, every touch right now. Seiko gets space off the side. 100 boost. He's looking for the pass. Gets the bump. There's the follow. Touch to the wall. Jack, great positioning.
Jack ready for that double tap attempt. There was so much space given to Gentlemates on that play. They weren't able to land it. Oh, we see the roll one in the corner.
Oh, it's broken. You can see the pressure, and the Copenhagen crowd aren't too happy. There's the infield. No one home. Itachi no boost. Jack now trying to get something to work. Chronic and First Killer, they're squeezing this offense. First Killer's looking for a bump. Chronic's up. Itachi gets 50. Juicy's underneath it. Gentlemates just getting that ball out for now.
The pressure is building. Both teams have had good looks. Another pass over. Itachi didn't have a teammate nearby.
You're just seeing there's the pressure. They're not ready to push up for the pass. Who's going to be that player? Game 7, forget about play style, forget about structure. It's all about moments. Who's going to be the player to step up? It's a great touch from Juicy. Jack has to back off it. And can he get one more? Almost.
Hold on.
Gives it to First Killer, though. He gets the beat. Can he get one more saved out just for Seiko?
First Killer trying to battle through that bump. Couldn't do it.
but he has put Gen G on the attack. But Chronic will go racing back, denying boost on his way.
He's got 100 to work with. Bit of space as well. He's looking for a bump. It's the signature play of 2024. It's a free touch. Jack's gone. He's
where's the
overcommitted.
defense?
Itachi has an open net.
And how fitting is it that Itachi is there to punch that goal in? Gen G, they overcommit, and Gentlemates punish.
You could see Jack just weighing it up in his mind, third man there. He was blindsided by Itachi. He got the open net. We've got half a game of Rocket League left. Gen G, they've done it before. Gentlemates, they've got the momentum now. Can they do it? Who's got the nerves of steel? Who's going to clutch up? And who will be moving through to Championship Sunday?
Juicy been making big stops all day long. Ball back out to Itachi. Itachi back down to the ground. He does fake out the first defender. Apparently Jack wasting a lot of boost on this play, and Juicy launches that back towards net, forcing even more boost out of Gen G.
Just seeing these touches a little bit nervy, but Jack's just going for it. He's going for the bumps. Chronic, Juicy doing
What a
so
touch.
well there just to fake it out. He gets one more. First killer is in a little bit of trouble. Itachi's right there. Goes low shot on one. Follow up. Faked out.
Nerves of steel for Gentlemates. Itachi started that play with a perfect touch, bringing that ball upfield. Itachi getting that ball to Seiko, and the composure, the boldness from Seiko to slow it down.
To do that on chair. Hang on a minute. Well, haven't we seen this from Europe before? Just when you think that they should be playing a little bit more conservative, a little bit safer,
Right when you think this is about to be settled.
they turn upfield and they've given Gen G some hope.
Chronic, Zare dribble shut down. Seiko off the ceiling. That shot blocked. Apparently Jack going for a 50. Got by one, but Juicy pops it up. Juicy will stay in the play, but he's beat to that ball infield to Chronic. Chronic will launch it upfield. Seiko has been cold-blooded, really. Looks like he has nerves of steel. No panic from him, even on defense. They'll need that for this final minute.
Here we go. This is where champions are made. This is where greatness occurs. Juicy with the pop. First killer. Gives space for Chronic. He's got to find apparently Jack,
That's a strong
who puts
shot.
it on net. Safe for Seiko. Relatively conventional. Juicy keeps it to the side. Do Gentlemates have those nerves of steel you spoke about? Chronic with the catch.
I missed the corner boost though. Has the bailout on the play, a bit awkward. Rebound out to Itachi. Itachi the 50 over. Jack will snag it, but he's blocked by Juicy, who has been brilliant trying to feed Seiko. Seiko wasting time. Seiko, the 50, finds its way to Juicy, who finds the backboard. And Chronic will launch this downfield for the final attack.
This is it for Gen G. It's an awkward touch. 10 seconds left. Here we go. Apparently Jack gets the shot. It's wide. Itachi just looking for the ground. Gen G looking for one more. Chronic won't be able to get there.
Gentlemates persevere.
Gen G took them the distance. But greatness responded on Champfield in 7. The number 1 seed out of the Swiss. Do it again.
And Seiko showed up when they needed him.
That's a
So
world champion.
composed on defense, and the play to slow it down. So confident, you could see it from him. Itachi was fantastic all series long. And Juicy, that play from Juicy defensively, that was a huge boost for Gentlemates. And you've got to give it up for that series. Gen G putting on a show with Gentlemates.
Gen G going home, but doing their fans, doing their supporters a lot of justice there. Europe now 5-0 against North America. at the first major here in Copenhagen, the first major of the season. And they will be the first team through to the top 4, through the championship Sunday.
And there was a lot of NA hopium leading up to Copenhagen, leading up to this major. People said that North America was a 2-team region. Well, one of those 2 teams has been knocked out here in the quarterfinals of the playoffs.
What a start, James. What a start to live Rocket League in front of the crowd.
All smiles on Seiko, and for good reason.
There certainly weren't smiles after game 5. But we do have the new kid on the block with none other than Leafex. Let's go to the interview with Juicy.
That's right. Give it up for Juicy and Gentlemates. How exciting is to have these guys right behind you right now?
I mean, it's the first time I got like a real public supporting me, so it's like incredible.
Listen to that. That's for you, man. Hey, this is just an incredible electric stage. The crowd, it's so intimate. Everyone is so close. Does it make it a little bit easier that we have, everyone's so close, you can see the faces of everyone, or is it more intimidating?
I mean, I don't really pay attention since I'm really focused on the game. So I'm just like, I don't really care,
Fair enough. Let's talk about the gameplay too, because there was a bit of a switch up there. There was a timeout for Gen G. They switched things around. What switched in, and how did you guys counter that back?
I mean, they took a timeout and they played really fast, and we didn't really expect it. So we just I don't know, we didn't, how do I say this?
Adjust.
Yeah, adjust to their gameplay, and then we are just like, we have nothing to lose and just go,
And you did just go. Yeah. I want to ask about it because you guys, I saw a couple kickoff strats, and it seems to be that kickoffs are the new thing on the block. Everyone is trying them. Do you guys dedicate a lot of practice time to working on kickoffs?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, we tried some things, and we figured that kickoffs are like a really big thing now, so we just practice them a lot.
I'm loving it because it makes it very exciting. Now, up next, you guys are going to have to be facing will be either KC or Falcons. Which one do you think you have a better chance of beating?
I mean, against KC, we know each other, so it's going to be a close match. And Falcons too. You saw yesterday it was really close games. So I don't really care who I play. I'm just here to play,
And you are playing well, so give it up one more time for this guy right here, Juicy on the stage.
Boy, howdy. What a way to kick off the playoffs. Could you have asked for a better match?
These players know how to entertain, that's for sure. Our first crowd day in a while, and Game 7, Champions Field. We even got to see a little Neo Tokyo action in there, which is always good to see.
Aquadome.
And honestly,
what a regain by Gen G. I'm so impressed because they were down 2 games, not looking good, and the one timeout completely changes everything. So, they've lost this, but I think they could be so proud of how they played there. It's come back and make this so close. And even at the advantage, it looked like even in Game 6 and 7, I felt like they were going to win. Too much ice from Gentlemates in Game 7.
I mean, Gentlemates, they just started off hot. The kickoffs were great. Look at that right there. Wow, I didn't even see the back
game-winning goal.
But that was the game-winning goal, basically. And after that, you see first 2 games, Gentlemates have 2 goals within the first minute 30. Then after that, Gen G adjusted at the time. I said, hold on now, we can compete with them. We just have to stem their offense away for more than a minute 30 seconds of the game, and that's how they did it. But then Alpine made a good adjustment after the timeout too.
Oh, absolutely. But apparently Jack was on fire this entire series. Like he said, he lost his controller grip of 8 years. It didn't look like it. 1 goal per game. And he was also being a playmaker as well. He was the catalyst of the offense. Yeah, he was doing
usually off ball means you don't get points, you don't get goal participation, but he did everything. I mean, it was really incredible performance. Seeing him link up so well with First Killer, great stuff from Gen G. Honestly, they could emerge from this day looking like a top 4 team, depending on how the rest of the series goes.
Listen, I want to give a huge shout out to Seiko, the composure. Johnny, you were right behind me. He's just playing
They're so
calm,
It's
so
ridiculous.
patient. He's been here before. He knows how to win.
excited.
But then Juicy gets up and screams so much. So I guess he was really excited. They had the composure, especially from their best player in Seiko. That's what it takes sometimes, just to slow it down.
Yeah.
No, the game will come where the opportunities will come. When they do, we capitalize, and then we just keep playing our game.
For me, there was a wonderful question answered there about Gentlemates. I mean, through the entire Swiss, they didn't go to Game 5 one time. It was just such a momentum-heavy run. They were just on top, leading through the majority of their series. To run into a team as strong as Gen G that has the ability to come back and force them on to Champions Field, and then to not falter, get the win on Champions Field, what a testament it is for Gentlemates.
Oh, absolutely. But we did see Game 6 and 7, both teams, a little bit of nerves playing a factor. That's the great equalizer when there's a crowd involved and all that. We're going to see that a lot throughout today. How do you deal with those nerves? And again, we talk about, like Gentlemates, they dealt with them just slightly better. 1 goal, Game 7, that's what we want.
You know, I mean, you were saying that Gen G can feel proud about that result.
I
but
think they can.
You know that this is not what they were wanting to kind of like almost poetically put a bow on just how close they were. First killer, currently 999 total career goals.
Oh,
One more would have made such
more.
a difference in that series there.
We were all happy to see Neo Tokyo again, but I think that maybe the one player who didn't want to see that would be first. He's like, why this map? And it didn't go well for them in Neo Tokyo, unfortunately. But yeah, I still think Gen G can take a lot from that. And you know, the fact that they've come out of Swiss 8th seed and gone toe-to-toe with the top seed Gentlemates who nobody else could take to Game 5, that bodes extremely well for the rest of Gen G season.
Well, folks, we have one of our quarterfinals concluded. We got 3 more to go before the end of today. Congratulations to Gentlemates Alpine. They've advanced to the semifinals. We will see them play on Championship Sunday. And GG's to Gen G as they exit Copenhagen here in the quarterfinals. 3 more matches to go, though, before we are done. And we are going to keep things hot here as we got BDS versus G2 coming up next. Bates, are you excited or are you nervous?
Listen, I'm very excited because BDS versus G2 Stride. I expect Copenhagen to be loud the whole entire time. I see what the scheduling trying to do. You're trying to just get rid of NA nice and early, but we're going to see what actually happens. Gen G pushing Gentlemates that far means that G2 can do it against BDS real soon.
I know Gen G's beaten G2 like 3 times in a row, but technically, G2 lasted longer at Copenhagen.
They sure did.
Just saying.
They did.
They did.
G2's still alive. They got a chance.
They're literally the last hope for their region. And
I don't like it.
Start of the season, I think they would have been the choice for most NA fans to be the last hope. So now you got what you want. G2 are the last hope.
It makes sense.
They've got to run the gauntlet.
We'll see if they can do it, folks. We're going to take a quick one. When we come back, I'm excited. We got the best international rivalry. It's back for another thrilling episode, folks. G2 trying to get their revenge on BDS, and BDS doesn't care. Just another stepping stone to the grand finals, trying to uphold their record. We'll see if they can do it, folks. BDS versus G2, the other side of the break.
Wait, what's that? Yeah, that was bad. Most likely to break a rule 1. Really?
Bro, he broke it in scrims.
Oh my god, I forgot about it. I was actually so upset at you for that.
I'm here to play the game, not lock cars with someone else, bro.
That is part of the game. Like, that is the golden rule.
Not my game.
Rocket League fans and Rocket League players around the world are a big fan of Rule 1, and it's like a very unique thing to Rocket League. There's no other thing like it in other esports, but it's completely ridiculous. I mean, we're playing a competitive game here, people. Like, you can't just make it a 2v2 all of a sudden.
I've always been a Rule 1 ass. Just, I hate people that don't. Like, just truly disrespectful players.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say that I probably have the most passion for the game of Rocket League. So I play the game, and I play with the intent to win, not to lock cars.
Inspirational.
Cut. Who is most likely to not skip a replay?
Again, he's the worst. He's actually the worst.
Sometimes I just feel like taking a breather, you know? It's working too hard. It's just like, I don't know why people in such a rush.
Most of the time, like, I'm as autopilot, you know? As soon as the goal goes in, like, my mind's just, like, retracing, you know, maybe what happened. And I don't realize that I haven't skipped a replay.
Who is most likely to be late for practice or scrims?
This is so easy.
What?
This guy for sure.
That's crazy.
He holds the world record for most late shifts.
About like a 1 minute, by the way.
He's always late.
Who's coach pointing at? Cheese? MB?
Gross.
Me?
Bro, you cancel scrims.
Me?
Even Nox is pointing at you.
I overslept and didn't pitch up.
Multiple times.
What do you mean the ones?
It took him 40 minutes to get food, and he came back with a sandwich he could have made in like seconds.
It was always ham, hot chili, and...
He remembers it.
Ham, hot chili, but always it's just ham, hot chili, and cheese. It's just like good.
If I'm going anywhere, I'm coming in 5 minutes late. I'm sorry. That's just how it is for me.
Top goal scorer in Major 1 from our team.
You're the goal scorer, yeah.
Yeah.
Naps is the finisher in my book. Point to yourself's disgusting.
Mate.
You know what, yeah, because I'm a bit of an Erling Haaland. I'm a cherry picker.
He's a tap-in merchant.
That doesn't mean that you're the best player on the team if you score all the goals and stuff. It's just play style thing.
Who do we think will win Major 1?
Oh, yeah, I reckon us, man.
So obviously we're very confident in ourselves, so I'll say Limitless.
I'm pretty confident in ourselves. We've got 3 class players here, so I'm going KZP.
We're all going to say ourselves, yeah. You always have to have the confidence.
Yeah.
We'll win.
Of course, we're going to say ourselves.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
I love that. I just love that.
We keep it to ourselves. We don't see no one else. It's not in my mind. I know it feels right. You're good for my health. Oh, I've been hoping that you'd know
The energy in the building is class. Copenhagen has welcomed Rocket League with open arms. And the Gentlemates fans, they can celebrate. Their boys get to play again tomorrow.
What a win there. 1 goal, Game 7. That is the difference maker. That's what you want to see when we're in front of a crowd. We want to put on some entertainment, and these two teams absolutely did that. Championship Sunday, Gentlemates, first team there.
Gentlemates, congratulations on making it to the semifinals. Who are they going to play against, though? We got to find out. We got 3 more qualifiers to go here. Johnny, is there one match you're most excited about today? I feel like it wasn't the one we just saw, right?
I mean, honestly, they're all so exciting. I feel like I've got to go for, I'm going to say Furia Vitality.
Yeah.
I think they're the most exciting team right now for me, Furia, so I just cannot wait to see them play.
I just can't wait for the rematch again to see, was it a fluke? Was Vitality kind of on their off game? Have they figured it out now that they're finally in the bracket?
But Johnny's a Mina hater. Look, it's Falcons K-Corp. Falcons K-Corp is the most exciting match.
That's the second most exciting match.
Okay, come on. Oh, man. Falcons already beat K-Corp
once. Third most exciting
look,
match.
Look at the flag behind us, man. You see it. They organize
Look at that.
They got a whole entire flag on the back. That's the same thing that Carmine did back in Dusseldorf at the World Championship. So they got a fan base. They're ready for their match. But they're going to have to wait one more because we got one more match coming up before them.
We do.
But how'd they know that the camera was going to be right here? That's just great planning by them. That's great.
They found something there. I don't know. This is going to be a big one, though, folks. We got 3 more matches to go, and I'm excited for us to get into each and every one of them. Every one of them from this point on, though, is a rematch of a match we saw in Swiss.
Yes, and we know that doesn't necessarily matter. You know, best of 5s are different, and then we got technical timeouts and all of that. So we'll see how it all plays out. Rematches generally in Swiss, it's probably 50-50 most of the time, unless it's like one of those dominant teams. So it doesn't really matter the past results, but I'm going to bring them up a lot with BDS versus G2 just to annoy teammates. But for the rest of them, I don't think it matters as much.
all the North American fans.
You know, hey, what are you going to do? Gen G, I was close. I was 1 goal.
Let's take a look at the bracket. Remind you, if you're just now tuning in here, what has happened so far and what is coming up. Gen G loses in 7 to the Gentlemates of Alpine there. They advance to the semifinals. Our next 3 matches, we'll play all the quarterfinals here today. So we'll see Carmine Corp, the Blue Wall, take on the Falcons at the very end of the day. And I know the Furia fans are ready for Vitality. But up next, BDS, former world champs and kings of the open era, taking on their international rivals here in G2.
Yeah, G2, they could really use a little bit of good fortune today, because whenever they do match up against Monkey Moon, it doesn't tend to go very well. They've lost twice at the World Championship, once last year, once the year before, and they've lost once this weekend as well.
It's time to welcome the teams to the arena.
Introducing first on the blue side, representing Europe, the runner-up from last year's World Championship, Team BDS!
Team BDS, the spring major finalist, the world champion finalist, Monkey Moon, one of the greatest players to ever play the game, has a world championship title himself. You put him with any two players, he's gonna make it to a top 8. That's how good he is, Bates.
Listen, he has been nothing short of great, and I mean every word of great since the open era has begun. Dominated all of RLCS with BDS, 21-22 became a world champion, 22-23 made it back to the world championship grand final, and now he's got a new squad, added Exotic from Carmine Corp, added a young rookie Andrali, and they've been looking really, really good, Johnny.
Yeah, Exotic, you know, he's bound directional air roll this event. He's looking mechanical, he's looking comfortable, and he has never, in my opinion, looked as dangerous on the pitch.
Yes, he sure has. He's been playing his best ball, better than he was in Carmine Corp, and now he's gonna be trying to follow up on his former teammate Itachi, who just made it to the semifinals. He wants to do that as well. But then a young Moroccan all the way to Andrali, the mechanical wizard. He used to be on Johnny Boy's streams about 2 years ago, showing off his mechanical prowess, and now he's here on one of the best teams in the world, playing with 2 of the best players in the game, trying to beat a G2 squad that usually can't beat BDS at all.
At BDS, they always make that final, but they can't get those tournament wins. Like if Vitality didn't exist, Monkey Moon might be the greatest player to ever play this game. They're still looking for that title.
I think, you know, truth be told, I'm not trying to, you know, make the NA fans back home, T-Bates, any more worried, but I think if you had to pick one team in the bracket to avoid, it would be BDS. This is the absolute nightmare matchup for G2 and BDS. They're also on a good run now. They lost on day 1 of the tournament. They went 2-0 yesterday, and they just took down Gen G 3-1 to make it into the playoffs. This is a nightmare of a matchup for G2. BDS look absolutely terrifying. They look like they're back in their form and even potentially a contender to win the whole thing.
And their opponent, representing North America, winners of 2 open qualifiers, G2!
The long-awaited return of Daniel in beast mode in front of the crowd has arrived. Daniel, he hit the stage hard at 21-22 with SSG, got nicknamed Laniel, and it's been a long time since he's been here. He's been performing not up to his usual standards, but hopefully today, for G2, he picks it up.
But G2, the tide is turning. They used to be the offensive glass cannon. Now it's all about defense. They've played 18 games here. They've given up 15 goals. The #1 defense in NA, the #1 defense at this major. Beast Mode is playing lights out Rocket League. He just needs a little support, and G2 has a possibility to make that run.
Yeah, they need to have everybody show up today. The whole squad needs to perform to their peak ability. Atomic is the, you know, greatest North American player in the open era. First Killer might have something to say about that, but I'll give it to Atomic. And he needs to use every ounce of his experience to help Daniel in Beast Mode just get comfortable in this stage.
Listen, and what he needs to do is hit the ball underneath the crossbar. Because him and Beast Mode, listen, if there's a crossbar challenge, they would have gotten a gold medal in that yesterday. But the flip side of that is they did have the offensive pressure against the teams that they played. So they're generating opportunities. They're in opposition's half. But unlike Furia, who's the highest shot percentage in the game right now, they are the lowest. So they need to take a little bit from Furia and make some shots.
Yeah, it does come down to that. I mean, even the scary thing is that even if G2 do show up and perform to the level we know that they can, this is just the nightmare matchup. BDS have just dominated them every time that they've played in recent matchups, and even going back to the World Championship with Atomic versus Monkey Moon. It's not the matchup G2 fans want. But hey, if you're going to announce yourselves as the hope for NA, this is definitely the best way to do it.
Hey, and Heisendan, he threw the Hopium bag up in the hype video for a reason, because listen, I'll give you all Hopium right now if you're a G2 fan. The last time G2 won a LAN, they had to beat a BDS squad that looked excellent. They looked sharp. They were coming off a LAN major victory in themselves back in Sweden, and after that they started rolling. So the last time they won a LAN, 10. They've been a BDS squad, but ever since then, BDS keeps cheating.
And the caster power rankings put G2 8th out of all these teams here, so the worst team to make the top 8, and that there's good reason for it. They have not beaten any of these top 8 teams throughout Swiss, so we'll see if G2 can keep changing that tide, and it all begins with Atomic.
Oh, look at this.
Atomic versus Monkey Moon, 2 of the longest tenured players on each of their respective rosters. And this is when the rivalry really began, all the way back in LA. You see the difference between the two. Atomic, he's trying to get over Monkey Moon, get over that hurdle, but Monkey Moon, he's always been there. He might be in Atomic's nightmares, I'm not gonna lie. He might be thinking about it every single day, and I know Massimo, he wants to beat him, but Monkey Moon, one of the greatest of all time, simple and plain, you gotta be able to get over him.
And honestly, Monkey Moon beats pretty much everyone on LAN too, so he always makes those grand finals, so Monkey Moon's record against everyone pretty solid, so Atomic doesn't have to worry too much about it.
I mean, both these rosters have reloaded a few times, but these two players have been here through the entirety of this rivalry. They know what the other side brings to the table. And obviously, Monkey Moon can feel pretty comfortable right now knowing he's won the last 3, but every time you have to prove it again. You cannot relax. G2 will strike.
Yeah, I mean, G2 have got the potential. We all know what these players can do. It's never been a question about potential. It's a question about actually achieving that potential or getting close to it, because BDS are going to attack them. They're going to put shots on net. And if G2 are going to try and remain the #1 defense, they're going to need to level up even more, because when they, #1 defense didn't stop BDS from beating them in Swiss.
And they've only given up 0.83 goals per game, but they're going up against BDS now. Like, that is going to change. They're going to have to score on the offensive side. We talked about Daniel in Beast Mode. Maybe not LAN players when it's in front of a crowd, 4-12 in 3v3, but let's not forget about Gamers 8. That's where the tide is starting to turn. Beast Mode and Daniel, they win that tournament. It was not necessarily 3v3, but they look great in it. The best duo team in the world. So now in front of this crowd, I feel like they got over those nerves, hopefully after Gamers 8.
I mean, Gamers 8 was the last large LAN we saw. Was it just the fact that there was 2v2s and 1v1s, or have they genuinely turned a corner here? We're about to find out. I'm excited about it. Folks, let us know who you think is going to win in the chat, and we'll make our predictions up here as well. Johnny, I'll let you start again.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious I pick a BDS here. BDS do tend to beat G2 pretty much every time they play them. One time they didn't, and Mark by 8 got benched because of it. But yeah, I'm picking BDS. I'm not going to try and delay any kind of antics here. Yeah, BDS to win.
Yeah, BDS, #2 team in Europe, only behind K Corp. I think they find that form here again and go through this bracket, probably make another grand finals. I'm going BDS.
Okay.
Too boring picks, big in BDS, because they just keep being a G2, all that nonsense. Listen, you just saw Gen G go all the way to Game 7 against Gentlemates. You don't want to see both North American teams bow out this early.
No, we don't.
I gotta go with G2 just because I'm
Mr.
International, and I love G2 right now. G2 will beat BDS right here, and stop the all-EU top 4 before we even get to the last 2 matches.
It wouldn't be a rival. You literally said they would try their best against BDS in the video announcing this roster. You have to pick G2 in this spot, or it wouldn't be a rivalry. Also, folks, I have good news. We found a new coin. We have a new coin. We can go. Now, let's see. Well, blue in this situation is BDS, so we will flip it here. And it comes up G2. Ooh. G2 for the coin on that one. Give me BDS on this one, though.
I think for G2, because the coin has not been 50-50. It's been doing pretty rough.
No, but hey, it's been sandbagging. The coin's been ready, and now it's just going to run the way of the day.
Waiting for the crowd. Waiting for a new coin. It is a brand new coin.
It is a new coin. Maybe this one. Maybe we'll name this one.
I don't know who the crowd's rooting for. That's interesting.
Do you want to poll them?
I mean, I guess I can poll them. Copenhagen. If you're rooting for BDS, make some noise! Okay, hold on now, Copenhagen. Now, if you want to see North America make it to the semifinals, if you're rooting for G2, make some noise! Oh yeah, that's what we like to hear. I love a European crowd. I love a European crowd, baby. They want you a little bit of mix-up. Wait, chat, you're wrong! Vote for G2!
Half of chat's right. That's pretty much straight down the middle on that one. I mean, that's you know it's a good rivalry, folks, when this stuff happens. 2 years ago, North American hopes were dashed when the French marched to another title. Yet this loss birthed one of the best international rivalries of our sport. But BDS doesn't care about this American riffraff. They've got a reputation to uphold. And yet G2 refused refuses to go away. The thirst for revenge gleaming in their red eye. Screaming engines clash head to head. Victory will be found in the blink of the eye, the twitch of the finger. Sunday glimmers on the event horizon for the winner. The kings of the open era on the field once again against the champions of North America, Copenhagen. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
The most dominant team in North America are about to go head-to-head with Europe's giants, BDS. The brothers have been knocked out of the playoffs. The one question that remains is, can NA's last hope prevail?
Yeah, Gen G earlier on, they couldn't quite get over the line. G2 Strider would have been watching and waiting, and now they can represent their nation, but against them, Herc, it's Team BDS, a team that in recent times seems to have their number, beating them in the World Championship final, and again the year after.
This is an insane matchup. Again, you're coming into this almost as an underdog, which is a crazy thing to be saying about a team like G2 Stride. They owned North America all throughout the first qualifier, all throughout the second. The question is, can they do so against basically their kryptonite?
It was mentioned on the desk that when G2 go to sleep, they have nightmares about Monkey Moon. And he's been performing well for EU this season so far. Of course he has. A reacher of the last two grand finals in lands, losing them both. How he'd love to change that here, but it's G2 that start a little bit better, but there is the nightmare with the save.
Huge save and a clear towards net. It's on target, it's in, off the post is Exotic. BDS are on the board.
As Exotic, the man who since joining Team BDS has been so mechanical, there were no mechanics needed there, just waiting and watching and picking his moments.
Patience is a huge thing for BDS too. They don't overcommit. It's very, very rare you'll catch him out like that, so G2 gotta be prepared. You can't give any space, any mistakes to this team, because they'll catch you out every time.
G2 finally back here in the case of Beast Mode and Daniel. They've not made an RLCS major since full last season, would you believe? They've started this one off okay, despite going the goal down. A couple of really nice strikes towards the net. Team BDS having to do some goal line defending. They might have to do some more. Beast Mode gets one touch in a second. He's got Atomic coming into the center, but Exotic, the goal scorer, closes him down.
Here comes Daniel, trying to take his time around the corner, instead opts for the bump. Two bumps, trying to just clear open any sort of a path for G2 right now, but Team BDS, they have held them off so much. The transition coming through, 3:29 on the clock. BDS looking to just turn their lead into two.
Yeah, they're continuing with their assault now. They've survived a few G2 attacks, but there could be another one building up with Beast Mode taking that touch. I do want to say as well, Exotic, despite his goal, he's starting to charge down everything G2 are approaching. He has the ball again in the corner. He definitely seems to be the difference maker, but here's another potentially.
Into the corner right now. It's a small fight for this ball. Daniel, huge clear. Monkey Moon sends it back. Two up. Here comes Drawley. Demos are starting to come through. He's going to carry this one down. Takes the flip, takes the shot. It's just slow enough for G2 to keep this one out.
Charlie in his rookie season. Of course, we have had rookie LAN winners. But no further than the LAN winners for the first LAN last season of Chronic and Gen G. Trying to avenge them. Will G2 right now. That's another chance goes begging. Monkey Moon has the ball. Charlie's already up. Linking like they have been since the season began. That one's put to the side.
Here comes Beast Mode. Just trying to collect it. Huge flick over one.
Oh!
Daniel to clean this one up. G2 Stride tie up the game.
It was so even until Beast Mode catches the ball, dangles it in front of a pair of them, and then flicks it home. Lovely goal, brilliant equalizer.
BDS just looked a little bit discombobulated, and for 1 second, that's all it takes for G2 to have a moment and an opportunity, but it could be taken back here. Huge clear from Daniel upfield, half the game left to go, and Daniel, he wants to be that initiator. We want Laniel back. We're just seeing if we can get him.
It has been a while, it might be a while more. There's a massive save in the top corner. Just as we're talking about Daniel, he has to get involved defensively. Here's his teammate Beast Mode, the winners of Gamers 8 in the off-season. Such a great continuation after failing to make the Spring Major last season, after failing to make Worlds. They proved that they are worthy of these lands yet again. Atomic, he's won one of them. Beast Mode comes in. Is Daniel approaching? Not quite yet because there's a miss there. Let's go up to the ceiling. Demo from Beast Mode. Daniel's just waiting for his teammate to come in. No, there's no one there for G2, and that attack will slow down.
This one's still up to collect. It's Monkey Moon down into the mid, but nobody's there. Instead, Atomic over to Daniel. Daniel, enough boost in the tank to try and make a play. Slows things down. Down under one. Taking this one all the way towards the net, but it's two that have to keep him out.
So near from Daniel. You got third place in his first ever LAN with SSG. Things slowed down. Exotic pops it towards the G2 defense. Atomic can take it away. Monkey Moon charging across the center to get there. Here comes Beast Mode. He senses a moment of magic brewing, but which player will it fall to?
Here comes Exotic. Right now, BDS, this is the most boxed in that they've looked this entire game. G2 slowly finding some momentum in this one. It's left up to Atomic. 1 minute off the ceiling and down. It's a bounce up. And Exotic's gonna try and take this one back. Daniel meets him with a challenge off the ceiling. Monkey Moon takes it immediately back. It's tennis for a challenge on this ball here. Finally, BDS have a shot opportunity. It's a goal line save from Daniel.
Team BDS, they're so used to these unusual plays. The pass there, I don't think what G2 were expecting, but they are able to deal with it for now. And now they have an attack of their own. Atomic, does he have anyone in front of him? It's missed by Charlie. Exotic was there. Beast Mode now trying to close him down. G2 never afraid to chuck men forward. They've been doing it all season. It almost works again.
Oh, that is such an insane play. If G2 can whip those out a little bit more, they might be able to get around the BDS defense a little bit quicker than we've seen throughout this one. But for now, it's a learning period. You've got 15 seconds left to try and find something last second before you are going up against your nemesis in OT.
Yeah, for all the losses that G2 have had against Team BDS, it would mean the world to them to take this first game. But it's going to go all the way to the very bitter end. Overtime approaches as soon as this ball touches the floor. But not quite yet. Charlie puts it towards Exotic. It is left. It is OT to start things off.
I wouldn't expect anything less between these two teams. It's been so close throughout history, but on paper, this should be BDS, and Monkey Moon wants to show G2 that it's going to stay that way.
Charlie leaves that one towards Exotic. Atomic can only get it towards Exotic. That one's to the backboard. This is dangerous for G2. It's awkward for Beast Mode. Atomic receiving in, and they're still in 6s and 7s in defense. Unable to really clear that ball. Got themselves in trouble there. Here is Exotic trying to keep that one going. Is there a bump for him? Almost. It's dangerous for G2.
Pressure's not going to stop here. Jolly leaves this one over for Exotic. Exotic clears upfield. Monkey Moon to turn around quickly. Gets beat on the challenge here. Jolly up next, takes one shot. Great save there from Daniel.
G2 up against it for now, though, at the start of overtime. BDS starting to warm up for sure. Monkey Moon might have just bounced that one straight in. Not quite.
That was too close for comfort for the team of G2. Pressure's not gonna light up here though. You gotta keep going. You need some sort of a clear. Finally, what seems like it could have been it is short-lived. This one up into the sky. Drawley to keep this one mid. Atomic up next. One touch off the sidewall and Exotic's clear.
G2 have held their nerve for now. They keep going down the other end. The clearance is a little bit high though for the teammates of the clearer. Atomic there takes a couple of touches. Is anyone flying in for G2? Just a little bit stagnant when they get forwards. I want to see that final pass. They seem to be threatening.
This one's huge or slow. Starting to take your time on this. Off the backboard. Monkey Moon leaves this one. Drawley gets a demo off it. But the transition is quicker than I think BDS might have expected. G2 tried to break on in. Here comes Exotic. Goes for the Musty. Some power towards the net. Atomic out with the clear to back over to Daniel. Enough boost into the take. A Musty of his own to the backboard here. But Drawley's got the read.
Musty to Musty right now. Does Drawley ever go for himself? No. Instead leaving it to Monkey Moon. Something might be happening soon. It seems to be ticking towards a place that we can't escape for all these players. Monkey Moon up against Daniel. Daniel just slows things down for a second, then dodges it forward where Exotic was waiting. End-to-end stuff, but few clear-cut chances.
Here comes Beast Mode. Off the ceiling. This one gets taken away by Exotic. It could have been a center, but it's a great touch from Exotic to keep that transition going. BDS really just need a counter. It's a huge demo right there. BDS, they're going. There's the pressure. The shot on target, and Daniel with the save.
The return of Laniel, so far so good, but more defending to do. Beast Mode just beats that ball away. Charlie's going to race Atomic here. He's going to beat Atomic here. Exotic is waiting to see what Daniel can do with the ball. Daniel's clearance as far as Monkey Moon. BDS sensing blood, pushing forward now. All three of them involved. Monkey Moon tries to just flick that one into the center where Charlie was approaching. Now it is Monkey Moon again. Another shot on target. More saves from G2.
Nothing but goal line saves from G2 right now. And here comes the counter. It's a soft shot from Daniel on this one, and Drawley takes this one to the sky. Over one. No boost in the take. Tries to flip forward on it. Gets some power, and a 1v1 ensues. Here comes the flick. Daniel with a clear out mid.
Beast Mode had to avoid being faked there. Drawley almost just got it past him by doing nothing after touching the ceiling. But the defender was aware of it. Daniel takes a couple of touches. Monkey Moon's in the air already. Monkey Moon gets the touch. Drali up against beast mode. Few players able to hit it cleanly until it falls to Atomic. Does he go for another musty? Yes, he does. Can't quite connect. That could have been a dagger.
It has been so many musties off this one. I think everybody just wants their one clip on land if possible.
Exotic puts one forwards. Beast mode just waiting for it. So a bit of slowdown now in overtime. Earlier on, we were frantic from left to right, but now things a little bit more steady until that miss from Charlie allows an Atomic. He gets it towards Daniel, tries to pick the top corner, can't do it, and there's Monkey Moon.
Unfortunate, now you gotta race back home. Exotic trying to make a center off this one. It's a huge clear, halfway to over to the mid. Drali up next, out into the corner, Monkey Moon. Touch off the top of his car, and Atomic, he just wants to get this one out, but it's awkward. Exotic, taking his time, huge touch off the bottom of his car, the follow-up is through, and BDS take game number 1.
The LAN rookie in his first ever RLCS LAN quarterfinal pushes it home with all eyes on him inside this stadium. I mean, when he started at the beginning of this season, he's admitted that he was nervous at the start, and now he steps up again, he's at a LAN. All these eyes, every person in here watching him, and he gets the winning goal.
That's huge, 6 shots alone from him. 5 for Drali, 7 for Monkey Moon. If you're G2, you are playing more defense than you probably ever have in your life.
Yeah, I mean, you're not used to playing against a team like Team BDS, right? I mean, in North America, G2 are the team that dominate and that have most of the chances. Even if they lose a series, they've certainly spent most of it camped in their opponent's half. But BDS, they're the inventors of that play style. They never let that happen.
Oh man, look at this. Look at these replays. Daniel, it's glimpses of him coming back to the Laniel version that we all know and love and want. Especially, that's such a good look early on in the series.
Yeah, I mean, even at the start, I mean, teammates asked the crowd, who are you rooting for? I was expecting, you know, a relatively warm reception for G2, but there was a huge cheer, a huge roar. People are wanting these teams to perform well, and so far, G2 have been performing well. Do they have that next step up against Team BDS?
That is the question we all want the answer to, especially if you are North America. Again, this is a huge matchup. It's the ultimate David and Goliath between EU and NA, and historically, it hasn't been in G2's favor.
No, it's tough. I mean, they had the World Championship Grand Final down there in Fort Worth, where all the crowd completely rooting for G2. Team BDS silenced them on that day. G2 are trying to do the exact opposite here. It was a decent first effort, but Game 2 hasn't started great.
Monkey Moon, the one that everybody can rely on off the side, wins the challenge on it, tried to get taken away, and BDS, they give themselves an early lead.
The Nightmare himself getting the dunk on Atomic. I do not think that he likes playing him. But you have to be able to, you have to go up against anyone at this late stage of the LAN. Daniel up against Drali this time. Daniel wins on that occasion. Exotic can take the touch. G2, at the start they wanted to game 2, but it shouldn't shake them too much. It's a best of 7, well-odd series. Both teams, of course, have the tactical timeout should they need it. Lots of Rocket League to go.
So much time. This is very, very early on, but Drali off the backboard goes for the double! 1-2, and Drali is through!
Starting to warm up as well as Drali. It wasn't a mechanical goal in game 1. That's more of a highlight play from him here. And he got an almighty tap on the back from Cassio, the coach, after that one. They loved it as a team.
I love the team dynamic between them as well. You can tell they're just so comfortable with each other. But I mean, the same can be said for G2, and they gotta try and show that power of friendship right now. There it is, Drali up into the sky, demo to open up an opportunity if somebody wants to go and finish up. But Exotic gonna clear this one out half mid.
Yeah, G2 was just a little bit too far back right then. The ball was falling, it was loose in the Team BDS half, but maybe a little bit shell-shocked the way this second game has started. But their opponents are warming up mechanically as well. Doesn't help as Monkey Moon tips that one towards Drali. Sends it high. Is anyone there? It's Exotic. It's just wide. No one on the follow-up. G2 survived just 2 down.
Keep going. That's where they're at. That's where their heads are. It's the pressure that never ends. Drali up next. Another one for BDS. Team BDS take G2 for 3-0.
Oh, man, it's not what you want to see if you want a close series. Another huge challenge win there, this time from Exotic. And Drali just can't stop scoring right now.
He is on it. I mean, you talked a little bit about it before, right? Drali said, came into this team a little bit nervous, but I don't think somebody with the likes of the name for anybody,
yeah,
Monkey
exactly.
Moon like Exotic, You can't come onto a team like that nervous. You know that they believe in you 100%.
It's so difficult, though, to come to the very top of the RLCS as your first team. Players like these are able to do that. Monkey Moon was one of them. Well, he made his team take it to the very top. Charlie puts it out wide. Monkey Moon's already up. Here's the crossbar again. Is there going to be a bump? No, there's nothing. And G2 are relieved about that.
No follow-up to be found. Instead, it's a huge clear-up field for G2. Monkey Moon trying to send this one off. Beast Mode to quickly turn around. Half a tank. Can he get this one? It's a great read here from Exotic. And around the corner he goes, past Daniel. But already Atomic is ready to read this one. Up into the sky. Here comes Beast Mode. Wants to get a double in the zone, and the save comes through. The follow-up, though, is floating towards net, and Exotic keeps it out.
First Monkey Moon, then Exotic, the French wall, the real French wall right there on the goal line. Daniel is going to get this one, the redirect in the corner. Not quite the touch he wanted, but it does squeeze its way towards Beast Mode. A flip reset. G2 desperate for a goal right now. They need something if they're to get going in game 2.
Only half a game of regulation is left, and G2 need to find something. They look pretty decent in game number 1 against this BDS squad, but this is a lot more reminiscent of the games that we've seen in past between these two.
Yeah, despite the roster changes, something about the fact that it's the same orgs with the same spearhead players and Atomic and Monkey Moon just makes this one feel like a rematch.
Yeah, this is a little nerve-wracking if you're a G2 fan right now, but there is plenty of time. They're more than capable of coming back from this. It's just a matter of finding that first goal.
Atomic's gonna slow this one down, or at least try to, but Monkey Moon was waiting. Now Team BDS are in. Charlie and Exotic waiting behind him, praying that Monkey Moon could have got that bump. Instead, there's a counter-attack opportunity. Charlie, more great work there in defense this time. Beast Mode shoots again. Some of the saves that BDS are conjuring up. Unbelievable!
G2, they're coming in with all the pressure this time. Pass over to Atomic. This one gets sent off. The follow-up goes on target, but again, the saves never end with Exotic.
Not just getting the save, but also putting it to safety afterwards. And now BDS, they can counter. But that one's sent back. Beast Mode surely is gonna break through Team BDS. This time it falls to Atomic. Again, Monkey Moon. How do they keep doing this?
They are them. That's how
no,
the counter comes through. Monkey Moon is through, and BDS are up 4-0.
It just goes to show if you keep getting saves, eventually your opponents, they start rushing, they start making nonsensical touches. Atomic, the most experienced player for G2. Such a good defender as well. The last man you'd expect to see do that.
Yes, I mean, BDS are literally running circles around G2, and what's happening is they have these moments where they can throw 2, 3, 4 shots at the BDS net, but they're so far out of position that it takes one huge clear to catch them off guard like this, and if it's on target, that's a threat and a half.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it from G2. You know, who needs a third man, but maybe what we're learning is that occasionally it's good to have someone back. I like the fact that they've continued to fight despite going 3-0 down, and maybe more goals are to come now. This one is probably chalked up. G2 just trying to build up a head of steam going into game 3. I'm anticipating maybe a tactical timeout after this one.
I would hope that there was one that came after this, but knowing G2, they're interesting. They might save it for a later time even, but 41 seconds left on the clock here. Another shot on target. Atomic just there to slow things down. Exotic sending it right back. And at this point, you're just counting down time. You go out with your head held high and you try and figure out what you can do to correct in game number 3.
Yeah, I'm watching now, and Safio is watching, of course, attentively. I'm sure that he'll be having a few choice words of his team after this one. As soon as the curtain descends here on Forbidden Temple, Atomic just takes a touch, just getting control of the ball. I mean, this series is pretty much dead right now. G2, I mean, it could go either way. The fact that after going 3-0 down, they were chucking men forward. I don't mind it, but has that done more harm than good?
I would think so. I mean, there's levels to playing high-risk, high-reward play, especially against a team like BDS. But for now, all you can do is just say, congrats, BDS. You're still them.
Yeah, you are still them, you know. You don't get to a couple of World Championship Grand Finals in a row without being them, without continuing to be them. Team BDS have got the easiest at least 1 minute of their lives right now. They can sit back, relax, have a sip of water, but G2 will be deep in conversation.
And it's not even that G2 didn't do well. This is what, 7, 8, 10 shots on target. They had the opportunities to find something. They just truly got held back by BDS. They were a literal brick wall, and in particular, Exotic. He was insane.
Oh yeah, the save stats for all of them. It was Monkey Moon at the start. And we have just heard that for only the 3rd time this season, G2 have called a tactical timeout.
That's interesting. I mean,
They rarely need them.
They really, truly don't ever use them. And it's like you said, but you know what? If they do, that means something is about to shift heading into this next matchup.
Yeah, I'd expect so. I mean, they have the capability. Sathu currently is holding court. He's talking to them, and they're not a one-trick pony. You know, G2 are known as a very attacking team, a very aggressive team, but they have come up against other attacking teams so far in North America, teams who have surprised them with the way they've played. I think of the second open qualifier, the grand finals against Luminosity. Luminosity chucking everything at them, right? They have to use that experience here.
They really do. I mean, it's not like if you were to take BDS, put a North American team's name on there, I think G2 would be playing so much more confidently.
For sure. Yeah.
It's nothing that they haven't faced before. It's nothing they're not incapable of winning against. It's just a matter of sitting down. Granted, we haven't seen them on LAN in so long. There's a chance nerves are coming into play now.
It's been too long. It absolutely has been too long since the last LAN. Finally, we're all here. The crowd getting involved as well. They've been waiting to do this one for a few months. And here we are. I'm looking at the players now, seeing as they're just staring around at this. For some of them, but for one of them, it's the first time they've experienced this. Will it work for Team BDS, or will G2 be able to make their comeback as the thunderclaps ring out?
Such an amazing moment. It's just so nice to have everybody back, I'll be honest.
I'm glad that we can sit back and enjoy it, because G2, you know, they're not looking around going, oh, look at that, isn't Denmark pretty? They've got some serious work to do.
Yep, there's a lot of stuff to change before you head into game number 3 if you are G2, but if you're BDS, you don't want to change anything. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I want to see a little bit more from beast mode for G2. They're going for these solo plays. They're not quite coming off, and that's credit to Team BDS so far. But mechanically speaking, G2 have got a lot more in the tank. They also need to survive the first few seconds. This is dangerous. Atomic, safety first. Good decision.
Here comes BDS. Just racing back. Beast mode wants to start the first counter for G2 strike here. Drawley, somebody keep your eyes on as Daniel comes through. Once trying to get past Drawley. It's going to take beast mode to help bail him out of this one. Monkey Moon off the sidewall. Finally, G2 are consistently pushing forward.
Yeah, they are. The mechanical plays are having something at the end of them, but it's the pace that Team BDS seem to be able to use against their opponents. Whenever there's a loose ball, it's BDS winning it. There's another example. Atomic tease it towards Daniel. Daniel can at least get some way, and he actually gets it past Exotic. Good play from Daniel. That may open things up for G2. Beast mode striding forwards. Takes a touch, got boost to play with, tries to go underneath Monkey Moon. G2 looking a lot more dangerous after their 60 bonus seconds, and that bump that was almost there wasn't even needed in the end. Monkey Moon saves, the shot could have been better.
Oh, that just needed to be a little bit more powerful, but G2, again, they've had opportunities in the past. It's just about having the right amount of power on these. Great flick there from Daniel. Second touch is coming through. Can he get off of Monkey Moon on this one? Beast Mode's up next, towards the net. Monkey Moon again with a save, and everybody continues to get held back by BDS. Counter comes through. Exotic off the backboard. Huge clear from G2.
Yeah, quality first touch that was from Exotic. His mechanics have been improving all season, but now down the other end, it's Beast Mode up against Drawley. A demo comes in from Exotic on his rotation out, still making himself helpful despite not being able to be involved in the play. BDS just, at the moment, winning this challenge game despite G2's pressure. Exotic goes forward. Atomic doesn't know what to do with that one. Monkey Moon does. Sends it deep into the heart of the G2 defense to make things as tricky as possible for them.
Double demos are also starting to come into play on this one, and the bumps. G2 just trying to turn up the notch on every single aspect of the game here. Daniel wanted to get the beat off it, not quite, as this one heads over into the corner. Monkey Moon, huge clear, but Atomic sends it back. And here comes Beast Mode. Up next, a little bit awkward as this one falls over to the ground, and BDS now have the opportunity off the ceiling to try and take a shot.
Surely a game like this, you feel that G2 have to be able to take if they are to upset this EU crowd. It's paramount for them! They get their lead, and it's a lovely strike.
I love this! Oh my goodness, he goes and he finds him, and it's just a perfect bounce off the ground. Daniel, you just gotta find him. Feed Daniel.
Yeah, that assist was glorious. Using the ceiling, somehow wiggling your way around to get a flip reset. And then the finish wasn't too bad either. G2 have their lead, exactly what they needed. Exotic sends it downwards to Drawley. Monkey Moon's in the corner, but it's a little bit behind him. BDS trying to get that instant response.
BDS, a demo happened in the net there, but it's big clear. Drawley's gonna stall things though in the midfield and allow BDS to go back where they've been for so long before in the orange side. Monkey Moon infield over to Exotic and set off by Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, it was brave there from Atomic. He assumed that the BDS player was gonna miss the second touch. and he almost didn't, and it almost backfired in the end. The passing play was a nice one. Well read there by G2. Starting to understand what Team BDS are cooking. Look at that, the pace that they've shown. Monkey Moon's been beaten to the ball all ends up. That doesn't happen too often. G2 most definitely have stepped up.
Atomic under one. Monkey Moon thankfully was able to get the read off that one. And here it is, Daniel once again just trying to push this team forward. He got 1 minute 40 seconds left. Finally a 1-goal lead, the longest G2 have held on throughout the series.
Yeah, the longest they've held on, but this minute and 30 seconds will feel even longer unless they can double their lead. Beast Mode just sends it to the side for some reason. Not really sure what he was attempting there. A bit of a missed touch, and it allows BDS to come forwards, but they're wasting their boost now. It's not quite working for Team BDS. G2 blocking them at source each and every time, and then defending deep when the ball does go over them.
Here comes Exotic, passed over to Monkey Moon, crossbar and out. Unfortunate on that one. That was an opportunity wayside, but it's not going to be the last one we see from them. Again, Monkey Moon's touch. This one gets cleared all the way back, and finally G2 can breathe.
Yeah, pretty much a shot out of nothing there for Team BDS. It seemed to slow down. The infield pass again, almost unlocking G2. So it was the crossbar. Now Daniel, he has a chance to go completely solo. He loves doing this. Every player at the top of North America does these long solo volleys. But right now what matters really is just sending BDS back to their half.
And that's exactly what you want to do, but it's going to be a little hard if you're getting sent back into your own home. 2 demos to keep BDS in their own side. But Exotic, he's waiting, he's patient, and here comes Drawley with the ball. Over 1, 30 seconds left to go. BDS, you gotta find something here.
Oh, huge clearance from Daniel yet again. Every touch that G2 make of absolute importance. Daniel's waiting, he's got no boost. He's still doing so much work, steals another few. Drawley can only send it forward towards Beast Mode, who shepherds that one away. Daniel almost gets in his way, but Monkey Moon misses. Exotic pushes it into the corner. Where's the boost gone, Team BDS? Where's the chance gone? G2, you've got it back down the blue half. 2 more seconds and they get their game. There's still some danger. Exotic is charged down by Beast Mode, and that should just about do it.
G2, the timeout worked. A shift in momentum has officially favored North America.
Yeah, it's also the 3rd time out of 3 they've won after their tactical timeout. These things so important. They've also won 91% of the games this season where they've scored first. So the opening goal, massive as well.
That is a huge thing to take note of, because if G2 can get that, they'll stick to it. This was the first time we saw them get that lead though, and it sticks to the facts. They just gotta hold on to the lead.
I mean, the last 2 times they played, they have lost 4-1. So they've at least matched that. But this series sort of feels different. After that game, the only one where BDS have got away from them so far was game 2. At that point, I was starting to be a little bit worried for G2 here, but that performance was a lot more of what we wanted.
It really and truly was, and it was a great performance. I'm gonna put a shining light onto Daniel. We were all waiting to see, is Laniel gonna make his return today? It looks like we got him in game number 3. The question is, do we get him in 4 and so on?
I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, I would not. When Daniel burst onto the scene with Space Station Gaming, this young talent that played so fearlessly, you know, and brought so much to his team, now he's here with G2. You feel that as a player, he's grown up over the last couple of seasons. And now here he is, the star man for G2, arguably, so far this season. And he was their goal scorer, the difference maker in the last one.
Daniel has such a capability to be the difference between winning and losing for a team. Sometimes you just gotta see him pop off. And they answer the question, if Daniel can do it, it's gonna be answered right here.
Charlie will take a first touch at the start of game number 4. Will it be 2-2, or will G2 need 3 games in a row against the old enemy Team BDS? There's only one place and one way to find out, and that's continuing to watch as these players roll up yet another fire and brimstone battle.
Great initiation.
Oh,
yes, off the rip. This is a goal line save for G2. And Daniel just trying to break out of it. After this point, you want to be able to breathe after that if it's first 30 seconds of defense.
I mean, Beast Mode's like, yeah, I meant that. I was just setting up Atomic to pass it to Daniel. Why are you guys all looking nervous? You know, it's all good because eventually it's going to lead to this. It's genius from Beast Mode. The 500 IQ plays.
They caught BDS out of line. One big clear, a crazy pass as Beast Mode just cheated all the way up. G2 take that important early game lead.
And it was all from outpacing Team BDS. It seems that after the first couple of games, BDS felt they had a right to beat G2 straight to the ball. Not gonna happen, not against a team like this.
Here comes Drawley, the one that everybody's feared so far throughout the series for BDS. If he's got that one, you should be afraid, but same could be said for beast mode. This one down into the corner. Drawley up into the sky, just taking his time. He sees Atomic. This one gets left. Shot off the crossbar, out. It's a floater. Follow-up coming through. Another one off the cross. And BDS, they just can't find their way in.
I mean, G2 have their lead, sure, but I'm not so sure what to say about their defending. It's been a little bit nervy, spluttering at times, but they won't care as long as the number next Team BDS remains at 0. That might change now, though. Beast mode. Solid clearance, well, as much as he could do towards Monkey Moon. He goes to the ceiling, he's got boost, gets it over 1. Beast mode is waiting underneath. How's his first touch? Good enough to get it towards Daniel. Then continue the attack. It might be a carbon copy goal. It is!
It's another huge clear upfield. And G2, they just keep it on target. It's a magnet towards this net.
Daniel in Beast Mode, I mean, whenever Daniel makes a clearance, Beast Mode is staring at him. He's basically got his arm waving, going, pick me, I'm here. And Daniel is not saying no. It's worked out twice, and G2 will feel a lot more comfortable now.
I mean, there's a reason that this duo stuck together after roster mania. They love each other, they work so incredibly well. And even on defense, they've got that third one, Atomic, coming through to help bail them out when time needs to be. But again, BDS, they're not incapable of making some changes here in the late stages of the game. They got 3 minutes left to go.
Yeah, plenty of time left. If BDS get one, even the next 2.5 minutes, it'll be nervy for G2. So there'll be no change of tactics, no change of theory just yet for the team in blue. Dryly gets over the top of 1. A couple of demos come in. I think no, it was only 1. It was Dryly on beast mode. As he rotated out, Dryly now to the center. Coming in from the goal was G2 player. He survived yet again. G2 living a charmed life right now.
Yeah, they are definitely getting away with more than most would assume off this one. Here's a great pass, great save there from Beast Mode, disrupting the touches. They got lucky, the post with the bailout, and G2 get away with this
Jory,
again.
oh, Dryly! How have you missed that one? He had the best chance so far in the game for Team BDS, but he couldn't connect. Still 2-0. BDS forwards again. Monkey Moon. Dryly's getting involved now. The counter-attack's so open. If just G2 can get this ball.
The pressure doesn't stop here. It's still going. Exotic's trying to slow things down, but Beast Mode's got him caught out. Low boost in the tank, but wins the 50 off this one. Atomic to send it back. G2, they just want to keep taking these shots. Eventually, one's got to land. You're already up 2-0, and BDS fighting for their lives to come back from this deficit.
Oh, what a touch from Beast Mode yet again. It was read by Monkey Moon, thankfully for Team BDS. But they need to do more than read the ball. They need to change the narrative. Has to get this ball over to the orange half and complete the job so many times in this one. So close, tantalizing. Another shot comes in. That one's read more easily by Beast Mode.
Here comes Beast Mode. A little bit awkward off that one, but Daniel, 2 touches off the sidewall. Maybe he can try and make the angle. It gets sent off by Monkey Moon. He gets bumped in net too, but Drawley, the one we've all been waiting to see, can he re-wake up in game number 4? He's gonna try. He spots his teammate. G2 make a touch off this one. Exotic off the ceiling, and Daniel with the clear.
Here comes Atomic now. It could be a third counter in a row. The finish, not quite there on this occasion. Beast Mode may be able to sweep up, but you have to get the ball first. Monkey Moon flicks it. Atomic just gets something on it towards Daniel. Now it's 1 minute left, and BDS are gonna have to start rushing.
Got to find some sort of a game plan against this G2 squad. Whoa! This one hit the top and goes out. G2, tiny bit of a team up on that one, but it's okay. You've got some breathing room. It is getting a little sloppy in these last 40 seconds, but it's nothing G2 can't stumble back from.
Yeah, G2, I mean, if you're gonna win, you might as well win ugly. It's not been pretty defensively. Somehow, they refuse to concede. One more long clearance from Daniel. Charlie has a chance, but can't get it over G2. I love this, keeping BDS penned back in their own half.
That is an insane statement to be made, especially for G2. Again, every time these two have faced off, it has been the BDS show. G2 really just want to remake history here in Copenhagen. And in 6 seconds, they get to continue on and tie up the series.
It's gonna happen. No chance now for Team BDS. They'll be kicking themselves they lost that one. But as G2 off on the fists and the high fives, they'll know they've got themselves into this series.
They looked so much better, so much more consistent. Now, granted, I say consistent, take it with a grain of salt. It was a little bit sloppy, like we both said, but goals are wins. It doesn't matter how many you have. You just got to have more than the other team at that point.
I mean, some of the statistics there were so many shots here from Team BDS. I'm teeing it up now. It was 12 shots overall compared to G2's 5. And yet, the goals column, the goals scored column, definitely was in favor of G2.
Oh, beast mode. Starting to wake up here at the beginning, but there we have it, a timeout being called by Team BDS.
Now, what are they going to say? What are they going to change? It's an odd one, because arguably they were the better performers in that, fourth game, and they still lost it. So it's the classic case, Herc, of stick or twist.
Yep, you just gotta kind of find what G2 is doing on you, honestly. Again, it felt scrappy. It was a little bit confusing, but again, it's NA versus EU. NA shocks EU every time.
Yeah, right. I feel like this is more of one for resetting the mental as opposed to changing any particular game plan. I mean, they were relatively comfortable apart from a couple of overcommits defensively, but you have to change that. You have to fix that. And you have to do it among this cacophony of the crowd.
I think that's a very valid statement. It's a mental reset timeout. You get to kind of breathe for a few moments in time. You can see the coach talking over to Drawley. Drawley's just kind of like, it's cool, man. Just give me a couple deep breaths. I want to get back into this.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest. I think this is a tactical timeout that the coach probably insisted upon rather than the players. This is one where the players would be wanting to dive straight back in and fix those mistakes that they've just made, but not always the best thing you can do. Sometimes you do need that time away. And as well as we reach crescendo here, the beautiful sound of a packed house, G2 have got a second game against Team BDS.
It's almost time. Bring us back in. I think it's what we all want.
I know, right? I'm ready.
I want to hear the cheers again. Honestly, you guys got time.
It feels like it's been 10 minutes, right? You know, as soon as these breaks happen, I want to dive right back in. I see some fishies. Chat, spam a fishy for squishy. As we go into game 5.
Off the kickoff, let's see. It's BDS in the G2 half. And here comes Beast Mode, 2 touches off the top. Can he beat out Monkey Moon? He does. Again, BDS are the ones trying to come into this with a mental reset after losing game number 4.
It was such a tough loss for Genji earlier on. All the way to the very end of a best of 7 and couldn't quite win it away against Gentlemates. Now G2 on the cusp of at least forcing a game 7, at the very least. To do it right now, and the importance of taking this game. Beast Mode can shepherd that one into the center. Monkey Moon rolls that one along the floor where Daniel was waiting. I really want to see G2 continue to push, but not like that. They have to make sure they don't get caught out. And Beast Mode helps out.
A little bit of a quick rush there from Atomic too, and BDS just try to take advantage of it. Great 50, immediately gets sent back, and Daniel quick to counter. Beast Mode up into the sky, no follow-up. Instead, it's Drawley that sends us upfield. Monkey Moon to the backboard. Exotic has shot opportunity.
Oh.
It's just a bit high.
Yeah, it wasn't the best shot from Exotic. It had too much angle to be followed up by his teammate, and it was too wide to go in its own right. So not really either job was done there from that one, but it was a foray forward for Team BDS. They'll be happy that this game has started, continuing their last one looked, apart from the goals, as that one is flipped over the top by Atomic. Almost another counter for G2, they still might. Beast Mode refusing to let Team BDS clear it until Exotic gets a clean touch.
Huge amount of pressure from G2. That's a good thing. In terms of this game 5, you want to be the first one to head over to match point. You don't want to have to come fighting from the bottom. Beast Mode, challenge off the ceiling, not quite able to reach it. Instead, Exotic's up next. BDS pushing to the G2 half. Drawley up next. It doesn't end there.
Yeah, that was awkward again from G2. They let the ball roll for a couple more seconds than they should have done. It was a little bit awkward once more, but BDS unable to punish them for it. They'll be starting to get frustrated if that keeps being the case. Didn't score in the last game. A couple of minutes into this one, still no score for Team BDS. Will that change?
Daniel, challenge up into the sky. He's been quick to do so, but Beast Mode's been waking up throughout this game number 5. So many shots on, which is a good thing. You want to have more than BDS does. You got to give yourself every opportunity possible. But Exotic wants to do the same for BDS. Off the ceiling. This one gets carried down. Monkey Moon sent off.
Again, G2 almost in danger of overplaying in their own half. BDS waiting to sniff out that one mistake if G2 make it. They've come so close so many times, not happened just yet. Beast Mode with the quick flip reset. Monkey Moon was alert to it. Monkey Moon gets into the center. It's tipped forwards by Exotic. No real chances so far about that, except that half chance from Exotic earlier on.
And this has felt fairly stalemated for now. Equal amounts of pressure, equal amounts of defense. Nobody quite doing anything too risky right now. The question is, in the second half of this game, who goes for the crazy play? This one off the ceiling, follow-up coming through, this one wide off the post, and at 2 minutes, everybody stays scoreless.
Monkey Moon after missing that one, he leaned back in his chair. He knew that was a huge opportunity in a game as cagey as this one. Couldn't take it. The two best have fallen for BDS. Are any of them going to be the one to wind up that shot and put it in the back of the net?
Monkey Moon's going to carry this one back to his half. Exotic gets sent off for his efforts. Drawley just trying to get even the tiniest of touches to slow G2 down. Off the backboard, it's shot opportunity. Monkey Moon with a save.
Smosh just waits. Drawley charges him down. He's got no boost at all though. Atomic is going to find Exotic here. Not the touch he wanted yet again. There's a big demo to clear up some space for G2. It remains nervy. It remains a relatively slow game compared to what we've seen so far in this series. Doesn't mean it won't still count as a game at the top right there for whoever gets it. They'll be so close to surviving this Copenhagen Major into the semi-finals. Will we have a North American representative, G2, desperate to make that happen?
I mean, it's gotta be tough. You watch Gen G get taken out, you know you're the last hope. Nobody from NA wants a full EU final again.
No, absolutely not. Monkey Moon, he shoots, it's saved again. Monkey Moon to the ceiling. Beast Mode knocks it forwards. Charlie, what can he do with that? Monkey Moon's causing all sorts of chaos, but Charlie can't quite get on top of it. Monkey Moon still refusing to leave. Finally, Daniel clears long. Monkey Moon has to, and Daniel with no boost. There's all sorts of work. He gets a bump as well, but it's saved.
Drawley's up next. Tries to clear this one all the way up. Atomic's got him red. 30 seconds left on the clock, and BDS want to start their pressure. Here comes Monkey Moon, beats out Daniel. Low boost in the tank. He wants to try and get it, but it's a huge clear. Over to Daniel, off the backboard. It's a follow-up opportunity, and it's saved. One more shot, and it's baseball!
How on earth did that one find its way home? Atomic, he shot Exotic, blocked it, and then Beast Mode threaded the needle. So not even the despairing dive of Monkey Moon was enough.
15 seconds before G2 can claim match point. Historically, they own these leads, but BDS aren't going out without a fight. Exotic up next, sent back for his efforts. 4 seconds left on the clock here. Monkey Moon carrying this one down to the ground. It's gonna hit, and G2 are on match point.
Suddenly, it's the team playing in black that are all smiles. They are starting to believe that this Team BDS curse, this Monkey Moon nightmare, is finally one that they can wake up from.
It doesn't feel impossible anymore from them. I think their tactical timeout worked. They're playing the patient game. They know just when to ramp up the pressure on this squad. And now it's left to BDS to be scratching their heads like, what can we do now?
How do we score a goal? They just can't break through G2 for all the shots that they're having, for all the opportunities. Another 8 shots in that last one. And look at these saves from G2. And then finally, Atomic, he must have thought he'd scored. That is not an easy finish from Beast Mode. There was not much goal to aim for.
That's such G2 gameplay, though. For one person to go up, it doesn't work. Okay, quick, send the next. And that one doesn't work. All right, high risk, high reward, send last man.
And that man there, Monkey Moon as well, he's a player that is known to have these fantastic highs, but especially at LANs, when things start to go wrong, he can struggle. It wasn't an open net, but it was definitely an opportunity that he missed. Will that affect his and Team BDS's mental?
Yeah, I think mental is something people need to pay a little bit more attention to. BDS, arguably an emotional team, but same can be said for G2. But G2, it was all smiles. Everybody now completely locked in, straight-faced, and ready to go.
I mean, all of these players are excited for something, and that is the fact that Neo Tokyo is back. I am overjoyed about that fact. I'm sure it's going to be mentioned a few more times across Twitter and Reddit and everywhere else. The beloved map will be loved even more over in North America if this is the final map of this series.
North America's last hope to represent in the playoffs if they can take this one here. For BDS, it's another day in the office. And here they come, Exotic trying to push forward. He does, but Atomic's got a massive clear.
My final question for G2 is, will they be able to rally if Team BDS do score? Because, you know, once that charmed life of a goal of a life does start to disappear, You might start to allow your head to drop. They have to avoid that if it happens, but so far it's Morgan defending. Atomic crossing the side. Drali just tries to force it. That is how you get past G2.
What a placement, what a slot. He saw the open in the upper 90, and all three players from G2 just racing to it. Nobody able to get a touch, and BDS get the early game lead.
They had to have that. They had to take one of these opportunities. And Estrali is the new boy, is the one to finally do it. But G2 come down the other end. Monkey Moon to be alert to what Beast Mode was trying there. Now it is Monkey Moon. He takes his first touch. Drali, ever happy to put in the work for his team, is trying to sweep the way for him. Make sure the ball just pops out for Beast Mode onto the ceiling with him. BDS making sure they're charging G2 down as soon as they start these mechanical plays.
Here comes BDS's counter. Daniel, quick to send it off. Even if it can't go too far, he knows he's got a teammate there to keep it going, and it's going to be Beast Mode this time. Could be dangerous. It was follow-up opportunity. Instead, it's a demo. Monkey Moon, quick to transition. Again, Daniel, huge clear, finds Beast Mode. Beast Mode taking this one all the way to the backboard, tries to leave it down for a teammate, and it's a demo that gets sent off.
Yeah, BDS just charging at that ball, throwing their car at it. See what happens after, but do not let that ball into the back of your net. The player that's impressed me the most so far this game is the goal scorer. It's Drali. He's the player that seems to have said, look, I'll put this team on my back. I will get us this victory, and I will at least take us to Game 7.
It's all about confidence. You've got to remember who you are. Your team, BDS. You are just holding on to this newly formed G2 squad. Because again, they're very new. They just played this whole first split together. Now granted, it was extremely successful, but North America's top doesn't always equate to Europe's.
Sure. Always seems to be a big team over there in North America. Europe has had the biggest team of all right now in Carmine Corp. BDS have been trying to pin them back every step of the way. Now, none of that matters. All that matters is the team in front of them, the team that they currently lead by 1-0. Even though down in the series, Beast Mode is trying to change that. He has Atomic in front of him. Can he get it towards him? Goes for the plan B there. It almost works. Exotic's big clearance. And that's what BDS could do right now.
Monkey Moon gets challenged off Daniel. He won the 50 as this one clears out into the BDS side. Atomic's trying to get the beat off the ceiling. This one's left as a floater for Beast Mode to try and push it through. He does. He's done it again. And G2 tie up Game 6.
A quality moment from a quality player. He fakes out there and then just pushes the ball into the back of the net to bring back the G2 fear factor.
Tied game at 2 minutes and 13 seconds. G2, they want it ended. They want to end it in Game 6 if possible. But BDS won Champions Field.
I mean, this game so far is being decided by 2 snipes. Earlier on it was Drali, and that one from Monkey Moon might be even better. Didn't even kiss the post.
Insanely quick response. That is what starts to make teams nervous. The question is, can G2 do it back to them? Exotic, huge clear out mid, trying to get the beat onto Atomic. It's a great touch from him, but Monkey Moon just trying to slow things down. He's gonna back pass it over to Drali and try and get the bailout.
This is so awkward though. Monkey Moon rotating back ball side. He was caught close to it there, had to just chase it and try and get in the way of G2. That's put BDS all on the same side. Drali wisely stays the opposite end just in case the ball squeezes out. And now Atomic still has Exotic and Drali haven't quite got back to their rotation, Team BDS. Just need to allow Exotic to do his thing and follow it up behind him. It does fall to Monkey Moon. They've got away with it, but now Monkey Moon goes for the double. It's a little bit wide, and Beast Mode can only get it as far as Drali.
That looks good for BDS, though. They've got to come in with these very confident mechanics, especially against the G2 defense, because it is one save after the other.
Drali goes long. That'll do for now. The time is ticking away. He's up against Beast Mode. Beast Mode, his equalizer was quality, but now he needs to do it again. Bumped out the way is Daniel. Atomic goes forward. Exotic already up. BDS have been brilliant at that so far in this game, not letting G2 do too much when they have the ball. Beast Mode's the player who's broken through that. Atomic wins the race. Here's Daniel. It's in! How's that one gone in?
Daniel is back! Tied game for G2. What an angle!
I mean, I feel like the crowd say that one better than we could. No one realized quite how good that shot was.
53 seconds. That's all that remains. G2 take the lead.
What's happening?
Pushing forward, and G2 go up by 1.
It's a BDS is working out for the North Americans.
BDS, they're losing the grip on Game 7. They've got 48 seconds to try and take it back. Can they do so? No, you can't stop Daniel. It's a save. Another save. Are they going to get 3 here? Yes.
It's a double commit though from Team BDS. They have to keep up the composure. Comms, more important than ever. Charlie goes long. Monkey Moon can shoot this one. It will be saved. But who's waiting from Team BDS? Who's reading this Daniel clearance? Can anyone get to it? Or does he have the musty? That's always up their sleeves.
Around the corner. Slow pace of play here. Great flick. Trying to get the pass over to Monkey Moon. 12 seconds is what stands between BDS and G2. 5 seconds left on the clock here. This one up into the sky. Daniel tries to get this one down. Can Exotic keep this one up? It's killed. And North America survive.
G2 make their way into the semi-finals. And the BDS beast is finally felled. It was tough. It was tricky, but look at what it means to the boys from G2.
They looked so good at the end. This is what they did in North America, and now they're doing it on European soil.
Yeah, exactly. The complete turnaround after Team BDS defeated G2 in the grand finals back in Fort Worth. How sweet will that victory taste to do the exact same thing to Monkey Moon and Co. here in Europe? A massive performance, a stunning performance as well. Every time it seemed that Team BDS were going to come back on top, it just seemed that G2 would step up that extra level, would find that extra little bit in the tank. And now look at the smiles, look at the confidence, look at their belief.
It's just pure perseverance from the squad, but again, it's such a beautiful duo. Again, you gotta talk about it. Beast Mode and Daniel coming over to Atomic to create this new G2 squad, this new roster, and it's all smiles from them too. You can even see Zathu. Look at what he's created. It's a team effort.
Oh yeah, I mean, behind every great team is a fantastic coach, and Sathu is one of the greatest Rocket League minds in North America for sure. To have masterminded that performance, he knew his players would have had to dig deep there. You know, there were some games that surely if replayed 5 times, BDS win them probably 3 of them with the saves and occasional misses. But when you come out the other side as a victor, as a 4-2 victor, you know you've outplayed your opponents.
They absolutely outplayed their opponents. And well, guys, we've got it. An interview with none other than Beast Mode. Take it away.
That's right, we got Beast Mode down here from G2. It's actually pretty crazy to be in EU and have so many people supporting NA's Last Hope.
I mean, to be honest, I wasn't expecting all these people to support us, but I appreciate every single one of you. And I'm not gonna lie, hearing you guys cheering for... Thank you. But yeah, hearing you guys cheer for us is literally, I don't know, it fuels me, fuels the team, and I can't thank you guys enough. So thank you, man.
I want to ask then, yeah, for you guys, I mean, being in front of an audience sometimes doesn't go so well. It can be really hard. Is this helping you? Are you listening to that, or are you locked in?
Yeah, it's a mixture of both. I think we're locked in, but also hearing the crowd because they're cheering for us. I've always been on the bad side of the crowd usually because of Version 1, but nah, it's completely helping us, but also staying locked in. Like every goal we're saying, just say cool, calm, collected, because that's the most important thing. If you're nervous, you're just gonna lose at that point, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and how do you guys stay cool, calm, and locked in? Because I feel like if I'm out here with people being so loud, I'm gonna start panicking.
I mean, I don't know. It's really hard to stay locked in, but you just gotta embrace the nervousness. You just gotta embrace it. You gotta let yourself know it's okay to be nervous at the end of the day. And, you know, it's gonna be impossible not be nervous. And yeah, you're just at the end of the day, you're just playing a video game for money. That's it.
This is some wise words from B-Mode right now. I want to lock into the match you just had right here against BDS. Obviously, the last time you guys played them the other day didn't go so well. What was the change for you guys? Was there a specific thing you guys adjusted for this matchup, or was today just clicking?
Yeah, we did look into it, and we did change some things. I think the main thing is they were forcing us to make mistakes, and we didn't let that happen today. We didn't overcommit. We didn't let them bait us in or anything like that. So we just played our game and not make any mistakes and not let them force it.
And it worked out. I want to ask you just one more thing then. For the timeout there, I know you can't go into details and stuff, but what was and who does most of the talking during those moments for the squad?
Honestly, it's a mixture of all of us. And I mean, honestly, Dan does a lot of the talking too, so which is probably surprising to you guys. But yeah, I think it's a mixture of all of us, especially the timing and everything. So yeah.
Hey, I'm not going to keep you any longer, man. Congratulations. NA's last hope. Keep it up.
Nobody beats G2 4 times in a row. This time they got him, folks. NA's still alive. And I never doubted him, base. Didn't doubt him one time.
Yep, you didn't doubt him, Wave. Nope. Stop that nonsense, Wave. You had absolutely no faith in them beating him. Gibbs, you too. Gibbs, beast mode averaged 470 points per game. Is he a lamb player or not?
Beast Mode and Daniel were 4-12 in front of the crowd. They're 1-0 when they're teammates, though, in front of the crowd. And Beast Mode even said, we're normally the enemy on V1. Now, G2, the crowd favorite in Europe, it seems like a played factor.
Oh, it's great. I mean, I love to see that. I think that what's happening here, if I'm trying to pay attention to all of the different French fans in the building, is I think all of the French fans whose team's not currently playing are just actively rooting against the other French team. It's brilliant. It's turning into a really interesting dynamic, and I can't wait for more of it.
But here we go again. G2's defense, they stepped it up, only giving up 1.33 goals against per game against this dynamic BDS offense. We saw some mistakes at times. The Monkey Moon leaned back in the chair. That's a big one,
I'm not a body
obviously.
language expert, but I think he might have been tilted there.
Yeah, but BDS, those first 2 games, it looked like, uh-oh. We thought it would be a blowout, Johnny, yeah, or 4-2, 4-1.
It wasn't looking good. It wasn't not looking good, but then it started to look decent.
The timeout buff, Bates.
Listen, the timeout buff, and then after that, G2 played really, really well. I gotta give it a Coach Safdie, but then it really was just following up the Gen G versus Gentleman series where Gentlemen went up 2-0, timeout, and then Gen G bounced back. So it really came down to this game 5. And I'm gonna be honest, BDS, they kind of missed a couple opportunities in this game 5 to put it away.
But it's Monkey Moon as well, of all people. The one with the most experience is one missing, and Drally.
Right there.
Oh man!
I mean, what a series he had. Drally on his debut LAN match with the crowd, and he looked phenomenal. It was Monkey Moon who was struggling.
And Bates, I'm not gonna lie, I think this goal was a little bit lucky here by Daniel, but he'll take it. Listen, to tie that game up.
I think he went for it.
I think he went for it.
I think he went for it.
I think he went for it, but I don't think he's hitting it. But he does pull it out, the game winner as well.
He went for it though. You've got to give it to him.
I mean, okay,
it's a great shot. It's a great shot.
We've been waiting for Daniel to wake up. The sleeping giant finally wakes up when they need him most. Bates, what a performance from Daniel there to put the series away.
That's right, Daniel. I mean, as much as Beast Mode was dominating on the offense, Daniel was coming in from the back, playing the third man and cleaning up. Him and Beast Mode both had 4 goals each. Atomic was 0, but he had the assists. He was making the plays when it needed to happen, slowing the face down, and they're looking really good. And now NA has to qualify for Championship Sunday.
And we still have that dream top 4 available, 4 different regions.
Can it happen?
4 top 4 could it happen?
That would be amazing.
This was for the 4 regions to be there. NA was the one I was like, well, you gotta come through. One of you gotta come through. We got it, baby. I'm telling you, South America and the Middle East, they're looking at it too. They're thinking about it. Imagine Gentlemates, the only European team in the top 4.
Who would have thought? I mean, so G2 now, looking ahead, they are on the Furia Vitality side of the bracket.
They sure are.
And I think that's probably the side they'd want to be on. I think that now that they've got a win under their belt in the playoffs,
and also
I think they're going to like that.
It's like number 1 defense of G2, and if it is Furia, who's the number 1 offense by far, that would be a lights out match. But it is still Vitality World Champs. We got to see what they do up here.
Is that a 0-0 series, or is that a 9-8 goals?
That's game 1, 0-0 overtime.
Oh no, I think
then game 2 is like 8-0, and we'll go back and forth for a bit.
I honestly believe if G2 does play Furia, it's just gonna be offense nonstop. I think Furia's gonna force G2 to really pick up the pace because Furia's gonna put the shots up.
It'll be I think it'll be counterattacks for G2. They won game 4 of this series with 2 counterattacks over extensions. I think if you're gonna get Furia, it's got to be counterattacks for G2. 'Cause it's probably gonna be too difficult to come up with a completely different playstyle. They are, the most defensive team left. They're really good at it. So if it's working on the playoff stage, why change what's working? Just
play
keep going.
to your strengths.
What a day we've already had. We're only halfway through. 2 more quarterfinal matches to go here as our bracket continues to fill out. G2, congratulations. You've made it to Championship Sunday. And Team BDS make their exit here in Copenhagen. We got a game 6 at least in both series 2. Had very competitive series so far, and I'm going to be amazed if that somehow stops with the 2 matches we've got coming up here, Bates.
Oh, both of these next matches are going to Game 7, without a doubt. Both rematches, all the teams are hot. Vitality, they're probably the weakest out of everybody so far. But I mean, they're playing in front of the crowd again. They're the 2-time reigning LAN champions. Forget about the world champions. They've won the last 2.
They did.
You got to give it to them.
No, I'm going to Furia. Sorry, Vitality. I'm going to Furia. I think Furia's playing at a different level right now. I think they could sweep, honestly. I'm very confident in Furia over Vitality. That's my most confident pick. I mean, you've got to look at Vitality struggling yesterday against LG. Meanwhile, Furia going 3-0 in Swiss. I know that didn't end up really telling us much about how Gentlemates and Gen G were going to look. That was a lot closer than the Swiss seeding would suggest. But Furia just looked unbelievable. Vitality do not have the same amount of synergy in this tournament.
But that's what we thought about G2 and BDS as well. That was a rematch, and G2 got the counter back. So we got 2 more rematches left. Let's see what happens.
And how are these Furia fans going to change this dynamic? Furia's played on LAN plenty of times. They've got lots of experience, but they've never had fans quite like these ones, folks. So we're excited to get there. The players are ready to go. Well, they'll be ready to go in a moment. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, folks, you're not going to want to miss it. South America takes to the stage once again. They're looking to repeat that Swiss success, but the world champs, they've got something to say about it too. It's going to be a banger. You're not going to want to miss it. Stick around.
Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna find out which region is smarter this time. EU is up 1-0. You guys ready? All right, first question.
Talk to me.
Last season, we had the first ever best-of-7 reverse sweep. What series was it? NA, you go first.
Okay, the first ever reverse sweep on LAN. Listen, I'll tell you this. They played multiple best-of-7s, though.
Are we still going?
You don't got it yet. Let's go Liquid versus Complexity at the World Championship.
All right, next.
I love that series personally. Go on, Cole. Twisted Minds Falcons.
Yes.
Yes.
How did you?
That was nice.
Casted it.
Did you get that? Did you know that?
Nobody cares. Next question.
All right. 1 point for EU. Next question. Which OCE team was the first to sweep an NA team on LAN?
Nope, that's impossible.
That's impossible.
Power.
Power? You are correct.
Oh. I love a man who knows.
NA on the board. All right, our series is tied 1-1. Next question. Chiefs in Season 6 were the first team outside EU and NA to get a top 4 finish on LAN. But what team did they beat to secure that finish?
Evil Geniuses.
Yes!
What a get! That's how we do it.
All right, math, numbers. Ready? While Turbo is well known for his 4 titles, what historical stat is he on the unfortunate end of? Yes.
Most own goals in RLCS finals?
No. Dad?
Goals per game?
No. Fades?
Most times having to sub into a team for a LAN.
No.
I don't know.
Oh, being from Sweden.
No.
Oh.
Why is that unfortunate?
Are you Swedish?
What's the answer?
The answer was the first best-of-7 reverse sweep to happen in RLCS.
Are these questions from D, right? Who created these?
All right, next question. It's 2-1 for EU. Which player has made the most grand final appearances on LAN during the open era?
Oh, Monkey Moon.
Bro.
No.
Ooh.
Batera, give me that.
No.
What?
No.
Right?
Yes.
What happened so fast?
No, I tried to get you to
I have decided. EU wins.
Yeah!
No, I said Vati over Rise, bro.
Yes. Oh, my poor hands.
Oh my God. Ah.
fiercest top 8 we've ever had, continues to deliver some of the best quarterfinals we've ever seen. G2 improving over BDS in the international rivalry. They get to hold the title right now. They need a trophy, Bates. Just between the two of them, though, they pass back and forth.
Man, they need a trophy right now because they won one match on land. They finally beat BDS.
No. Like a rivalry trophy. That when BDS and G2 face off against each other, it's on the line.
I would like that. I mean, listen, those are two of the most storied franchises of RLCS, especially in the open era.
Yeah.
G2 takes this bout this time around, but you already know Monkey Moon and BDS are going to be trying to bounce back. Drowley, I think, played really great in that series, especially in Game 6 at that top left corner. So you expect BDS to just bounce back after that.
I mean, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Hi, by the way.
Good to see you. How do you feel about the no EU top 4 situation that we were
I'm glad you came to me. Obviously,
Yeah.
the most EU-focused of the entire crew.
I'm just curious.
I am fantastic right now. I'm so happy. There were
Yeah.
so many of us backstage like, all right, yes, we picked against G2, but we're all very happy they actually made it.
Yeah.
Because there's people that want not EU all top 4. I really want like, one from every single region. That's my absolute
It could happen now. It could happen.
It's so good.
We'll see if we get there, folks. It's going to be a big day. We got lots of action coming down the pipe for you all. The bracket is continuing to fill out as we progress through our event, and I'm excited to see where we go from here. 2 big matches coming up, and it's kind of crazy, Gibbs, because like we were all talking about, like, okay, let's get through the NA matches at the beginning, because we get the Fury versus Vitality and Karmine Corps versus Falcons. But like, they now have a bar to meet.
Yeah,
the matches
absolutely.
have been great.
And honestly, I thought out of all 4 quarterfinals, the most I thought BDS was the lock of these 4.
Yeah,
and they lost.
really?
So literally, it's anyone's game at this point. And these 2 matches, I expect to be very close. Vitality, you can never catch them out, but Furia, the #1 offense, they look so good, but eventually they have to have faults at some point.
Well, folks, again, 2 more matches to go on the day before we are done. We've got Karmine Corps versus the Falcons coming up a little bit later, but for now, Furia versus Team Vitality. This one gonna be strong. Excited about it here, folks. A rematch from the Swiss. Furia surprised the world when they took down Vitality here. They're gonna try and see if they can do it again.
And for Vitality, this entire time has been us constantly saying during the European broadcast, they're gonna go back to their world form soon. It's happening, it's getting closer, it's getting closer. They are running out of time.
It is gonna be an exciting moment, folks. It's time to welcome the teams to the stage.
Introducing first, representing South America, the Kings of Brazil, Furia!
South America, they're here to fight. Furia, the greatest offense throughout the Swiss, #1 in goals per game at 3.23, and that all begins and ends, honestly, with Lost. Sitting at 1.31 goals per game. He was involved in 2 goals per game. Only 7 teams at this event have more than 2 goals per game as a team. Lost is doing that by himself. Furia's offense is unmatched.
It's unmatched indeed right now. I mean, Lost has been so good on offense, but it really comes down to Big Yan in the middle. He's the team captain. I like focusing on team captains because they really bring it together. You see in the highlights how hype Applejack gets when they score, how hype Beast Mode gets when they score. Yan, he's been here before at the World Championship stage, 21-22, going up against Moist, the favorites to win the World Championship, and they took him down, and he got up and screamed at the crowd. You expect the energy right now, Shogun.
That is what he has done all the time, but this is the player I think everyone is behind. After that interview, everyone in the world became Furia fans because Jofinho, phenomenal on the field, phenomenal off the field. Let's see what he can bring to them today. Big thumbs up. He's ready to let them know.
They brought a marching band, apparently.
The South American MVP, Jofinho, he gets added to this Furia roster. We talk about it time and time again. Consolidation of talent to beat the world champions in Vitality. Now is the time.
They're looking strong. The fans are fierce in the stands here. Look at this. I'm telling you, we've had drums in the crowd. I don't think we've had a drum line.
Do they have a drum line?
I don't know, but I hear multiple drums.
They are significantly more coordinated than any of the Europeans have ever been.
They're having a good time.
This is incredible. Well, they're not the only fierce team in the building. Let's meet their opponents.
And their opponents representing Europe, your reigning Rocket League Champion du Monde, Team Vitality!
A lot has changed since we last saw them in front of a crowd. They're not coming out with American flags anymore. They're not coming out with Ferrer anymore, but they are coming out with this man right here, the greatest player in the world, in Zen.
Zen, the moment he hit the RLCS stage, he just got used to winning. 3 regionals when they're all regions back in the day. Won the spring major, won the world championship, and he's back on the land stage. You can see the confidence on the young man. He wasn't doing it in his first land, but now we know. Now he's poised. Now we know how to be a showman on the stage when it matters the most. And Vitality are ready to play right now.
230 days ago, they hoisted the World Championship trophy, and they don't feel like they've lost it just yet. Sure, open qualifiers, they might have slipped up a bit, but that does not matter. The only thing that matters is if you win the majors and if you win the World Championship. And guess what? Zen and Alpha, back-to-back LAN champions. It is their crown until it's not.
And some people are saying they've fallen off a little bit. Listen, it's kind of hard to rebound it when you're that great. Their peak was so high. There's going to be some natural slip off. They had to fight. They had to claw. They had to scrape against a Luminosity team that a lot of people wrote off. But they're made it here. They're here now. That's all that really matters. And now Ratto all the way at the end. You saw a little bit of bounce yesterday when they went into Luminosity. And that's what you want to see. Look at him waving at the crowd. He's another crowd favorite. They're 2-time land champions for our region, and they're trying to repeat.
I just also want to remind people of the history of Rocket League. We've seen teams struggle in the middle of seasons and have bad starts to lands and then turn things around. You look at BDS back in 2021, 2022, they went 0-9 across 2 different events, and then they win the World Championship.
And honestly, with this crowd right now, like, it feels like the main event at this point. First 2 matches, crowd are getting up for goals. This crowd is going to be loud the entire time. Every 5-minute game, it is going to be deafening in here. And that's something that could play a factor for Comms, for Furia, and Vitality.
Listen, and then you got the player spotlight. The 2 best players, I guess, they were playing the best for the teams right now. Lost. You see what he's averaging. I mean, look at him, shot percentage, ridiculous, 40%. Look at Zen's, it's 24%. That showed you how accurate Lost has been this whole entire time. Average score 450, and then Zen, he's been playing good too, Shogun.
For Zen in this one, it is all about getting the perfect first touch, because he is not going to get much time before a Furia player is launched at him. It is all about creating chances out of nothing, and Vitality might just have the best players for that.
I do love that right now Lost is going to try and break the personal goals per game record at an event that was set by his team captain. If that doesn't speak to how aggressive this Furia lineup is, I don't know what else does.
And listen, the last 2 times we saw these teams playing Swiss round 2 on Thursday, Furia, they had all the pressure. They had Vitality trapped up in their own half. They had them panicking. They had them in a box, and that ultimately ended up coming to Furia's benefit in Game 5 when Alpha and Zen double committed.
But not only that, it was a Game 5. It was a very close match. Vitality was not out of that. One difference is that 1 double commit, and if they get a counterattack instead, we'd be singing a different tune on Vitality right now.
It would be. Folks, who do you think is going to win? Let us know in chat. #FUR, #VIT. And we got to make the predictions up here as well. I'm curious what the building feels like right now. It feels, I don't think we can pull it by sound.
It's already too loud, yeah.
Some of the
it feels
weapons.
loud. We are getting the vibrations over here.
Shogun, who do you think's got this one?
I've got to go Furia right now. You always have to go for the hot hand at the time, and Furia, they are just so quick, so dangerous. There is going to be no time to breathe for Vitality, and I'm really worried that Vitality are going to be under so much pressure just from Furia, but they have made their own problems at times, and they can't afford to do that.
I made a bold prediction that the last World's top 5 players, Jufinho. I thought he would be one of them. That did not happen, but here, it's very possible. I'm going Furia as well.
All right.
Got 2 Furious on the board. Listen, I respect it. They played absolutely great in the Swiss, but you saw the first 3-0 team at Swiss. They had to go all the way to Game 7, and they ended up winning. I don't think it's going to happen right here. I'm going with the reigning world champions. I'm going with the Bees. Give me Vitality over Furia right here in game number 7.
All right, so we got 2 Furious, 1 Vitality. Wave.
I went with Fury on this one as well, but the question, no one cares what I think. They want to know what the coin thinks. They want to know what the coin thinks. We'll find out here, folks. It's going to be, it's blue for Furia. Blue for Furia. We're ready? Here we go. Oh, it's Vitality. Vitality, the world champs for the coin. Okay, so that puts us at 3 and 2 here, yes? Okay. Damn, split on the desk?
Split on the desk again, but last time, all I gotta say is me and the coin, we synced up. You check what the audience thinks, so man, like, we can do that.
I don't even know they can hear us.
I don't know. Copenhagen, can you hear me? Okay.
All right.
You got very, really loud over there. Who you think's gonna win, Copenhagen? If you believe in Vitality, make some noise! It's okay, but they're still not even as loud as Furia. If you believe Furia's gonna win, make some noise! But the Furia fans are just so loud, it doesn't matter.
They got drums.
The drum's a little bit unfair. Furia is going to be the fan favorites in chat. They're the fan favorites, I think, narrowly in the building. They're also narrowly the favorites on the desk, but it's a close one, folks. Copenhagen, I hope you're ready for a treat. It's a rare day when we get to watch the birth of a legend before our very eyes. The Fury, they've already beaten these guys once. They did this yesterday. The world champs, though, they're determined to prove that result fraudulent. This was the highlight of day 1. A shot heard around the Rocket League world. A shot announcing South American power is here to stay. Can the Swarm find their true form? Can they unleash the Wizard to even the score? It's Furia versus Vitality for top 4.
The Triforce of Fury, the pride of Brazil, South America's heart and soul of Furia against the world champions. V pour victoire, domination pour France. It's Vitality.
Furia have already been here before against Vitality, and Furia are the ones who came out victorious. But the first letter of Vitality is, of course, the same as the one in victory. Already we're going to be seeing Zen take a decent chunk of offense, but when you talk about offense, my word, you cannot not talk about Furia.
The Furia #1 offense is something to fear, and the press is already on, but the low shot saved by Vitality, but the rebounds are being found by Lost. But Furia need to find those bumps, and that's where Jufinho comes into the picture. But Vitality still have some signs of life. But it goes from right to left. Alpha there first, Zen getting bumps into the net, but good challenges out of Furia. Now the demos are starting to be a pain.
Of course, these teams have had such different paths through to the quarterfinals so far, and somewhat conflicting when you look at how people predicted them originally as well. Furia, 3-0, taking down Vitality on the way, whereas Vitality, they went all the way to 5, struggled against Luminosity, but they still sit with the exact same right, and the semi-finals appearance is on the line.
A captain of Alpha leading that charge, and now Zen, the biggest playmaker on the team. But Vitality, this is not a one-man show. Alpha centering this one out and get the reset, but bouncing towards the net. Great save and a launch by Lost, but not enough boost to keep up with this. A double aerial challenge from Furia, a chance for Vitality to strike.
And it's Radosin with the man with the ball, but shut down again by Lost. 2 up for Furia, and my word, they live and die by their aggressive sword. Whenever they go for an attack, every player has to commit to it, otherwise you're only pushing 2/3 of your team up. And Furia are a conveyor belt of teeth when they move into the opposition's half. It's where they like to spend their time, where they like to attack from. And it is so hard to work out. On Vitality, they've been here before. They will have notes from this.
Zen trying to control this ball, and this was a match that everyone thought was going to go to 7, just based on how Swiss has gone, but lost. He's made saves time and time again. He's been the wild card that has become the ace for Furia. It goes to the orange half, and Yan is overwhelmed. The defenders group up of Vitality, but Yan from the ceiling to tap this in. No, Vitality hold off.
The defense so far, Vitality proving to be very strong. As Furia did struggle to break through, but did so repeatedly. They shut down Vitality. It was a hard time for them to make sure that they could actually stay as defensively intense as they would like to be in Furia. Every chance they had, they attempted to take. And I love that they don't have any half measures. From Yan to Jufinho, back over towards the middle. Lost receives a shot on a bit of an awkward defense. A fake out. Alpha is knocked. First blood, Furia.
Jufinho steps into the picture and makes art. When his team depended on him, he steps up and dunks the Alpha of Vitality. And finally, we enter the second half with a goal on the board. This momentum that Furia has been building up paid off after all.
And who else but Lost, realistically, to score that first goal too? He is sitting #1 in the rating. And Alpha, he's got 54 on his name, but that is the #1 goal for Vitality.
And he knows how to talk back. After he got dumped, Vitality had an answer. And this stays close. In the last rematch, it was Vitality that struck hard and they struck early. Furia were on the back foot, but Furia became prepared. Here's Alpha and Sen, knowing Alpha needed some help. This is boomed all the way to Radosin's hands, but Jufinho spills blood in the water and wants to slow down the transition out of Vitality.
Midfield sees Jufinho go for a nice little double tap, does keep that pressure. Now Yan wants to pressure Zen. Chance with him to battle versus Alpha. It goes long. Radosin's going to respond with a punt of his own. Lost sending it opposite back corner with 100 boost and 90 seconds remaining. Yan and Lost can link up again in the midfield. We've seen so many battles previously there. In all of our series so far, we've seen one team go 2 games ahead. And then one side has won it, the other side has lost. Speaking of Lost, it's a shot, but it's a dive back from Rado. He saves it, and he gets removed from the pitch.
And Jufinho was so good at making that space usually, and that time it didn't work, and the counter-attack from Vitality almost gave them the lead. But here's Alpha working on the reset, and good contest by Jufinho, the ball in Yan's hands. And against the #1 of Vitality of Zen, it's not been an easy job for the #1 of offense of Furia to get the lead back in their hands. 52 seconds remain. Vitality have the midfield to work with towards the back wall. Furia put it to the side.
It's awkward touches from both teams so far, but neither being able to capitalize on the other's errors. Jufinho sending it central, Lost touch back central. Jufinho first there, it's a fake. Alpha reads it. Yan then goes to the secondary shot, a removal from the pitch. Radosin saving from the goal line. This is how Furia love to play.
And Vitality needed that layered defense because you know how relentless Furia can be. And time is running out. In a best of 7, there's a lot of room to go as Yan tries to pop it above Alpha. There in time. The reinforcements of Vitality return. The net seems secure. It's boomed towards Yan, but Vitality aren't there to kick up and develop an offense. Now it's a midfield skirmish as the last couple of seconds go. Who will get the lead? As Yan postures, he's out of boost. Where's Jufinho? He is back, keeping the ball up. Lost has to rotate forward, but it's Vitality's chance to get a lead at the last second. No! Overtime, game 1!
These two teams split by an absolute hair previously. It went to 5, and that kickoff nearly ending it in about 3 seconds. Such a close performance between the two of them in the first 10 seconds. We're already seeing the offensive prowess both teams can put forward. Alpha sends it central from a dunk, but nobody there to receive it till Zen in the corner. Intelligently takes it low, lets Radosin into challenge. Zen there again with a reset. The ball flies a little bit too far away from him, so he can't carry on with that pressure. Jufinho to Yan. Jufinho now again going for those demos, and that offense, that aggression from Furia. Their teeth are bared.
Wow, Furia have done everything. The doubles off the sidewall, the reset for Jufinho, and Yan adding to the power. But Vitality stand tall, but they are stuck in their zone. Jufinho with the ball, but Zen with the 50 in time to put it to the side as Furia. Man, this aggression is building up. Trevino is grabbing boost, but Furia running out of resources. This is where Vitality can move down the field and comes with
Who else but Zen to close out game number 1? Rado passing down, and I love the deft touch back behind Jan. This game has been a game of such intense shots. The firepower at every opportunity has been full bore, fill it with gunpowder and send it down range. On that one, Zen taps it behind, Jan falls for the bait. And Vitality in game 1 take it in overtime with a 2-1 win. And Lemon, they're split yet again by just a hair.
Look at these shots. Both of these offenses are putting on master classes right now. And with how threatening Furia was and how much you had to respect South America as a region, and this team especially, Vitality's defense held on through most of those attacks. And then an OT was forced, and Zen made the magic happen again.
22 shots in that series, or in that game rather, 22. An outrageous amount of offense from both sides. That's how Furia like to play. It's how Vitality would love to play. Typically Furia, they shut them down previously. They made sure that they weren't gonna be having as many chances as they did, and yet, when it comes to LAN, Vitality on this main stage with the loud drums, with the Furiosa behind us, they do not mind that noise. Typically it's for them, but this time the South Americans have shown up.
This has been a good series. Even the last one went the distance. No clear favorites. This has been the most open major we've seen in a while when it comes to all the regions that have brought their super teams. We go to game 2 with Vitality in a lead.
Game number 2, bear in mind best of 7 here as well. Last time it was best of 5, went all the way to those 5. A demo, it's early picking, it's Rado going for 2. Jaffinia has to sit solid on the goal line, does so. Little double commit on these kind of half offense, half defense. Alpha up, reset, 3 boost, flicks it high. Who's going to be there next? It will just be Lost to send it away. We've not seen a huge amount out of Lost so far, but he is Mr. Furia so far in this competition.
Yeah, Jaffinia holds on at that moment, but needs to land those bumps. He is the enabler of Furia. He needs to make space for someone like Lost and Yan and Vitality. They fight, they go forward, and so far their offense is what's dominating in this game too. So far, ball going back to Vitality. That's a threat. Lost hunting for boost, hoping to boost our Vitality. It's getting to that point. Now Yan, air dribble, has space. Trevino locks in, and it's wide to the left, almost in front, where Lost could have struck, but Vitality put it to the side, and Alpha brings speed, but he stopped.
When Furia shoot, a second one comes in so quickly afterwards. That's the nature of the beast when they shadow each other so closely. Lost in the perfect position, but only sets up Zen with it. No reset, a dunk opportunity, a bump opportunity, a Zen opportunity.
And Radosin has been that frontline bully that Vitality needed. He can be hot, he can be cold, but right now that is the fire that Vitality needed to find the window of opportunity in that net. Vitality start with a lead for the first time this series as Furia, their offense hasn't kicked as hard as it did in game 1. We'll see what Yan can do. He plays closer to Jaffinia. Jafinia's the one getting demoed. He's the one supposed to be delivering that.
Gets a taste of his own medicine. Vitality may be thinking, look, if we play a 2v3, that's much better than playing a 3v3, lads. Zen removing Yan just for the sheer audacity of being in his temple. Rado avoids the ball, goes for the man. Jaffinio's back, Zen shoots top corner. Jaffinio diving across the net yet again. Now Yan, midfield, a little bit of time, a lot of ambition. Lost comes in to try and take that shot quickly. Jaffinio now, midfield, Yan, central, third man, not available. Instead, the next touch goes to Alpha, who then is in a 1v1 opportunity. That bounces mid. It's Rado up, it's a block from Jaffinio.
That was really close. The last time these two teams faced, Furia, they commit so many offensive members forward, and that's where Vitality boomed the ball across and were able to score on them. Furia have to be more aware of this, but the threat level still needs to be generated out of Furia, but here comes Zen, marching forward, crashes into the corner as Alpha goes for the assist. Radosin sets them forward, the double! Vitality 2-0!
Redosin sinks it, stands up out of his chair, shouts directly at everybody on Furia, sit down. No problem for Rado. And you see the electricity now flowing through Vitality's veins.
Redosin said, it's time to put respect on my name. You need to be more aware of my game. And he has shown up for Vitality when they needed him to the most. And Vitality are not even done here. They find themselves in the blue zone again as Furia scramble. It's open! Redosin again!
He demands respect, and you are going to give it to him. It's Alpha setting up this time, swipes him from the side, calls Alpha off the shot. He's got the momentum. Trafinho can't get back. It is 3 for Vitality, only half the game gone.
Furia don't have the Fury in game 2 quite yet. Needing to find themselves connect, and Alpha into the back. Vitality are winning the 50s. They keep drumming up these offenses, and Furia's heartbeat is starting to steady. But Trafinho has no boost. All of Furia are running on fumes. They need to organize and they need to thrive.
This is typically as well what Furia do to their opponents. It's another one for Zen, it's another opportunity, and with the abundance of boosts that Vitality have, they can take chances and risks exactly like that. Furia, this is the side of the coin that you put your opposition on every single time that you play them. The boost steals from them. They are oppressive. They find themselves as the oppressed. And Furia, they are going to do their best to work back from it. Trafinho, he gets a liquor boost, and he spits the ball into Vitality's net.
It's about time, Furia. I mean, the follow-ups were getting later and later, but man, they smelled that Vitality were looking awkward in the net, and finally knocked that one home to get Furia at least on the board. They still trail by 2 with 90 seconds left.
It also shows exactly what they are able to do with very little boost. Trafinho and the rest of Furia in total had 30 when that goal went in. The boost started to be a much more non-issue as they learned to adapt to it. And Jan, with some boost, a lot of talent, can skip it down the pitch with some flip resets. Jan pips it high, he's in with 100 boost now. Goes near the ceiling, no signature shot for him today. Instead just tries to go for something a little bit simpler. And as they are still too clear, Vitality, they need to hold on to this lead.
Alpha does such a good job of reading the ball. Furia can't transition easily, and the Vitality are beating Furia to the ball on their defense. So Furia still need Yan and Was to get these incredible fast passes that they accomplished in Swiss. Yan can't get away with solo plays, not against a team as good as Vitality.
40 seconds remain. Yan, with not enough boost to really go for a reset there, now lays the ball off towards Vitality. 100 boost for Alpha. Goes central with it. It's a 1, it's a 2, but no third tap coming in from any of those Golden Hornets.
See if they can sting, but it's Furia so close! What a pop-up by Alpha! He has truly stepped up, and Furia gets so close to scoring. 14 seconds left. What is Redosin up to? Furia, they trail, but it's picking up pace. Lost. Couldn't break that up, and all the momentum that Furia had has drained in this game too, as Vitality go up 2-0 in the series.
And bear in mind, Lemon, we've already seen European teams in every series we've had today go up by 2 games. In one of them, it mattered a lot. They ended up taking it. Gentlemates beat Gen G earlier after getting those early 2. G2, however, they took down BDS after losing the first 2. Vitality, all they do, they just continue the trend. It's a European first 2 win. Which side of the coin do Furia find themselves on?
Now that you're on a crowd day, this energy will fuel you.
Especially with the Furiosa up there, beating the drum to your name.
Vitality, you know, their fans can get loud too. And being up 2-0 in the series now causes panic in the Furia camp. Furia call a timeout.
Calling it after 2 as well, it's something that I have been a very big proponent of the entire time. Call it after 3, it's a little bit too late, but 2 is intelligent. It slows down the momentum, and it gives you a little bit of a breather game. And my word, Furia are being suffocated by Vitality. And realistically, Lemon, you look at how Furia play. They have the best offense in this event so far. Lost sits at the top of the table, along with Yan, on almost every single offensive stat. Defensively, they haven't had to play in their own half too much. They haven't been used to it. The way that they win games, don't let the ball go in their half. And if they do concede, it ends up flying over their head. That's what Vitality started to learn in that best of 5 they played previously in the Swiss. They couldn't win this series because of it, but Coach Fairy Peak has clearly brought those lessons onward.
And Vitality almost didn't make it here. The last game to qualify into top 8 was a Game 5 against LG. And that put doubt in, well, not the fans clearly, but the rest of the community. Did Vitality have what it takes to be a world? Were they still in world champion form? They're here today, putting fear into the eyes of Furia.
It is a party in Copenhagen. Every time we get a timeout, everyone starts clapping. There's a trumpet, man.
I don't know my instruments. I think that's a trumpet, though.
It's some kind of, I'm sure, woodwind instrument.
Yes. Vitality clutch, though, to get here, and that's why I think the desk and the predictions went towards Furia's way, just based on how they dominated in Swiss, how easy that journey seemed to be. But it all matters how you play on the day. And top 8, looking good for Vitality.
It's a battle of South America versus France here in Denmark, in Copenhagen. Vitality lead 2-0, and early ambition for them is going to be pushing through into game number 3. Furia, can you recover? Can you take a breath under the oppression of Vitality?
Well, you got to take a few of those breaths during that timeout. We'll see if Furia can find out what was wrong. Can they play closer? What does Drafinho have to do? And everyone's demoing each other, and Team Vitality have a window to work with. Radosin with the reset! Whoa! Radosin the hero!
Radosin is ridiculous! Sends it high, reset is his, dunk is his, goal is his! And the series may well be Vitality's when you see Rado popping off like that. He's been cutting about in free play.
He's not just a bully, he's not just the physical man for Vitality. He said, I want them to chant my name too. He had 2 goals in game 2, and Vitality can be all smiles in game 3 thanks to him. As Radosin postures and forces Drafinho's attention towards the net. Alpha up high was the setup man and wanted to force his way through with the bump. Drafinho barely gets it to the side. And with the demos, Furia panicking as they still hope to stabilize. There's Vitality pre-jumping in front of them. I'd be scared too.
Minute 15 elapsed. No real opportunities of Furia so far have actually come out. It's been full-bore offensive Vitality. Gunpowder in their cannons. Zen now taps it backboard bound. Drafinho battles Radosin, this time winning that round burst. The bully pops out to Alpha, who takes his shot.
Defense, what happened to Furia? Radosin stuck in the 50, and well, Drafinho's trying to make his way through traffic, and I was just about to talk just how important that pillar of Drafinho is for this team. Loss and Yan, yes, incredible offensively, but Drafinho in that neutral third makes almost every save, makes almost every bump, but we're not seeing Drafinho at his peak. It's only a small 2-0 lead for Vitality, but with Furia struggling, they haven't scored since game 1.
Again, finding themselves trapped back in their own half of Furia. Vitality, this offense, keeping them penned. 2 minutes gone now. A dunk attempt by Lost. Radosin, right wing. No 100 boost grab for him until he then spots that back one sitting pretty in the Furia corner. A ball actually drifting very awkwardly. Furia, a chance. Can you get that central? Can you get that shot off? Lost is there. Lost shoots! The Furiosa erupt as Furia again get a goal.
When Furia are lost, they will be found. They keep themselves within 1. Boost-starving Team Vitality, finding them at their weakest moment. And Furia, they break through the ice, and they give themselves signs of life. But it's a kickoff that favors Vitality. And Yan, he can deal with the pressure well and goes for demos. But Vitality, they keep kicking, they keep punching, and you gotta worry if you're Furia.
Halfway through, and that Furia goal cutting down the deficit to half as well. All 3 players on Fury sitting very close to it. They like to attack like that, but when you're on defense, you don't want to be too close to each other. It just slows down when you can actually clear that ball out too. Zen midfield being a nuisance. Lost setting it down that left-hand side. Drafinho to pick it up. Challenging with Alpha. Zen instead on the backboard. A demo from Radosin shuts down any midfield ambitions. Alpha up high with not enough boost to really make a play from it. Drafinho dives in the way instead. Zen long again, lost the intercept. Ping-ponging around the pitch are we now here in Copenhagen. But Furia, they need a goal, and with the ball being handed away from Alpha like that, opportunities will arise.
Vitality are beating Furia to the chase when Furia want to pass. Well, yeah, this is a good catch against Sen, though. The 50 kills that opportunity for Furia. But Yan advances from that midfield, sees Alpha go up the wall. Yan bumping people around and lost. The ball gets away from him. Vitality don't have a lot of real estate, though, as Furia hunts for the equalizer. Yan, that demo was big, but Verdosen won't let it get centered out. But Furia were a little overcommitted, so Team Vitality's counterattack looked a bit scary. This goes back to the orange half. 1:20 left. Furia still trail by 1.
Huge clear from Rado, but it only goes as far as midfield before these pre-jumps from both teams shut down any real big pump efforts. Alpha sends in midfield. The only man there is going to be Yan. And Yan, the man, has absolutely got a plan when he's got the ball, but it pinches long. It's Rado again!
Oh, he's feeling himself. He is stoked, performing at his best on the biggest of stages when it matters. 3-1 for Vitality with less than a minute. Furia were feeling okay, only being within arm's reach. But that reach is getting further and further. But a good kickoff for Furia. They need to balance their boost well. They were so good at bringing that ball into the air and really stretching Vitality thin in that last rematch. Furia were leading the series the last time they met, but it's Vitality that have the capes on their back. And the demos from Vitality are just destructing Furia's organization. This goes towards the cross as Radosin drops it almost near the box. Alpha steps up and Lost clears.
As many chances as you see Vitality have, they then just try and get control of the ball as soon as they can again. It doesn't matter at this point where it goes. As long as it's not in your net, you are not bothered. Midfield again, more battles. Furia, they need to punch their way into the orange half. Otherwise, another win for Vitality. It'll be a 3-0 so far. But unlike last time they met, it is not a best of 5. One more victory for Vitality, and a semi-final spot will be theirs.
At the 1-second mark, that hurts. And it hurts even more when Furia bested them. Yes, it went to game 5. You see the coach of Vitality rallying the fans. He knows his team. Fuel off of this energy. Furia, it's all down to this. 0 seconds, this will go to Vitality. But how do Furia come back from this? It would have to be a reverse sweep.
It is an incredibly hard time to be Furia right now, because not only are you battling against Zen Alpha, and by the way, Radosin, who, as far as I'm concerned, has been the MVP for Vitality so far. The quality that he has shown, when yes, there are times when he is a meme in the community where literally, when Vitality won Worlds, Alpha said something along the lines of, I can't believe Radosin is about to be a world champion. But that the caliber that Vitality have put up in this series and the change in quality that they have had, going all the way to 5 in Swiss, they don't want that. They have no intention of going to 5 in Swiss. It's, as far as they're concerned, insulting for them. And you mentioned Fairy Peak standing behind them. He has won a world championship with Vitality as a player. He knows the pressure chamber that these stages are. And he knows just how to rally his players and make sure that they are going to keep level heads, but also be excited and have fun like that.
And K-Corp still have to play, and their matchup is even scarier against Falcons, so the revenge would be sweet.
This top 8 is disgusting, by the way.
So stacked. The revenge would be sweet for Vitality to not only beat Furia, who beat them, but to maybe advance further than anyone could have ever expected when Furia looked like the maybe more favorite team just based off of performance. But Radosin, when he's at his peak, when Drafinho's looking a little quiet on the physical end, he needs to make his impact known for Furia to break up Vitality.
Game 4 here in the Coliseum may well be the sight of Furia going down. That Panther may be slain by the Gladiators in Vitality, but Lost getting rid of Alpha Jan taking over the ball. It's 40 moves. He's going for a musty, but the block is good for Rado.
Furia getting frustrated. They've only been able to score 2 goals this entire series. 1 in game 1 and 1 in game 3. And what happened to the #1 offense of the Copenhagen Major? Furia, they will not give up. Those South America's hearts will beat on until they are put to rest. It is match point for Vitality. And this soul, Zen still was able to make the save. And Furia will need to go for bumps. And well, the demos are coming in late, but maybe Furia can feel the pressure! And Blast will find it!
What an assist coming through as well from Drafinho. Starts with Jan, in the middle is Drafinho. Finally lost, and that is the 3-pronged attack, the trident of Furia. Every tooth tearing through the flesh of Vitality.
Lost has been the ace that Furia can depend on. But you need to do so much more, not only in this game, but in this series, to make up for the slow start. But Furia, this is something they can lean on, a leg they can stand on, and it goes towards the net. What a save from Radosin, as Zen hopes for a fast counterattack, but Drafinho, that pillar in the back, puts it to the side. But now Vitality don't have Alpha in the play. Zen is gonna wait. Lost, trying to flick it above, but the defenders of Vitality are just too good.
Minute 40 elapsed, and this Furia lead so far has been a rarity in the series. Pumped above that crossbar. It's a chance for Zen to try and just get rid of any defender. They have to stay grounded, as the aerial mindedness of Vitality completely baffles Drafinho.
And that's why I said there's a Triforce. This is not a Zen show. There are 3 threats on Vitality. You gotta go cross-eyed watching which one you gotta worry about. Vitality, beautiful fakes to get the equalizer. Furious defense. They don't have to play it too often, at least not in Swiss, not in their region. But against one of Europe's best, Furia are being tested to their limits.
We're approaching half-time, and complete equity in goals so far. Zen and Radosin both commit on that back line. It goes from Zen to Alpha. Back ball to be found. Instead it goes to Lost. It's pumped high. Radosin can keep it in that blue half. Zen dives in. That is a risky play. Radosin has to get a touch towards the side, but now it's a chance for Lost. Low on boost. Wants to really hand this off to another player. Jan will be that other player. Back ball, Radosin yet again. Alpha corner bound, and Radosin sending it long, but not really far enough as Lost beats out Alpha yet again.
Furia, they get stopped, and Zen puts it to the side. You saw someone zooming on by. And Furia, their offense to be respected. But now a lead not in their hands, no longer. But Lost, he's been that spark plug, and he will help Furia find something. But Jan is getting shoved around. Furia can't find themselves because Vitality are bullying them. But Alpha has a trail, and Jan tries to stop him.
And you see the positioning there for Furia. They're getting back into that aggressive mindset because one demo comes in, and then they all need to scamper back into the blue half. It's a double chance for Zen. Pings it off the crossbar, and now Drafinho low on boost. Again, any player of Furia that has the ball is struggling to really find another man to send it to.
Jan is getting bumped every time he wants to drive the car. The ball's nowhere near him. But they know that Jan is one of the most solo mechanical players. And you gotta just break up Furia as best as you can. Less than 90 seconds. Vitality only need 1 to go to the semi-final. What a save by Lost!
It's Drafinho now, chance in the midfield. A Radosin, the MVP of the series, a reset, removes straight to the scrapyard.
Jan holds on, they cannot afford to do this. Oh, Jan wanted to counterattack, but Drafinho will hold on to the midfield. Jan is trying to boost our Vitality. This is where they can slow down one of Europe's best, but Radosin has a shot, and Jan will 50. Lost follows up. Furia trying to play as close as they can. Lost against Alpha. It's a save. Rebound by Jan. Fakes the double. Vitality send it away.
40 seconds. Midfield, the site of so many battles so far. Jan pips in the double. It's a chance. It's Drafinho. Undone! A Furia victory is on the cards!
It's about time we see Drafinho. Furia, they will not go down without a fight. The drums will drum on. 35 seconds. Vitality trail by 1.
Echoes dose of goal number 1 in the series. Jafino getting that dunk on the goal line, but they want to make sure it does not fall against them as it did previously. Final 26, Zen low on boost, midfield, sends it across. Verdosin trying to clear the man out, playing Minesweep for a head.
Oh, 17 seconds. Furia, just don't choke. Can it be that easy? Can you get an insurance goal? It's a good touch by Lost to keep Vitality in the zone. Seconds drained by as Yan is tested. He throws it back to the orange half. Vitality have to seal across, and Furia go for dunks. Vitality, they are shaken. They have to cross the ocean. Alpha flicks it above 1, but the defenders of Furia are there. Vitality so close.
More opportunities though, as Zen is going to catch, but nowhere near it. Sent to the ground. Furia, they get a game versus Vitality.
By the skin of their teeth, though. And I think Furia have to be just more aware of how they're getting bumped around and how they can recover from those moments. Furia are used to being the big mans on the field, but they're going up against the big man of Europe, Vitality. Oh man, they had to put up so many saves to stop Furia's offense.
And you know what? Now that we've had Vitality lose 1, Furia take 1 of the games, we're about to enter game number 5, and that is going to be an incredibly special game for a certain player on Team Vitality. Alpha, welcome to the 1000th game in the regular season in your career. What a legendary player, and he'll be looking to win it to send Vitality through to face a very old rival in G2.
Oh, what a dunk by Jafino. After about 100 score in that last game, Jafino, his presence is maybe not seen, but it's felt. His impact into the net, how he creates opportunities for his team, but he stepped up and made the plays of his own. And all of Furia involved in that offense. And they just won that by 1, but it starts, every reverse sweep starts from an 0-3 situation, and it starts with 1 game win.
This 1 game in Vitality sends them through space against G2, and Furia, well, it just keeps their hopes alive. And Sam, are they going to be able to tie their LAN record of getting 3rd to 4th, getting through to that semi-finals, playing for a chance to get into the grands for the first ever time as a region? It's then being caught out by Yan, sent long. Alpha, central, only Dr. Ufinio in the middle for him. Yan to the backboard. Zen to follow. A second touch, again low on boost, and this is exactly how Furia want to play. You see where the boost is going. Vitality entirely into Furia's tanks.
Not as in the last game, the most amount of goals that Furia scored in a game, and oh, Vitality, they keep it close. But Vitality are so consistent on that defense so far, and man, Furia just can't find the gaps.
An unfortunate shot for Jafino. Sends it high and wide. That could have gone top bins. That was going to be a lead for Furia. Takes out all of his anger. It's Yan. He is consistent as ever, however, on the reset.
Don't make Yan angry. Look, the reset. Zan gets back, but it's too little too late. Furia with the lead.
Again, they won the previous game. They got the lead. They won the game.
Well, that's check out to me.
There you go. EU math does still work. This minute 10, however, is going to really start the push as Verdosin 50s against any defender that finds his way, and Alpha removes Lost from the pitch. Alpha towards a target. Enough boost for a dunk? Yes, please. Zen central on net. Lost again with a save. Offensively, we've been bigging him up, but defensively, my word.
Just shove Verdosin out of the way. Furia on the counterattack. Yan is getting demoed, I think, and Furia, it's all up to Lost to buy time, and he's trying to bait out Vitality's defense. Look at the control of the ball, but it's Vitality back in the driver's seat, or so you would think. Lost got boost, and he loses that 50. Furia, they don't seem too tested on the defense. Yan sails away, but it's saved again by Zen.
Both teams battling for that driver's seat right now, and Furia, they have fought incredibly hard compared to the team that they put up against Vitality earlier on. This is astonishing. This is them in Swiss now. We approach half-time and Furia maintaining this lead. Zen up high above the crossbar. It's 1, it's 2, it's not quite good enough.
It is so close. Furia are stabilized on the defense. Vitality, they will still 50 everything they can in the midfield because what you have to be scared of is Furia's pace, how fast they can play. Alpha's running out of boost, and Vitality still looking for the equalizer.
Back into the blue half, Vitality send it. Zen now going central. Trofino finds Lost. It's going to be just wide of target, and Alpha's in the way regardless. 50 boost, but an attacking player in Yan immediately comes into challenge. Trofino wins that one, pinches very awkwardly towards his Vitality half. 1 beaten, 2 beaten, a pinch for Zen, not quite on target. Above, however, he's going to make it on target. Reducing the target man.
Oh, Redosin, he just keeps going. Vitality will never let you suffocate them. It's always been within 1 between these two teams. And now, we go into the second half with fear in Furia's eyes, with match point staring them down as Furia get close. Zen scoops it to the side, but it's a heavier touch. Trofino gets a piece of it. He has no boost, and Lost and Yan have to step up. And Alpha can still set it to the corner. It's a launch, an attempted clear out of Furia, but they seem stuck. Redosin's hunting for demos. Vitality and the 3-on-2 don't have the ball, so they wait. They play back. Yan has space, goes towards the back wall, and back to Lost. Draws out the 1 defender, and Vitality stabilize.
Corner bound yet again, more and more challenges. Yan central steals 100 boost. They'll be vital to their long-term plans. Vitality cannot work out their own half. They have about 80 between them. Yan back corner, Zen returns the favor, steals the boost. Yan unable to get this particularly far and challenges versus Alpha now back in that corner.
Oh, Lost has 2 against them. The last minute, Fury working on the reverse sweep. But Lost has no boost, but Fury have made magic happen without those resources. But now Alpha bounces early challenges out of Furia, starting to play a step ahead and going toe-to-toe.
45 seconds backboard. Zen is going to be catching to the ceiling. 50 boost. Trofino's up already. Zen ducks in towards target. Lost thankfully there for Furia.
No mistakes can happen on the Furia. Zen, not on this! Oh! It's again! Zen cleans it up for Vitality!
30 seconds, half a minute. 1 goal that Furia need to bring back. And Vitality, calm composure. They are killers in the arena. And Furia are about to go down in Alpha's 1,000th game in the RLCS regular season.
Redosin got up and said, be quiet, this is our side of the pond. But Lost fakes it, but there's so many cooks in that kitchen.
Redosin now challenging. It's more and more seconds off the clock. It's more and more cars in the graveyard. Yan, it's up. It's towards target, but nobody there going to be able to clear it away.
7 seconds. Lost. This is the last opportunity for Furia. And Trofino can't do it. Yan has a dribble. He's out of boost. He needs assistance.
0.
It's going to go down to the floor. Trofino keeping the play alive. He's being harassed in the ground. Revenge for Vitality. Team from the club. Europe sends another top 4.
Vitality took the long route round into the quarterfinals. The Swiss was not their playground, it was a battlefield. And Furia, despite going through in that 3-0 position, they couldn't do it again when it came down to 7 games. The Furiosa turned up, they were loud, they were proud, but their team could not do it this time around. And Vitality, my word, the conviction they showed, the quality and the difference, Lemon.
Yeah, South America bites the dust, but the hearts of Brazil still beat on. What representation to get to the top 8. And Redosin waving, he knew his potential, he knew he could reach this point. And in top 8, where there are no second chances, Vitality get to the top 4.
Honestly, Redosin MVP for me. Phenomenal player. Outstanding in the quarterfinals. You always look at Vitality and you think, okay, maybe Zen's going to be on top today, maybe Alpha's going to be on top today. Redosin will be somewhere floating about the middle, being decent, maybe an own goal or 2. It's a lot of fun. but Radosin was nothing but a war machine today. And the semi-finals with Vitality versus G2 is going to be the first time that they have played each other since RLCS Season 7 World's Grand Finals, when their coach Fairy Peak won. 1,743 days have passed since Vitality faced off against G2, and we get to see that tomorrow.
And we were wondering, what were Vitality gonna be like now that they even smelt losses, that they looked beatable in the Swiss? You no longer have to worry about that. Vitality, you'll see them in the semi-final against G2, and we'll also see what Alpha has to say. Let's go say hi to Leaf.
Vitality are back, baby, into the semis, and I got Alpha with me. What a wonderful game, by the way. Yeah, give it up for Vitality. That was very exciting, and it looked like your teammates were having a lot of fun, you as well. Off the bat, can you tell me what Radosin was yelling, or is that not?
I prefer not to say it. It's probably not good for the stream, so.
That's fair enough. I figured it, probably not. But for you guys, I mean, you guys are having a lot of fun. I want to know, is there a point where you do say, hey, we have to chill back? Do you have rules to make sure that you're not getting overconfident?
Well, yeah, especially in the Swiss when we won at 11 p.m. yesterday, so we're a bit stressed and it was a mess. So yeah, today we focused up, and when we were up 3-0 and we got a 1 game down, we're like, okay, it's fine, we'll just win it after. So just not tilt and keep playing.
That's a good thing, not tilt. Good advice. I want to ask you about Furia specifically, obviously, because there was some redemption you needed coming back into this. Were you guys specifically studying how those games went yesterday?
Yeah, well, of course, we watched 3 of the last games yesterday, and we found out that they play really, really aggressive, and they go all in on a certain play. So we tried to keep composure as much as possible so we could get the win.
Did they switch it up at all to try to confuse you, or do you feel like it worked out, they played the same so you could shut them down?
Well, I feel like they were a bit stressed because of maybe playing on stage, or I don't know, I feel like there was a bit of pressure because they didn't go for as much as they did. So yeah, we just played our game and it worked out, so I'm happy.
It did work out, and I want to let you talk about your teammates, because again, I've heard you guys enjoy playing with each other, you're having fun, you're friends. Tell me why you like these two and why the team has such a good dynamic.
Well, I don't know, since the start of the team, a year ago almost, the synergy was always really good. So yeah, I don't know, we are just really good friends, we get along really well, so this is just amazing, all of them.
Okay, I just want to know, because some people were starting to fall off. I'll admit, I think I predicted against you guys. How do you bring us back on board? Because you guys are looking good. Can we stop fearing? Are we back on the Vitality train?
Well, I mean, people were thinking that we were falling off just because we made 1 final and we still qualified for Copenhagen. So the results were not bad, but people made it seem like it was bad. So we just didn't focus on anything that people were saying. We're just focusing on ourselves, and yeah, we don't really mind about what people say. We're back, I think.
Hey, we don't know what we're talking about. Keep proving us wrong. One more time for Alpha and Vitality.
2 rematches on the day. We've played through both times. They've gone the other way. Vitality send Furia home.
The beauty of Swiss into a bracket, you just never know exactly what's going to happen. One thing you do know is when you have Vitality on the field in front of a crowd and Radosin on the field, he is a LAN player. He is a crowd player.
Yeah.
We always talk about him with momentum. He feeds off this energy, and you saw it here. 1 goal per game throughout that series, shooting 35%, the MVP of the match.
I love that you used the word momentum there, because Radosin on this team is a juggernaut. Once he gets up and going, if those first 2 games go well for him, the whole rest of it is just going to keep going better and better. Every single time Zen had an outplay, guess who was there to finish it off? Radosin on the follow.
And not only that, Furia, that dynamic offense, that record-breaking offense of 3.33 goals per game, they scored 2 goals in 1 of the games. Every other game, they only scored 1. The defense for Vitality was stellar.
And listen, that's an excellent point, because the defense of Vitality, that's the reason they were just so great, because nobody could score on them.
I do love that Alpha did bring up as well that they play differently. And this might now be a worry for Furia for the rest of the season because clearly they can play very well when they've got the safety net behind them. They still had 2 losses at every single point that we saw them last few days where they could just continue to play this way, that way because they lost all good. Once the safety net went, they looked a lot more vulnerable, and that is going to be a question to be answered at future events.
It's reminiscent of the lower bracket runs back in the day when we would run double elim. It's like some teams, they got to take away the safety net before they start to actually play their game. Here's Vitality.
Listen, Vitality, they're back now, especially Zen. He's back in Zen crowd mode, averaging over 500 score per game, had 3 saves per game, doing what he did last year, taking away the hottest offense at this major so far and saying, nah, you can't score on me, I'm still him.
And again, World Championship, they were 80% win rate, won 20 games, lost 5. Right here, 80% win rate, 4 games to 1.
Wow.
So Vitality, when there's a crowd, they're built different.
Man, we'll see. And you heard Stumpy saying that they're at the end of the cast. They will face off against G2 tomorrow. They have not played them since Season 7 Grand Finals when Fairy Peak won his World Championship title on Vitality, got them that first star. You know G2's salty about BDS. Right, that's the rivalry right now. How much worse do they feel about Vitality, given that that was the first team that took away the actual
I mean,
World
this is a fantastic situation actually now for G2 because they can avenge both World Championships.
Yeah, imagine.
Considering it seemed like it was a downward spiral ever since that first World Championship, they can wipe the slate clean.
I'm starting to believe what T-Bates is cooking up. He's saying this bracket run for G2 is just a storybook. It's a storybook, and maybe it will be.
You've got to be here again
tomorrow,
right?
I wasn't prepared at the beginning of the day to consider a world where G2 beats BDS, Vitality, and then Karmine Corps or Falcons or something like that on the other side. Like, that's crazy.
And honestly, at the beginning of today, I wasn't thinking I was going to agree with T-Bates on anything, but hey, here we are.
That's right, I'm on fire right now.
We've got one more match on the day. We take a look at the bracket, how things look after 3 quarterfinals are concluded. We're only playing the quarterfinals today. We're playing the semis and the grands tomorrow. We've got one semifinal set. G2 versus Vitality will happen tomorrow, one of our first 2 matches. But there's only one more left on the day. We're gonna get through it here. Karmine Corps versus Falcons. Shogun, how you feeling about that one? Who'd you predict in this one?
Well, I was really going all in on the hopeful for every single region represented. That is not going to be happening here, but I did go KC. I've still got KC for the whole event at the moment. I have not swayed on that. Every single morning I wake up and they say, hey, do you want to change who you're predicting? No. I've still had KC the entire way.
Okay, folks. All right. Well, we'll let Shogun go, and I don't know what he's going to go do, folks. But it's been crazy stuff.
He's back.
He's back here. I'll ask you to spoil it.
He's kicking him out.
I just thought we were having another person up here, anyways, folks. All right, we've made the blue wall wait long enough, and we're actually going to make them wait a little bit longer here because we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, 2 undefeated champions clash once again, folks. The song's gonna ring from the rafters the whole time. I hope you're ready for it. It's Vatirian Rise versus the Twins when we come back.
Gen.G on your screen right now. They are putting on an absolute show for us.
Yeah.
I mean,
Don't score that, you cringe. Nice. Nice shot, bro. Thanks. In. Yeah. Oh my god. Wait, I'm cycling. Oh. Let me see what you got, man. Nice. Oh, you're looking like me out there, dude. Hang on. Try edge of him. Yeah. Oh no, I tried to like, I don't even know what I tried. No. No. No, man. I got this. Watch this. You're getting Evo flicked. No. Nice. Come on. Trash. I'm just gonna drive at you. Okay. Thanks. I'm scoring. Yeah, do it. I haven't got that. Dude, you're so toxic, bro. Dude, you're making me lose confidence, bro. Wait, rule one. Yeah, hang on. Bro, get off me, bro. Dude, what's he doing, bro? Whoa, I'm gonna score. No, I'm going, no. We're faking. Alright. Okay, alright. I'm defending. Oh, wait. Yeah, you have to score on the other side, bro.
What a masterclass by First Killer, putting Jack to play against Pink Mode. What a goal as well.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gotta stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. Stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside. Surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach
One match more. You can hear the people singing already. They are ready to go. We are gonna get the blue wall on the stage before the day is done. Falcons as well, taking the stage momentarily. We've had some great fans. The Rocket League fans have been stepping up and play, you know?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, it's hard because one team has to go home every single time we have one of these matches. So some fans will leave disappointed, but I think everyone's hanging out, just hoping for some good Rocket League. And so far today, it's been excellent.
Oh, it's been fantastic. No sweeps. I was really worried, but no sweeps whatsoever. Hoping that continues.
We got
4-1 was as bad as it got.
Kind of a budget sweep. It was close.
If that's the budget,
budget sweep. That's the budget. We're looking pretty good.
It's because they couldn't afford to probably an actual sweep, so they got the one.
We couldn't afford Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, not quite there, but we got people here, folks. We're celebrating fans. We're celebrating teams. We're celebrating the teams that go home as well. But we got one very special person here we would like to celebrate. Very quickly.
Well, Squishy was, of course, an amazing player.
I would say he's just always very, very smart. He's one of the smartest players in the game. And obviously, he's always been good mechanically for a very long time.
As a player, he's just a legend. He just won everything. So yeah, he's just one of the GOATs.
When I was younger, watching him at Worlds and just seeing him on land, hitting a ton of cool shots.
Cloud9, unable to take it to Squishy now.
It was super fun to watch.
Even my camera settings, they're basically just Squishies, but tweaked a tiny little bit.
If there's a Mount Rushmore for Rocket League, he's 100% on it. I competed against him for 5 years, and he played a couple years before I even played against him. It's very generic for Rocket League pros now to have come up watching him.
Squishy pounces to himself.
He gets it.
Reset. Can he do it? Squishy Muffins. Torment finishes it off. The title comes back to North America carpet.
Squishy, Gimmick, Aqua, all playing forward. Hungry forward.
He will just always be in the Rocket League history books.
When he got the ball, he could do anything with it. Squishy eliminated me like 3 times in a row. I should have beat him once, but you know, he's the ultimate composed land player.
A lot of the current pros, myself, you know, a bunch of others have said it publicly that the reason that they got so high level is because, you know, for example, they watched Squishy's videos and took inspiration from his level or his playstyle and stuff like that.
What is up, guys? Squishy Muffins here, and today we got for you the finale of the Road to Grand Champ series. So anyway, let's get into the game and let's see how it goes. Let's play some twos for today.
Majority of my mechanics and all that people see is literally from watching Squishy Muffins on YouTube, how to do the basic stuff. So
Yeah, he definitely elevated the game into new heights for sure with the ceiling shot and even the in and out save or the squishy save, as we call it. It's even like part of a lot of teams' comms.
I appreciate Squishy for everything he did for the game, and I hope he has success in whatever he does next.
You know that everyone's already, you know, wished you luck, and you know your impact that you've had on the scene. So well done on a fantastic career, and good luck in the content creation. And thank you for all the years that you spent in our game.
Firstly, a big thank you to him, because I don't think I'd be a pro without Squishy nowadays. You've had a great career. You won World Championship.
Thank you. You've done a lot for a lot of people in the community, and I wish you the best of luck in content creation. You're gonna kill it.
You were very inspiring to every single one of us pretty much, and just good luck with whatever you do next.
Well, of course, like Squishy, he has been a good friend of mine, so I wish him the best in whatever he pursues now.
It's been an honor to play Squishy. Thank you.
I want to let it breathe.
Don't make me cry.
No, I'll make him cry.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Season 6 world champion, mechanical legend, and fan favorite. Every once in a while, the scene gets a special player, and Squishy, you've had quite the career, man. It's, again, myself, everyone you saw there. So many people got into the scene looking up to you. It's been quite the journey, man. Just seeing it at this point. I mean, how crazy was it to make a decision like this? Did it feel natural?
I mean, it can never feel natural, really. This is my going on 10th year, being a pro-level player, and I think that waking up every day with the intention of being the best player in the world is something that, it's hard to just shake off, but I knew that one day it would come, and here we are, and I feel relieved, I feel stress-free, and I feel like it was the right decision, so. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Bringing me back. Now, we all have our favorite moments, right? We showed some of them in there as well. I'm curious from your perspective, in your career, what are some of your highlights and the best moments for you?
Oh, man. I would say the ceiling shot from season 4 was a big one, because I think that, I think that pushed the game forward quite a bit. I think within the next 6-7 months, you saw everybody hitting shots like that, and I think you need players that come in and they advance the game. We see a lot of players like that now. Zen, of course, incredible player, does the same thing. And I think that without those players, the game doesn't progress, and I think I'm just super happy to look back and have had that impact with that shot. And then obviously winning Worlds is the ultimate goal, and that's something that every single player here today wants to do every single time, obviously, but yeah, that's something I'll never forget, winning Worlds.
Not many people get to do that. Kind of curious your perspective then on the scene now, looking from the outside in now, how fast and crazy things are growing, and maybe some advice for new people that are looking to have that same dream as you.
I would say the biggest thing is take care of yourself. I think a regret of mine when I was coming up as a professional was not taking care of myself and putting all my effort into the game, grinding 12, 14 hours a day. I know a lot of players do that now, but make sure you have a balance and take care of yourself, because long term, that's what's going to help you out a lot. And outside of that, just take the losses as learning lessons, because you're going to lose eventually. Even the best players lose. And I think the quicker you learn how to take those losses and turn them into something good, it's going to benefit you more than anything.
And really at this point, I kind of want to give you the stage. You still have so much more to look forward to. Rule 1, you just got engaged. Congratulations, by the way. So the floor is yours. Say whatever you want to the world.
All right, so I'm going to start by saying a huge shout out to my family. They're always extremely supportive of me. I couldn't have asked for more. My incredible fiance, who's here with me today, coming out to her first ever event. So you guys are going to make it a great time for her, I'm sure. You already have. Thank you for that. I would like to say a huge shout out to my teammates in the past, all incredible players, all legends of NA. Hope you guys have enjoyed watching us all play together over the years. Huge shout out to Cloud9 Energy, who supported me throughout my professional career, and now Rule 1, who's supporting me in my next chapter. I really do appreciate all those organizations. And actually, a quick shout out to Ben from Blast, who was extremely helpful today. I think the background production does not get enough credit. I think those guys are doing an amazing job. So without them, this stuff doesn't happen. These events don't happen this way, and really need to give them more credit, I think. And yeah, one quick shout out. I stream every single day on Twitch. If you guys want to watch me there, I'm always trying to give you guys advice and stuff like that. So come say hi. I'd love to see you guys there. And last but not least, thank you so much to all you guys who come out to these events. You guys made some of the best memories of my entire life. Looking back on it all, it was thanks to you guys. And sitting on this stage, the only thing that makes it special is the fact that you guys are here. and cheering for all the players. So seriously, keep coming out to the events. The Blue Wall, everybody, like, you guys seriously make it what it is, and without you guys, it's nothing. So thank you so much for making the esports special, and let's have a great event. Thanks. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. Thank you. Seriously.
One of the greatest to ever do it. You could chop that up. You could make him that way, and through so many different ways. There's so many different ways you can look at Squishy's career through as a content creator, as a competitor. Just though he has shaped the game of Rocket League in a way few have.
Yeah, I don't think anybody shaped the game of Rocket League like he has. I know, personally speaking, I started playing the game because my friend used to watch Squishy videos. He's like, wow, this is great, the 20K, 30K montages. And I started watching Squishy. I want to be like him. I want to get really good. And that Cloud9 team was my favorite team for a long time. The way they kind of revolutionized the game, kind of took from Dignitas back in the day, created more infield passing, and made it even better. Added the mechanics, it was something special.
One of the best LAN players to ever play. 19 LANs. 5 wins, of course, huge. Outside top 8 only once, ever. That's how good he was on LAN, and that doesn't even include his 2v2 title as well. So Squishy, a great career, and now he can kind of ease up a bit, relax, which is always nice.
Yeah, he was sort of that player that sort of took the mantle after Kronovi really sort of launched us at the start of Rocket League, and then as we started to reach the middle sort of part of Rocket League's existence, it was Squishy that then really was the one teaching everyone like how cool this game is, what is it like to play, how to go and play it. Every game needs a player like that. Squishy certainly was.
I think they're probably spamming the fish right now in chat. And what's crazy to think is they're probably going to be spamming the fish for the rest of the Rocket League's career. And there will be kids 5 years from now that don't know why that fish emote is important, but it all started here, along with many other things, the ramification of the game. Thank you so much, Squishy, for everything you've done for Rocket League. Let's switch gears back, though, to Rocket League here in Copenhagen for the players who are still playing on the stage. We got one more match to go for the day, and it is a doozy. We've been waiting. We've been excited to get these players on the stage here. Shogun, Carmine Corps, taking on Falcons for the second time this tournament.
Oh my goodness, Falcons, they've come so close before, all the way back last time we went to London, but this feels like the best opportunity since then for them to go and win a major event. In order for them to do so, though, they've got to run the bracket, and they've got to run through the blue wall.
The #1 overall seed, the perfect European team. Everyone expects them to win this tournament. It's up to the Falcons to play spoilers.
The fans have waited long enough. The blue wall's waited long enough. Let's get them on the stage.
Introducing first, representing Europe, it's the Blue Wall, Carmine Corps!
Tournament favorites finally hit the stage. What is there to not say about this team? Arguably the best fan base in the game, composed of arguably one of the best 2 players in the open era, and Rise, who's made the most grand finals in the open era, but Tiro's right behind him, and then they added a young protege in Adam.
They have got the most clutch duo in Rocket League history. Rise and Vatira together have created magic, and Rise, always ready for the big event. Not that, thrives under these lights.
Oh, absolutely. 3 different teams last year, and he made the major with all 3 of them. Rise is that X factor. That's why he was brought back onto K-Corp. This team was built to be the best in the world, and they have proved that all season long. Rise and Vatira both 5 top 4 finishes in RLCS lands. If they win this, they will tie K-Dop the most ever.
It's been a year since Vatira won a LAN, all the way back in San Diego at the RLCS 2022-2023 major. He made it to the semifinals of the World Championship and lost. He decided, no, I can't have this again. I gotta go team up with my boy. He picked up Rise, and then they added Addo, and now they're on a streak, 3 open qualifiers in a row, and they got the coach, the man who coached Vitality to those 2 LAN victories. He still hasn't lost yet, and his name is Pharaoh.
And that's Pharaoh. That is 8 tournaments in a row between 2 different teams, the greatest coach probably ever in Rocket League history.
At this point, I think by the numbers, absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's going to continue to try and build on that record here. Incredible stuff from this roster. Every single one of them a statement in and of their own. But they're not the only team here to play today. They got to go through a team that took them down in the Swiss.
And their opponents representing MENA, winners of all 3 open qualifiers, Team Falcons!
Shogun, every time we talk about Karmine Corp, we talk about the perfect run through the open qualifiers, but these boys did it too. These teams, both of them, perfect in their regions, perfect domestically here, and yet in the head-to-head, it's Falcons with the most recent victory.
I mean, we can talk about all of that. Falcons only took their first loss yesterday of this entire major run. Karmine Corp have run into issues previously, so we'll be sitting out there and thinking, oh, we did it, so we should surely be up there next time. We will get a chance to see that next time. But if we're talking clinical, if we are talking about opportunities that are always taken, Team Falcons are right up there with taking every single one.
And that MENA region, they own it. They completely own it. They destroyed Rule 1 in Qualifier 1 and 3. Qualifier 2 was a little bit close, but Falcons, it was never a question who was the best in the Middle East. It was a question of can they challenge the best in the world. They showed that on day 1, taking down K-Corp. And unfortunately, because of the bracket, they have to do it again.
Listen, if you want to become a major champion, you gotta beat the best of teams. So it doesn't matter. You beat them once, you proved to yourself that you can do it. You gotta do it again, just like you said, Gibbs. And it's not gonna be easy for them though, because K-Corp throughout the whole entire tournament kept getting better and better.
I think this match really comes down to Rawas and Vatira. The 2 best goal line defenders in the world are up there, ready to play, and somehow the teammates around them are going to have to figure out how to get that ball over the line.
And that's where that K-Corp offense will come into play, the fakes, the aerial demos to try and relieve the defensive pressure there. But on the same side, his twin brother, of course, Ross, with killers, like he is number 4 in goals per game. I'm sorry, number 3, he's tied. He is an offensive powerhouse. He's going to have to get by this crazy K-Corp defense.
I mean, you talk about Rawas versus Vatira. Let's talk about Rawas versus, you could do it against anybody. Let's talk about Rawas versus Rise, though.
Man.
And the impenetrable mental from this player, the fierce, this guy is Darth Vader on the stage, the way he destroys people's dreams. And he's trying to do it again here.
He's trying to do it again here right now. And listen, these 2 are highlighted right here because of Rawas. He holds down that back line. Arguably the best defender in the game. Him or Vatira, somebody you gotta choose one, maybe even Zen. But Finley, aka Rise, when he's on the octane, which he will be this series, he is destructive. Musties, demos, quick turns. He's gonna be on Rawas's faces. Is on RW9 to hold it down, because Rise is coming for him.
If we see Rise up in the air, getting these resets, getting the time that you know he wants. Oh boy, Falcons are going to be in trouble. If he doesn't get that though, you can very much say the opposite for Karmine Corp.
There was over 3,000 teams that played in the Europe Open qualifiers, and Rise, very happy to beat them all. He doesn't care. Yes, he beat them all. He doesn't care. He probably yelled at every single one of them. That's what Rise does.
It gives me just a little bit of season 1 Marky Duda interviewing saying he just can't wait to make some North American boys cry. Like that is the attitude Rise gives.
For me right now though, the player that everyone will be kind of a bit of a side eye towards will be a Toe in this one.
Yep.
This is the time. Maybe on Team Liquid he was sort of trying to punch it upwards a lot of the time. They were always sat behind the BDS, KC, the Vitalities of the region. This is a team that is designed to win. He's already got 2 proven winners with him, so it's up to him to prove that he's got what it takes.
Who do you think is going to win, chat? Let us know. Hashtag KC, hashtag FLCN. Again, upsets have gone the other, or not upsets, excuse me, rematches today have all gone the other way. And Gibbs, you said after this match happened during the Swiss, you said if we went back again the next day, you were still picking Karmine Corp.
I was, because of how that match went. Falcons, they took game 1 and 2. K-Corp, they battled back in games 3 and 4. Game 5 was an overtime thriller. But the tactical timeout buff with Farah, you have to give them the slight edge because of that. And K-Corp, they have proven it time and time again. Farah's proven it time and time again that they are the world's best. But honestly, Falcons could be that one true challenger that finally breaks that.
They could be the one true challenger, but it's not gonna be easy for them. Shogun, if you're looking at the Falcons, what do they gotta do to beat the blue wall?
I mean, this is positioned as a European commentator. I've sat in so many times, just like, maybe this is the team. Finally, we're putting up a big challenger. Every single time when we sent someone, it did not work for anybody. But we have a new challenger from a new region. Maybe it's time for that to change.
Every once in a while, we'll have one of these majors where a team wins and you go, okay, well, they're the major champions, but are they the best in the world? I mean, I guess technically, but like I would, Mickey, whatever. There's literally no way you can chalk this up where Falcons where they beat Karmine Corp twice, and you don't just say they are absolutely undisputed the best team in the world. What a story that would be. We'll see if they can get there. Chat, let us know who you think is gonna win. We're gonna let you know who we think is gonna win. Shogun, what you got? You already told us, but tell us again.
I've gone Karmine Corp on this one. I can't go any other way. I've got them winning the entire thing. Farah, that buff that he brings is too good. And also, I am not walking past that, predicting against them.
I am afraid of them, for sure.
Yeah?
I definitely
am. Are we sitting out this way?
They've been very nice, generally.
No, they're very nice. But K-Corp, that tactical timeout buff, I felt like if that series kept going, K-Corp would have won it. Falcons just opened up quicker. That's not going to happen here today. I have K-Corp.
My heart wants to go with the MENA region. It wants to go with the Falcons, but my brain's telling me no. It's telling me no. It's telling me I got to go with the blue wall. Rise is always too clutch on land, but Tira's in the way, and Farah still hasn't lost yet. I got to go blue here.
Guys, we can't all predict Karmine Corp.
Yeah, we can.
Cannot curse them up here when Falcons just won against them. But I am going Karmine Corp. That is what is on the document. That's what's going to pop up down here.
More importantly, the new coin.
Come on, Coin. Coin's been perfect so far today. Can Coin do it? Blue is Karmine Corp. Here we go. They got us. Coin's got us on this one. Coin's got Falcons, folks. All right, so it's not a sweep on the desk. We're not going to curse anything up here. And just watch. Coin might go perfect today.
Right, so we've all decided to go Karmine Corp, but let's find out, Copenhagen, what do you think? Everybody, if you think Falcons are gonna win, make some noise! Not bad, not bad.
Enough.
And now I'm gonna stare directly at them when I ask this. If you think the blue wall Karmine Corp is gonna win, let's hear ya!
I do notice distinct silence from the rest of the arena.
Yeah.
But it's still about the same audio level, though, anyway, with about 1/10 of the crowd. So
that's true, man. Everyone
they're putting in work.
Sides. Picking sides out here, and man, we got a pretty split down the middle in chat. Everyone, even though Falcons have the head-to-head here, everybody fears Karmine Corp, folks. It's gonna be a big one. The last match of the day. Every match today has been spectacular, but this one is special. Two teams, unchallenged in their regions, perfect champions, clashing a second time. the blue wall, the fiercest squadron from the fiercest region, and yet the Falcons have already grounded them once. The birds of prey own these skies. The French will not tolerate this indignity. We've got a salty run back of supreme sincerity. It's perfection versus perfection. It's the Middle East versus Europe. The battle for air superiority starts now. Falcons versus Carmine Corps for Championship Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the last match of the day! Number 1 seed in Europe versus number 1 seed in MENA. At this stage of the game, there's no room for error. Greatness isn't given, it's earned. Your main event, number 1 versus number 1, and we're off and running. Of course, a main event of epic proportions, and the blue wall strikes first! Right off the kickoff, Carmine Corps strike. Beautiful demo from Rise to set up the lane. Open net for Vati, and he's gonna land it every time. Rise setting it up 7 seconds in. How great has he been? The perfect teammate for someone like Vatira. Now it's on Falcons to answer. TRK lobbed to the backboard. Controlled by Vati and sent back out to midfield. Got to keep eyes here on these off-ball plays. We know Carmine Corps is so effective in breaking up the pace, but Team Falcons, they are used to utilizing a lot of space here, so it's going to be important to make sure they take control of the boost. You already see Seattle, though. He's in a really tough spot, but he's able to get a little bit of control. Look at Rawas. Such a quick challenge. They're not trying to have Carmine Corps get comfortable at all. As they are down a goal, they're trying to get things back quickly. TRK wanted to stop on that midfield boost, but K-Corp kind of forcing the issue. Ato's got that out to the corner. It's Rise now. Trying to get that infield for Vatira. His shot sent away by TRK rather easily. Rise trying to stay as a nuisance in the offensive end, but nothing doing there. This comes all the way back to Vatira for Rise. Drop it back down, but Vatira peeled off. Oh, that Rise able to pick that one up really quickly, and look at Clears. Just such a great follow there on the ball. Team Falcons making sure Carmine Corps struggles. You even see a big miss there in the midfield. Now Vatira has to take this one back by his own side, still getting bumped. The pressure from Falcons is starting to mount, but they still need to get some more shots on the board. Rise and Vatira, popular goal-scoring duo, of course, through the regular season, the open qualifiers, and they've been great here as well. Both coming in with 15 goals in the tournament. Vati breaking that tie now. That's what Falcons have to contend with, even though they won the head-to-head matchup. K-Corp still are undeterred. That shot, top left, and it's Rise with his 16th. It's a good pass there from Addo, gets the double, but then you can see the team bump there between Team Falcons. Rise gets that one for free and banks the shot to the top left. Remember how great Team Falcons looked early in their series back in the Swiss. They dominated the first couple of games, really had K-Corp against the wall, and they were able to battle back. So even the first couple of games here, nothing to panic about. But you'd love to see, if you're a Falcons fan, this team get a few good shots on goal just to test K-Corp like this as the shot ricochets around. Follow-up is saved by Atto. You can see Falcons, though, when they get on that counterattack, so effective. Rawas now trying to get this pass Vatira, but he still ends up getting a piece of it. That being said, things are still in favor for Carmine Corp right now. Strong start here as we approach the halfway mark. Even though Falcons have been able to win the midfield for the most part, they haven't been able to keep it consistent, and K-Corp able to always send it back in and have Falcons play a little bit of defense. Well, Killers can't do much else with that, but he did all he could. This will fall back to Raras, and Atto is right there. So too is Rise. He's beaten out by TRK. Again, no real bodies forward here for Team Falcons. They've had a couple good looks as that starts trickling towards mid, but nobody ended up getting on the ball. So K-Corp, again, not particularly tested. There was that one salvo from Falcons, and that's been it. You see Rawas there, tough spot, trying to carry this one out. Killer's trying to come and help, but Vatira crashes, good chance there. Rise not in a good place at all, so Adam bails him out. Still looking to follow this play, seeing if he can set it up midfield. Killer's backwards here, but does get demoed on the play. Vatira almost had a shot, but was sent back there to the midfield line. Good pressure there from Carmine Corp. It's killing a lot of time here on the clock. Falcons still struggling to really set up some consistent offense again as Vatira solo play instantly challenged away, but K-Corp still with possession.
one of the better front runners in Europe and, of course, the world. Karmine Corp, of course, having to try and get by Vatira at the end. Maybe you can beat Rise. Doesn't happen very often. Maybe you can beat Atto. But with a lead, K-Corp does not overextend, and that makes it so much tougher for Falcons. Here's Atto out of the wing, and that catches TRK just a bit, falls to Rise. He'll slow play, got it through, and in!
Look at the play here from Rise. He ends up taking this one all by himself. Ball landing on the hood, plays the low 50, and the defense from Falcons is just not ready.
All right, if you're killers there, what can you do? You watch that play develop and you're just like, okay, well, in my net, I guess. 3-0 the lead now for K-Corp in game one as they try to avenge their Swiss loss to this Team Falcon squad. Killers along the back line with a minute to go, needing to get something to go for Team Falcons. And really, it does have to be Killers. He was so instrumental in their entire offense. During the Swiss stage, Rawas got involved as things went on, but it has been Killers or bust for the most part.
Yeah, but he hasn't really been able to take too many shots. He only has one shot this game, and it really does become from the fact of K-Corp just so much pressure in that midfield. They're cutting away so much space. You think that's one, but look at that. Rise with a chance there, ball down here for Killers. Shot top left, and two players from K-Corp able to knock it away and bring it back downfield.
Yeah, it was just too slow to develop there, and the shot didn't have any mustard on it, and there's a bump as Rise gets a hat trick in game one.
And Atto stands on toes as he gets that bump, knocks away TRK. See you later. It's an open lane from Rise, and you can start to see the comfortability here from Karmine Corp. They mean business in this game one.
And if this rapid pace continues for Rise, boy, do we have quite the milestone to tell you all about. But that may come later on in the series. He's got 3 so far, though. It's TRK lobbing one forward, and it's just little consolation at this point for Team Falcons. Another ground pitch. That one registers as a shot, and will Killers break up the shutout? No, he will not. Vatira fittingly slams the door shut, and Karmine Corp are all business.
What a start here on the side of Karmine Corp, especially considering, again, you go back to that matchup, K-Corp versus Falcons. The way things went last time, I mean, it was 4-0 the other way. Falcons ended up taking game one at the same strong score margin, and they kept that pace up. K-Corp tried to, again, go for the reverse sweep. They weren't able to do it. Now you can tell they've done their studying, they've learned from that, and now they're showing Falcons a taste of their own medicine.
But you know what else happened in that series earlier on this week? As we look back at the highlights from game one, the Mobile One High Performance replay, we saw a lot of overtimes. All 2-1 overtimes, in fact, as that series came to a close. 2 of them won by K-Corp as they tried to reverse sweep, and then the last one won by Team Falcons. So, again, a blowout in game one. If you go by history, you got a forecast of close games on the horizon.
And you really wonder here, when you look back at the last series, you know, the amount of adaptability that we saw out of Falcons, but also out of Karmine Corp. This is going to be one of those cases as the series continues on. This room's going to be loud the entire way through,
yes,
especially with that blue wall over there. And they're right behind Falcons. They're going to have to deal with that.
And that's part of the pressure of playing on land, and particularly this land. We've been in some buildings that are like very cavernous. You've got a lot of room between the stage and the crowd. No, they're right on top of you. I made the comparison earlier for any basketball fans like Cameron Indoor Stadium where Duke plays. Fans are elevated a little bit, but it feels like they're just bearing down, breathing down your neck the entire time. And as Garrett put it one time, it's not so much that you hear them, you feel the crowd as they start to build up, especially the blue wall over there behind their team.
Exactly, right? Blue wall behind Karmine Corp, and Team Falcons now understanding that, okay, we see that they've made some adjustments. We see that their style of play has changed, and also, again, just kind of getting used to sitting on that stage. Going to be an interesting game number 2 here between both of these two teams. But one thing that I think we want to see a little bit more of is especially Falcons on that offense. I mean, we know it can be threatening. We know they have a really strong counterattack. They like to utilize a lot of open space to make wide passes. They were not able to get that in game 1. Maybe they can create some opportunities in game 2.
3 goals from Rise, a hat trick in game 1. Vatira adds 1. And Atto adds a pair of assists. And on the Team Falcons side, again, looking for their first tally here in this quarterfinal matchup. 3 teams have already played their way into the semifinals. Gentlemates, G2, and we almost had a third region get there, but not quite. Team Vitality, the reigning world champions, came through. So now, who will join them? Will it be the Blue Wall, or will it be the high-flying Team Falcons, who right now have had their wings clipped?
But it hasn't been the first time this has happened to them. They have a pretty even record with Europe. I mean, they are 50% versus Europe, 11-11 series. And for Falcons now, just again trying to change that narrative. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they've also have been, scrimming some of the best teams in the world here at the Copenhagen Major. So now it's about, again, getting in terms of everything warmed up and ready to go.
Got a controller issue on the stage, so as soon as we can get the hardware replaced, we will bring you into Forbidden Temple for Game 2. It's been quite the day here in Copenhagen. The crowd got here early. They've been very loud. Still got a little bit of energy, I think. Do we have just a little bit more energy to get through this last quarterfinal crowd?
I think we've got plenty in the house.
And you know how most of that noise came from behind the Karmine Corp side. Over on the Falcon side, and maybe they're just kind of waiting for their team to get going, but they may have to will them across the finish line themselves. As we can see, Rise taking care of business there and just about ready to go here for Game 2. If you just joined us, first of all, where you been? It's okay, we forgive you. 4-0, a dominating blowout by K-Corp in the first game of this series. Rise with that hat trick. And again, Falcons didn't have, first of all, any goals, didn't have many quality shots. They had a couple good looks that made K-Corp uncomfortable, Daz, but now I turn the question to you. Where is that weakness? Where can they find some cracks in the blue wall if they're going to get the offense rolling here? Maybe is it the first 90 seconds where they have to kind of be a little more aggressive?
I mean, I think it is that aggressiveness. As you can see, Karmine Corp have tightened up on their defense, especially in Game 1, but they are #1 in shots against with 6.18, which again goes to show you they're allowing a lot here on their own side. Now, again, it depends on if their opponents can shoot or not. But of course, you talk about Kaliers, he's the best player numbers-wise for Falcons. He's tied for 1 in goals, 5th in score, 8 in shots, 5th in shooting percentage, and 6th in goal participation. Roas is up there, of course, in scoring saves, but Killers, I mean, he has been huge offensively for Team Falcons. I think if they can get him going, it could change the course of the series.
They may need to turn to a player like TRK to be a little more disruptive as well. You know, he doesn't typically get his hands dirty. It's more the likes of a Roas that's running forward, picking up demolitions, trying to steal boost. TRK, more of a finesse player. He just wants the ball, and he just wants to score. May just have to change things up a little bit for Team Falcons. Again, getting close here to resuming with Game 2 of our last quarterfinal of the day. And you wonder when Killers will come alive for Team Falcons. The leading scorer of all players on the pitch coming into this series, tied with Otto at 17 in the event. Otto did not score. Killers could take the outright lead if Falcons can get things rolling. But first, they got to get on the field, and they've got to weather the storm from K-Corp. Remember, they scored 7 seconds in to game #1. Yeah, obviously, the first key, don't give up a kickoff goal. Imagine kickoff goals.
No, those happen. Those happen a lot.
They do happen.
And
they may be the bane of a team's existence. Just imagine. Who said that earlier this? Oh.
Exactly. Now, I mean, again, we're getting things set up. Finally, we actually are about to jump in the game. Players have loaded in. I hope you guys are ready. Game 2, Falcons Karmine Corp is live.
Oh, and it's K-Corp with early aggression off that kickoff again, but it's Falcons that do repel them, at least this time. And they go to work, but Tierra's shot sent away by Roas, so already an improvement over Game 1. And we'll see how that long pause affects either team. K-Corp did have all the momentum.
Wow.
This goes forward, a little 1-2 play, but the save made by Ato.
And you saw Vati go for kind of like a pre-jump there to see if he can cut off the play, but it put him in a really awkward spot. Ato had to bail him out there. K-Corp trying to see if they can predict what Falcons can do. but they also have to make sure not to put themselves in tough spots. Falcons very good at ball control. We know that from everybody. Oh, TRK gets this one through. Roas doesn't want to go yet. Almost had a good look, but Addo dives in to save it away. Rise with a chance here, looking for the bump on Killers, does get it, but he still makes contact with the ball, sending this one back down into midfield, where Addo will send it to the side.
Tell you what, for as much time as he spends on the defensive end, Vatira has made things very, very interesting for K-Corp defensively. Double tap lined up there by Killers, no such luck. Now it's Roas, he's blocked as well. Nothing else going netward now for Team Falcons. That indirect pass is intercepted and sent back into the orange half.
Also a little bit of time. He's able to get it past Addo, does get bumped. Vatira is going to be able to pick this one up. Does he have the flip? He does. Gets that one over TRK. But Killers all the way downfield. It won't be on target. He's going to look for a follow-up, seeing if he can set up TRK. He gets there first, but you see Rise position on the back wall to clear it out for Carmen Court.
K-Corp has a tendency to give up a couple long-range goals against their European brethren. Maybe that could be a weakness that Falcons could exploit, but again, you gotta avoid falling behind because that's when they stop overextending. Nacho goes over top here, trying to fool Roas. Not gonna happen. He's got Killers in support behind him, and that's deflected out by Vatira. TRK has to give chase.
Oh, look at that. Instantly challenged, too, from Rise. He's got to go back. Here's Roas now. Trying to stay on the ball. Big demo, and Vatira has Rise in midfield. He's going to be able to get it to him. Does get the 50, but the 50 goes toward the corner. You see TRK ready to send that way downfield. Killers, good redirect, but Rise here on the goal line. Both teams being able to put shots on, but no one really getting too threatening just yet. Everything's been very safe. No one wants to send that extra player to put themselves in a risky spot.
So who will blink first? Rise, indirect, maybe for himself. He'll follow it up. Has his flip, and TRK waiting very patiently with the save. That's who K-Corp has to get through if they're gonna break this zeros tie. It's Otto up the ladder and blocked again. No rebound for K-Corp, but yes, he got the team bump in the corner by Falcons. That could be trouble. Oh, what a save by Roas again. But Tira trying to keep the pressure on, and TRK just barely got a piece of that. Probably not the touch he wanted, but it works out well enough for Falcons defensively.
Respect to Killers there too, because he bumped in and he has a chain dash all the way over to the side to be able to finally, even try to look a little threatening there. Falcons making the most of what they've got, but they have been stuck on their own half. A tier 2 demos, but this isn't stopping the shot from coming through. Big save out of Addo. Rise will clear this one back to midfield, but Falcons, even though you can take out both of them, as long as someone is on the ball, they're still threatening. This is great for them defensively, though. They've kept this game scoreless as we're getting closer to the final minute here. Who is going to break the 0-0 mark?
TRK trying to dish that off to the right, but there was nobody there in support, so it didn't matter. Killers has that stuffed right back over his head. And now Rise and Vatira both there in the corner, but no sign of a toe until now. He's trying to follow this one up. Did he have the read? No, with no boost in the tank. And so Rise will give way to Vati. TRK up to meet him. Rise coming on as well. Couldn't time up the corner boost steal, so he'll have to retreat after that bump. This ends up in front, but cleared away in the final minute.
Rise, high touch. You see Vatira lurking. Has to get past TRK. Good challenge there from Killers. Addo also gets a challenge from Roas, but K-Corp still with possession. That ball gets away from him though, and now Falcons starting to move forward. Killers, man, if he could just get one good lane, he could put on a really strong shot. Hasn't been able to get too many opportunities this game. Addo now on the ball, playing a little 50. They actually got the fake out. Now he's going off the ceiling. Falcons able to read things, but they have been stuck and not able to get consistent offense just like game one. Rise, can he get that double? No, Roas hiding right behind the ball.
Had plenty of boost, and K-Corp has through much of this game. Not much right now for Falcons. They could be vulnerable as TRK brings it out to midfield. Rise with 10 seconds left. Looks like K-Corp will have the last look of regulation. Otto's got to dump that off to the side. TRK trying to bring it down to ground. Rise, serve it up on a platter for Vatira.
Oh!
Vatira the fake, and Otto plays hero.
Big time fake from Vatira. Kaliers was playing the touch, and Vati left it for Addo. Top right corner slot as K-Corp take game 2.
Unreal finish and absolute heartbreak for Team Falcons. They played them as tight as you could, right until 0, and even after 0, and even then, K-Corp found a way, and they're halfway to Sunday.
That is unreal to be able to go for that play, no time on the clock, and it was so effective. Great fake there from Vatira, but also the shot placement from Addo, perfect in a 0-second situation.
And after something that has only happened to Falcons a couple of times through the open qualifiers, getting scored on at 0, they're gonna call a timeout. So their timeout burned after game 2. And now they got a lot of work to do. I mean, listen, it was much better, but still painful losing that game the way they did. I think a great timeout taken by the MENA squad.
Right, you know, you get into the situation, even though you played as close as you possibly could here against Karmine Corp, you didn't allow anything. It's just still the impact of this stage. Every game matters. You feel it when you take those losses. And for Team Falcons there, especially losing in 0 seconds, now you're down 2 games in the series, that just hurts so much more. They've got to be able to cool not just KC down, but themselves here, because that could have been a lot of momentum going into a big game 3.
And you know who they've really got to slow down is Rise. He didn't score anything there, but he had the assist. And of course, Vatira, you expect, I think everybody in the arena expected Vati's gonna take that shot. And what does he do? He just leaves it off Arato at 0 seconds to win it in regulation. So now, we'll see exactly what Team Falcons can cook up here going into what feels mentally like a must-win game 3.
Yeah, you talk about Rise here. I mean, going into the series, Rise has a chance to hit a big milestone in this series. If he scores 6 goals, he'll become the first player in RLCS to reach 200 goals scored on land. So everybody kind of keep track of that as the matches move on.
Sitting on 197 right now.
So it's getting closer and closer, and there's a lot more series to go. How can Falcons really just bring things up? I mean, we haven't really seen the birds fly like we normally have been. The blue wall has hovered over them and given a large shadow. Will Falcons find their wings? Karmine Corp up 2 games in the series. Here's game 3.
A light show in Copenhagen, and it could become an air show from K-Corp. As Atto and Rise don't connect, but Atto can still stay forward. And that demolition will maybe slow things down just enough. This goes back out to midfield. Rise trying to look forward again, but nobody there to help him out. Atto down to ground perhaps, but this time denied by Ruas. Ruas hard out of the corner, looking for TRK, and instead finding Vati, who just jumps right over top of him. Rise could still follow this. Atto's there as well. And everything comes all the way back to awaiting Vatira.
Falcons trying to see if they can do a little bit more with the ball. TRK, good challenge win, but no boost, so they'll end up having to get out of the play. He might be needed soon here. He picks up the mid. You can see Karmine Corp just waiting downfield. Has to be very careful with how he touches it. Gets it past Rise, but instantly challenged there for Vatira. He tries to set it up for Addo, but the defense there to block it away quickly. We know Falcons can keep this game as low scoring as possible, but it is going to be composure here at the highest level.
Well, Vati bringing that out towards the wing, just ahead of Ruas, and now Rise and Atto and Vatira. They're all 3 going after that ball, uncharacteristic of K-Corp. They all have to kind of retreat now, as Team Falcons at least able to take advantage of that and get out of their own zone. Rise lob it forward. Vatira's there. Beat Ruas. Killer's last line of defense. Oh, he got clipped, but it's still cleared away.
Addo, here's this one, looking for the double. Got the double, but Card just a little too high there. That one goes right straight down to the defense. Falcons in transition, big shot. Vatira there to receive it. And now Vati taking his time. Good challenge there, but you can tell Karmine Corp defensively just in a very comfortable spot right now. Even with Falcons trying to speed up the tempo, it's just not enough.
Yeah, timing not quite there. Wanted that ball a little bit lower to try and get a second touch on the bounce. This comes back forward, and Killers just comes up empty. There's Vatira forward, and Ruas with the save. Team Falcons keep the blue wall at bay for now. As Atto gets bumped, Vatira will try his luck. Ruas in the way again. So while he's not getting it done on the offensive end, nobody is for Falcons so far. Ruas certainly putting in a ton of work defensively.
Vati, good challenge. That one pinches off the corner. A lot of space here for Addo, so he's going to be able to get that follow-up until he gets that 50. But K-Corp still controlling the midfield here.
Oh, chance for Vatira, but that's denied as well. You see Roas, he's all over. Listen, you want to know where Roas is at any given point, look for the ball. He is all over the field right now for Team Falcons, almost trying to single-handedly drag them back into this series. It goes Killers. To the back wall, easily collected by Vatira as we come up on the 2-minute mark. Will anybody break through this time? No, not so much. It goes right back to the blue wall as TRK brought it right at Atto.
He wanted to get that 50 so well, too. Knew he had Killers there on the wing on his left side, but just didn't work out. 50's kick would have been good. Here's Killers, there's a shot, oh, but it's blocked away. Huge save for Vatira.
One of their better looks. It's not saying much, but it's one of their better chances.
TRK.
Here's a double, lined up and through, right at Atto.
They finally got it to work. Roas lays it down, gives space. Beautiful setup. TRK knocking it down.
I think he drove forward just a little bit into his own goal. If he just doesn't press R2, he actually might be able to make the save. Just the slimmest of margins give Team Falcons the lead, and then Roas will guide that gently out to the corner.
But now they've got to maintain here. You know Karma Corp are going to try to speed up the tempo here. See Rise, threatening ball, still going to stay on it, gets that one center, but Vatira can't make contact, nor can he get the bump. TRK, that's a big challenge win. Chance for Falcons to increase the lead. He's getting the flip reset, that's straight down. Killers doesn't want to go. A big bump there out in front, but now it's Rise. Sitting on top of the ball, knows he has to win the 50 pass too. Trying to get it to Addo. Addo, no, denied by Killers.
Clever play set up by Rise there, but not enough. As he has to go up to the backboard, that's a double commit, and it turns into a goal for the Falcons.
Big breakdown defensively here from Karma Corp. A double commit between Vatira and Rise, and Addo gets a piece of Vatira's car as he's coming down, and it's an open net for Falcons. 2-goal lead.
You wouldn't expect that to be the duo. No. That double commits after the same ball, but here we are. And it's Falcons up with less than a minute to go. Can they add even more to it? This is where K-Corp would have to overextend just a little bit if they want to press the issue. Easy floater dealt with by Roas, but brought back central. Vatira tried to pounce, and it's cleared away easily by Roas again.
Couple of defensive mistakes here for K-Corp. They're going to have to clean them up soon. Falcons trying to see if they can build some momentum here late as we hit that final 30 seconds in game 3.
That's such a great read by TRK too. He saw the team pinch brewing for K-Corp and immediately snuffs it out. You don't see it often enough as TRK avoids contact on the backboard, and it feels academic at this point. K-Corp would have to score right about now to give themselves a realistic shot at tying this game, and Roas is not interested. Killers in the way, and the Twins send Falcons up 3.
Falcons able to get this pass. K-Corp, Atto left alone. Killer says hello, and Roas. 3-goal game here. Falcons now finally finding their form after the timeout.
His second goal of the game that certainly put it away with a little help from his brother, and it's Team Falcons that answer the bell. They get a shutout of their own, and they now get to look down at a beaten Karmine Corp for a game.
I mean, very solid work there, especially from Roas. 6 saves out of him that game. There was 8 total on the side of Team Falcons. Lots of pressure. Karma Corp always are able to get the ball on their half and keep it there for a genuinely good amount of time. They just haven't been able to convert, and you're starting to see here, even now, those defensive mistakes on the side of KC. First you get one, then it just starts to tumble a little bit. Next thing you know, it just snowballs out of control. Falcons, yes, they did take that game, and I mean, definitely, you gotta look at Roas, 800-point game out of him, but it was also K-Corp who kind of failed there on the back end.
Yeah, I hope he had 800 points. He was literally attached to the ball. I mean, he was everywhere. 6 saves in that game.
And shot 100%.
As we look at the Team Falcons highlight reel from Game 3, it's amazing that with all that pressure that he was able to generate, he scored on the 2 shots he took, and that's it. 100% accuracy for Roas as Team Falcons battle back. So they give K-Corp a dose of their own medicine here, a shutout of their own. All 3 games have been shutouts so far. The first 5 goals belong to the blue wall, the last 3 coming from the Kings of Mina. And now we head to Utopia for Game 4. Can Falcons tie it up? How strong is the timeout buff? Fake kickoff ends up going over to Killers. Rise has it scouted, but he's a little slow, so Vatira's gonna guide that safely to the corner.
Falcons starting to feel a little bit more comfortable and confident. That could spell danger for Karmine Corp. They gotta shut it down. Good cut there from Addo. Trying to win the 50, does win the 50. Saw Rise get a demo there on Killers, who just ends up respawning right behind TRK. Karmine Corp, where they always are in the opposing half, trying to see if they can wreak some havoc. Roas is definitely the player to watch out for. Phenomenal game 3. If he's starting to heat up, could lead to a lot of problems for Karmine Corp.
Oh, look at Vatira, chance to send that downfield after giving chase. He had to get around one defender, and that slowed him down enough that he's got to get back. Now TRK, looking to get his name into the scorebook again. He had one of those 3 goals for Falcons in the previous game. Receiver Roas giving chase, the demo there on the back line. Rise for Atto, nothing doing there. And K-Corper set aside again. Vati gave another look, and that's denied as well. Rise can't get one central. Listen, they're just gonna keep trying from that right side until something gives. Oh. And another save made, this time by Killers.
Big save there. You can see the play kind of developing. Good leave out for the shot, but defense read. Another pass, another shot, that one off the bar. Addo with the follow-up. Chance here for Rise, but no, he knows Killers has it. 0 boost too, big time touch, but the pressure is still on. Rise tries to get it light. Addo, no, he's actually gonna leave Bill out. Chance here for Falcons to bring it the other way. They kind of got away with that one. You saw so much pressure. Karmine Corp actually pulled them out of the net, but just not able to convert.
Pulled them out of net and denied a lot of boost, but now they kind of turned it around on K-Corp for just a moment. It was Killers that was able to grab some boost and then swing across to finally clear that ball out of the zone. And they deny Karmine Corp those second and third chance opportunities because nothing actually got all that close to the net. Vatira is just shadowing here. Rise gave it a look and a little awkwardness there out of the Karmine Corp defense. TRK for Roas for the lead.
Giving KC a taste of their own medicine. Look at this. Nice individual touch. TRK trying to go for the bump. And Roas, top left corner. He is getting on fire, Stacks. He can be a big problem. That's a bad man.
Well, he watched Killers do enough work on the offensive end over the past few days. And now it's Roas getting it done with his 3rd goal of the series. And he's going to trigger the counterattack here, but it only goes as far as Vatira. So in his frustration, he takes Vati out. Why not? Now Rise can't get anything there. Killers very aggressive downfield. And a chance now maybe to set up for Roas again. He's lurking, trying to steal some corner boost. He was able to. Got that ball central, but Rise will gently clear it away.
Good individual challenge there. Karmine Corp now on the offense. Vatira waiting center, recognizing the defense. Lots of respect there, knowing the Falcons on that back wall. But now they've got to stop a shot. No, it's just in! TRK scores! 2-goal lead for Falcons.
Well, you got one defender right, one defender left. Split them. Nothing there for the K-Corp defense. And the blue wall starting to show plenty of cracks. Team Falcons now have 5 unanswered goals of their own.
Oh man, this one, oh wait, hold on. Rise gonna leave that one. No, Vatira's not there. He didn't have enough boost, and K-Corp could have had a prime scoring chance there. They still got time to see if they can come back into this game, but they gotta start getting to work. You can see Falcons not letting them do so at all. Straight demos, back to back to back.
Oh, look out, opportunity. We've seen Killers score that plenty of times before, but not this time. And now Vatira with nothing in the tank. He's got to let Rise come in and help out. Can still go head hunting, but came up empty. Killers with a big clear out for Falcons, looking to press their advantage again. Trying to get maybe back-to-back 3-0 score lines. What a statement that would be after getting shut out the first couple of games.
Rise now on the ball. Karmine Corp trying to look upfield. Oh, big challenge there. Vatira wants to see if he can get a win on the 50. It is a big win. It's rolling towards the net, but Killers does get there in time. Addo now gets a bump. Rise still keeping this in play for Karmine Corp. They got about a minute to get to. They got to start going now. Otherwise, tied up series here. Killers again, a big time clear. Falcons now keeping this one out of reach here for Karmine Corp. Every time they try to develop a play, there's always someone to get involved.
Listen, one thing that's for sure, we're not going to see a sweep after Falcons with their great performance in Game 3. It would have been a shame for this one to end in a sweep one way or the other. As Vatira lobs one forward, there's nothing behind that shot at all, and very little prospect for pressuring Team Falcons, who are in complete control. And Roas might have been able to dive in there, but a clever touch right at the last second. Here's a shot on, saved by Vatira. And all that means is that they're not going to lose by 3 just yet. Otto playing more defense. That's and Killers adds his first goal of the series. Team Falcons do indeed get another 3-0 lead.
Addo tried to recover. Killer said, no way. Big shot off the post and in. And Falcons, everybody getting involved in the goal scoring department here. Ever since the timeout, they have been in front.
What a timeout it was, and now maybe we'll start talking about the other timeout buff, the one that the desk had mentioned, because Farah almost certainly is going to use it here as he's watched his K-Corp squad fall twice in a row to Team Falcons in maybe even more dominant fashion than they gained their 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, again, a shutout here in Game 4 is big, especially after Falcons shutout in Game number 1. Even though Karmine Corp can keep that ball pressure, they haven't made Falcons uncomfortable ever since the timeout. They've been able to really move past them. I've seen Addo try time and time again to see if he can go set up a bump play, set up a demo play. Hasn't been able to make contact. They pull themselves out of position. Falcons able to get good counterattacks and push things the other way.
Well, looking over at the stage, it doesn't look like a timeout is coming after Falcons score 6 unanswered goals. But in fact, there is a timeout. The man in the suit this time, not wearing the typical K-Corp tracksuit that we see over on the online shows. Farah is all business, and now he's got to find a way to rally his troops after getting scored on 6 times in a row by this Falcon squad that had their number in the end in the Swiss.
I mean, they had their number, they had good shot opportunities. It just, again, not being able to get it past that defense. This is big here. We know Farah, if there's anyone who can be able to help K-Corp turn things around, he's been able to do it plenty of time and time again. But against Falcons, who, I mean, they look red hot, especially Roas. Is this gonna be enough?
Those 3 goals from Rise. Since then, nothing. Since then, nothing for K-Corp at all. It has been all Team Falcons from that Otto 0-second goal. How does K-Corp bounce back now as Team Falcons are feeling as confident as ever? And of course, they have the benefit of knowing they've already put this team away.
Talking more about Farah through the timeout. Vitality on land last season was 4-1 in games after a timeout with Farah. We know his ability, we know how effective he can be.
I mean, what is his number overall in his career as a coach now? It's got to be something dumb like 80-some-odd% at least. After calling a timeout, his teams, whether it's Vitality or Karmine Corp, come out on top. One of the better percentages of any coach. It also helps that you have that level of talent on your side. Will that talent be able to battle back? We're 2-all going into Game 5.
This is where things really start to speed up, and this is where the pressure starts to mount. Game 5. Whoever wins this one puts the series on match point. You see Falcons already start off red hot, a drop down shot. Addo's there, and Vatira able to clear that one back into the midfield. Falcons still jumping on the ball very, very quickly here, trying to cut off as much space as they can, but it's not stopping Rise from pushing it through to the box.
Vatira set up for Attos. Been pretty clutch so far this week. Nothing that time. We're lost downfield. All 3 members of Karmine Corp are there. Vatira started to try to go low, and Killer's able to adjust to meet him. Back it comes now. Killer's trying to get back on the offensive end. Not happening. And that's an awkward touch that Rise can take over for free. Atto's there as well. So Rise has to run forward, but boy, that feels like a double committed midfield, and it could be costly. Oh, it almost was.
So close, but just not enough. TRK though, he's got a lead! He's got it! Falcons in front after the K-Corp timeout!
After the timeout and after a double commit at midfield that they never recovered from. They try to break out, and then one loss 50, boom, in your net. First minute belongs to Team Falcons, as have the last 10.
This is big here. K-Corp got to get things together, otherwise we could see a snowball effect. Atto Trying to leave that one there. You see Vatira now on top of the ball. Vati's always been a big player, especially in clutch times. Can he be one here for K-Corp? TRK takes away the ball. Looking for the flip. No, actually plays that one towards the net, and Addo had to dive for the save.
Well, check out Roasso. Not able to set up anybody because Killers hit a demo. Addo got a second, but the demo from behind kills off the Karmine Corp attack. Looked like they were going to get their first goal in 12 minutes. Instead, they're denied. Back to the drawing board.
You got to watch out, too. Killers putting on shots like that. Defense has to keep their head on a swivel. You can see Team Falcons definitely performing here at a high level. Lots of high speed and great ball ability. Even there, you saw a little scramble between TRK and Rise, but TRK able to get out and get the stop. Even now, he gets demoed and Rise, free look on the solo. Has the flip, wins the 50. Is it going to get in? It does! We're all tied up.
The first goal for Karmine Corp since after 0 seconds in game 2. And it comes on a 50 that Rawas just looks at and goes, well, okay, sure. Similar to one that Killers watched go over his head. Rawas unable to react in time. Now, how do Falcons react after having finally conceded a goal? Killers just gave that one away, and Vatira will repay the favor. Otto now, met by Killers. 50 at midfield. It's going to be won by Karmine Corp. Awkward ball for Killers. He avoided contact as well. The timing perfect. And then watch out, Ross's way downfield. And Otto got around him for the stop.
Halfway through game 5. Still anybody's ball game. Ball in that midfield. Killers not enough boost. Was trying to see if he get the bump. Didn't get a bump on one. But Otto, what a save there off the shot from TRK.
A magical save coming out from Otto. Now Rise will give way to Vatira, but again, there's just nothing behind that, and that's kind of been a theme here. I mean, we haven't seen Vatira really threaten Team Falcons at all, and that's so uncharacteristic of a player of his caliber.
Oh, Killers though, looking for those bumps.
Got
move! Oh! Get out the way! Falcons in the lead!
Back in front after Vatira gets knocked out towards the backboard. No way to recover. TRK adds his 4th goal, and he's the leading scorer in the series for the Team Falcons.
Oh, good kickoff there from Killers. Vatira, though, with possession. TRK instantly challenges that one. Rise now has to pick this one up. Karmine Corp gotta go. Lots of time left in game. See Addo pick this one up onto midfield. He's gonna try to take it off the ceiling. You see Rise looking for bumps in the net. Rawas though, good save. Chance though for Vatira, can get there first. Does get it off the ceiling. And Rise, no, he couldn't go for it. Had to peel off.
How about the...
Wait a second.
Oh,
Wait a second!
Double tap! Bang, bang! Tie game!
Down but not out. Beautiful first touch from Rise. Sets it up and just right past the defense.
One more to go to hit that milestone, and how sweet would it be if he hits it to maybe give Karmine Corp the lead here in a pivotal game 5. Otto from midfield, slow play around 1, try to speed it up, get a bump, not gonna happen, and it just falls to Rise in the corner. Otto still lurking. Rise tried to take that himself, even though he had 2 boosts in the tank, and Team Falcons up to this test. They're going to be tested time and time again. Maybe right here. Flick. Rise couldn't dump it down.
Oh, but that ball floating above the net. Rawas able to get there in time. Falcons, though, stuck. They finally are able to get some room to break out. Can they get one more? TRK puts that one towards net. Addo able to get the save out. Killers trying to get that control. You see Vatira, though, not letting that one go through at all. Big time goal here as we approach the final 30 seconds. Oh, we got it past 1, but the follow-up blocked away.
Oh, he had it lined up. Now Rise, well, if he had somebody over to his left, that would have been great, but nobody was there, and it's easily cleared out by Falcons. So Vatira's got to try from his own back line again. He'll get some help from Otto. Otto from the side. Needs one more touch. Had it. Had the flip, but Rawas up to the task that time as well. Vatira, he can stay with this on the side with 15 seconds remaining. TRK, one more foray into the zone for Team Falcons. Can they get the last look of regulation? Or will it belong to Karmine Corp? It's Killers for the lead! With 5 seconds left!
Bump on the play. Killers gets it around. Sees Rise regulation. Falcons up by 1.
We've seen them be clever with their kickoffs before. It's a fake.
Over his head.
And it's going to blow up in their face. TRK with the dagger.
Over your head and in your net. They tried to see if they can make the fake kickoff work. TRK said not a chance.
If everything's a fake, nothing's a fake. Well scouted by Team Falcons. They completely blow it up. And now Karmine Corp is going to have to battle back without the benefit of a timeout as Team Falcons again have a 3-2 lead over the blue wall.
You hear that?
Oh, I hear it. That's those Falcons fans who were a little bit quiet early in the series, even during that tech pause, and all the momentum completely left Karmine Corp. And now it is all Team Falcons. And yet again, a 3-2 scoreline over K-Corp. Difference is they still have one more to go today.
But they are in trouble. Falcons, especially in that second half of the game, came alive. And they put Karmine Corp's backs against the blue wall.
You know what's funny, Daz? Even though both teams finally scored in a game, Falcons still find a way to win by 3. 3 games in a row, they go +9 goal differential over these last 3 games. The Mobile One high performance replay shows the story of 2 halves, and the second, the most important, belonged to the Falcons.
Karmine Corp came into this event as the #1 team in Europe. Everyone, well, most of us, had them winning this tournament. But here they are in a match point situation, down 2 games in the series against Team Falcons, who have dominated the MENA region.
This is, if you're a Falcons fan, probably something you're very used to seeing. They don't give up many goals near the end of games. Karmine Corp has over the later stages of games throughout the season so far. Maybe no surprise that Falcons owned the last minute and a half of Game 5. Now to Neo Tokyo. Can the Falcons close it out?
Karmine Corp now, you've done amazing to get to this point. You've got what it takes, but it'll take everything you've got. Tao already sitting there on the back end. Here's Rawas. Gives it straight to TRK after the 50. That one going straight down. Fatira able to get the clearance. Good pressure, though, from Falcons at the start. Controlling the midfield. Killers gets it past 1. The follow-up is there. Chance there for TRK, but blocked away by Rise.
The Karmine Corp unfazed by giving up second opportunities this time, but they're not out of the woods yet. Infield pass and blocked away by Vatira.
So far, all the pressure on Falcons. High ball there. It's going to be able to get the read. Oh, he got it. No follow-up, though, from Falcons. A little bit of space. Demo on the play. Killers!
104. Block this. No chance, especially after the demo through the smoke. Killers adds his 4th. He's over 20 now. 21 goals this week. We wondered when he would come alive, Daz, and he has at the perfect moment to try and help Falcons close out the blue wall.
Great start. Plenty time, a game left here on Neo Tokyo. Roas picks this one up. See Rise trying to get that strong challenge. Wants to leave it for someone, but TRK now sending K-Corp back to their own end. Falcons, the only team this event to take a win here against Karmine Corp in the Swiss stage, and they're trying to make that become true here in the bracket. They just have to let the clock run down for Karmine Corp now on the offensive front. Atto got it! We are all tied up!
Oh, he's picked his spot again. He's been so clutch this week for Karmine Corp. Far down and in a series full of peaks and valleys. Karmine Corp trying to claw their way out of a crater.
Good kickoff play to try to get the ball to Vatira. See the strong pinch there. Killers looking for that back pass. Roas is there. Rise, good challenge though to play it high. You have to see it. Just a little nerve-wracking on the side of Falcons.
What comes next? What's the next big twist and turn here? Vati to Atto! He's got another!
You can see the signs. A little bit shaky on the defensive end, but Tira gets that one out middle. It's a great pass, open net, and the lead for Karmine Corp.
3 minutes and change. Karmine Corp in front in a game they must win to keep their major hopes alive after they were so great through the main event stages of the Open qualifiers. Vatira looking for another. He missed it off the crossbar. He's just not been himself here on the stage.
And so far, it's been enough, at least in this game. Plenty of time for him to rise to the challenge. If he can do so, it would be great for Karmine Corp. Ball in the back end, but you see Addo there, able to get the touch, smoke screen after the demo. And Addo on top of the ball, so deadly when he is able to work on offense. Defense, though, from Falcons has really made him have to work for a lot of his opportunities.
Verwas up high, and Atto is right there. Again, all the eyes were on that acquisition for Karmine Corp. The dismantling of a great Team Liquid roster. It's paying dividends. Oh no! TRK just narrowly missed the mark. And watch the counterattack. Atto ran out of bounds. Still almost slipped it through. Right at him! Zero denied by Killers.
Oh man, left and right, back and forth, both teams trading blows. Could be a chance there, Addo able to cut it away. Now, here's Vanti. Can he get a follow-up touch? Does do so. Defense a little awkward, but Killer's able to get a good touch. Verwas up super early. Gonna use a lot of his boost there in the midfield as both teams trade possession. Even though it's a 1-goal lead, can they make it two? The 50's off!
And Killers did a great job avoiding the demo coming across. They had it all set up. And Killers keeps Falcons in this game. Minute 30. Deficit still only 1. Good ball by Killers to go to the wing. Vati's there, and so too is Verwas. Shot from the wall is no good either. But TRK can collect this. Verwas circling around. He doesn't have anything in the tank, though, so he's got to be a little slower coming in. Did get the boost out of the corner. What can he do with it? A whole lot of nothing as it goes away from K-Corp.
K-Corp, they'll lose the possession. Verwas immediately turns and picks up the demo, leaving Addo last back. It's a good clear from him because it brings Karmine Corp a little bit of room and kills the clock a little bit more for Team Falcons. Final minute in Game 6. Vatira plays that one high, tried to get the bump and set up Addo, but it was knocked away.
Almost destiny that this would be headed to Champions Field, but you got 2 up now for the Falcons! TRK!
What a dunk! Magnificent!
The 3 most dangerous letters in Rocket League. If you forgot, he'll remind you. All tied up with 47 to go.
They want to end this series right here and right now, but they got to keep the composure. Things could change at an instant. Vatira looking for the bump, is able to get it, but no one there for the follow-up for KC.
Atto infield pass for Rise, looking for 200, not this time. And we play on inside 30 seconds. Verwas got it through. Atto's there. Full boost for Killers on his way back. What can he do with it? He's going to need to do something. He'll trigger the counterattack to his right. Looking right down the middle, easily saved by Rise. Dangerously played across, though, and not out of the zone. Final countdown. Will we go to overtime, or do we have more heroics? Maybe from Killers, trying to set up his brother. Doesn't happen. TRK, it almost stayed up. We go to OT.
So close. Everybody even has to look at this kickoff. No time to rest. Addo on the ball quickly. Gets the demo, but it's Karmine Corp have control. That one gets sent away, and things start to settle here in overtime at the start. That doesn't mean K-Corp can't end it here. You see Vatira pass one. Addo tried to see if he could get it over the defense. Did they get caught out? Rise got a big touch to slow things down by the team some time.
Well, they almost did get caught out. Rise was in a real tough spot. TRK might circle around on this. No, he gave way to Ross, and he couldn't get to it. So now TRK all the way at the back, trying to trigger Killers downfield. Didn't quite work out. Big win, though, by Killers. He doesn't have anything left in the tank. He can go headhunting, though, and he can be very disruptive. Doesn't work out. Falcons need to try again. Killers trying to line up the double, and Atto says no.
Karmine Corp have to be careful, even though they have a lot of trust in each other. If they lose just one challenge the wrong way, it could spell doom.
They've been playing with fire defensively, for sure. Vatira quickly out of the corner. Nothing else there. TRK off to the side, and Killers up high, down hard, no! Follow-up, not there.
Chance here for Karmic Corp to break out. A lot of space there. You see TRK getting up quickly, past the Killers. Addo, big cutout here. Rawas last back. Rise moving upfield.
Oh!
Bench! Oh my God!
Good grief! We thought 104 was good. 117. Catch me if you can. We are headed to Champions Field.
Big time players make big time plays. Addo, overtime winner. Every goal that game. Karmic Corp are not done yet.
He doesn't have the list of accolades that a player like Zen or K-Dop or any of these other all-time greats, Monkey Moon, might have. What he does have is a stellar season that keeps on going. Clutch goal after clutch goal, and he's matched Killers in this series blow for blow. 4 goals each between the two players who have become the stars of their respective teams.
This series is delivering. We've seen peaks and valleys here on this stage, but it does all come down to this. 5 more minutes, and only one team can move on to the semifinals. This is a good series to end the day off. Don't you think, Copenhagen?
Oh, play along at home, play along in the arena. Who you got? Team Falcons, Karmic Corp, Champions Field, the 2 best words in Rocket League. Here we go.
You gotta be locked in right at the start. Rise got some boost in the back end there, and he picked up the mid. Rawas there in the back, he's gonna have to pick up pass. He's still standing on the ball. 0 boost though, put that one across, and Rise able to pick it up again. He's been all over the field. Super impactful. Can he be big here? He's looking for the bump, tries to get it, but still the ball not in the way of Addo. So he has to take it here from the sidewall. Still trying to bring this to midfield. Just one mistake could lead to a goal on both sides. Rise, no, the shot is off!
Oh, almost picture-perfect pass. The shot left a lot to be desired. That one
Here
did
he goes
as well.
again.
And that follow-up just goes right at Killers. Karmic Corp had a wide-open net for the most part to shoot at, and they put it in the worst possible spot every single time, if they put it on target at all. Now Rise will go to work again. Not much to work with. Tried to stay with it, and Batira can force the issue just a little bit more, but they're going to run out of gas eventually.
Double.
Rise, double, tap for goal number 200!
You gotta put a hand up. Rise there with the double. Rawas tried to get there in time. First goal, Karmic Corp.
What a milestone for Rise. 200 on land, and then Batira comes alive as well. Oh, what a break for the blue wall.
Back to back. Right off the kickoff, they played it perfectly, Stacks.
Not everything's a clever slow play. And we've heard these European teams, they do put a lot more emphasis on kickoffs than maybe the rest of the world. It could pay off tonight. Batira going to the wall again. He's got Rise, but he'll call his own number. And it's forced through by TRK.
It's open!
And the demo walks it right home!
Demo on the back end. You think Killers is out to play? He takes out Addo, and TRK able to roll it in. Don't start celebrating just yet. This Falcons team's got a lot of fight in them.
This is only the quarterfinals. There's still another day of this. Oh, this is great. Atto quickly down to the ground. Tried to flick over Rawas. Not happening. Rawas for TRK. Left it for Killers. And everybody crisscrosses. Atto comes away with possession. And why not? He's been great for the blue wall so far. Now TRK.
Another one!
Net again!
We are back equalized here on Champions Field. Big win for Rawas. No one home for Karmic Corp.
Well, well, well. Right back where we started. Congrats on your 200th goal, Rise. Doesn't matter now. It's effectively 0-0. Atto circling back. Vatira's got that clear, but only as far as Rawas, and now the momentum belongs to the Falcons until...
Can you recover?
Wait, no, what a save by Killers!
Huge recovery there. It looked a little awkward at first. Here's Addo, though, trying to see if he can set something up. Fatira just a little too slow. Rise, last back. You have to make the best touch here possible. He's going to try to see if he can buy the team some time. Everybody all boosted up. Army Corp, this is the spot they want to be in. Consistent pressure. Falcons know how to handle it. But can they stop that shot? They can. Ball back in the midfield.
Everything under a microscope at this point. Every miss, every pass means so much.
No double.
Can't get high enough.
There's
for
the shot.
Oh, there's the follow from Rawas.
A lapse of judgment. Look at the passing from Falcons. 1, 2, 3. Eyes on me.
Right at the halfway mark, Falcons in front. K-Corp got those 2 quick goals, 2 seconds apart. And since then, another Falcon hot streak.
Army Corp now, who started this game off with a lot of momentum. Starting to let it slip away. Vatira has to be super careful here. Looking for the bump on Rawas. Still staying on top of the ball. Ball back into the midfield. See Rise now. Getting the follow-up touch. Does get the 50 to keep it in play. Even with that consistent pressure that we've seen Army Corp have, it still comes down to the rotation because sometimes they get caught out. We had 2 open net goals on the side of Falcons here. Can they get the equalizer? No. Rise back to the midfield, and Atto will tie us all up.
I wondered if Atto was ever going to be able to get back in the play. He missed the corner boost back in his own zone. He had to turn quickly, and he does, in fact, dive in right at the last moment. And how about the wherewithal of Rise to set that one up with that cheeky touch? Inside 2 minutes now. 3-all. Atto, indirect out in front, but TRK is there to collect and ferry it away. Now it's going to be down to Killers. Tried to drop that low. Rawas out to the corner. Got a lot of pace behind that. What else can Falcons do here? Nothing. They can watch Atto play that ball. TRK can't stay with it. Killers gave chase, but Rise with the clear. They're out of danger.
This space, trying to go for the big goal. They get it past Vatira. So Atto now keeping that one in play. We're hitting that final minute. You can see even there, Atto off the ceiling to meet that ball. Falcons still looking for the passing lanes. Rawas, no boost, able to get this one out in front. You're starting to see a little bit of danger there. But here it goes, Atto once again. Able to pick this one. Can he get the follow? Slippery side, got the 50. It's not enough. Vatira, no, not able to make contact on that one. So still, wants to get this one play for Army Corp. Rise, slow play, trying to get it over 2. Atto from the midfield will be able to stay on top of this one. Gets it right in front of the goal line, but Falcons knock it away.
Heads and hands all over the arena. Rawas denied by Vatira. It was wide. And he'll try and get around Killers, but only as far as TRK. Rawas is up, but he's met as well by another K-Corp defender. Here goes Rise. Might as well feed one of the hot hands. Surprisingly, not Vatira in this series. It's Rise and Atto who have done the lion's share of the work offensively. Vati drop down for Rise!
They will not be denied! Rise sets it through! Army Corp in front! They're giving everything and more!
The bump certainly didn't help things for Team Falcons. They send 2 to try and force that through. Does not work out. 20 seconds. Atto to put it away, not no. Chance now with 15 though. Got to get on to possession. And the problem is K-Corp are holding it. 10 seconds left now. Carmine Corp trying to hang on. Rawas through the air. Killers to his left. Can he set him up? No, Atto's in the way. TRK left home. Swept away. And the blue wall stands tall.
semis.
March is the month of busted brackets, but many still remain intact. Who had Carmine Corp as the favorite to win this whole thing coming in, and they barely survived. They exact revenge on Team Falcons for their previous defeat. And it's K-Corp on to the semis.
Rise shooting 2 for 5 that last game. You saw him as he walked across that stage. Ice in his veins. What a performance there from Carmine Corp. What a performance from Team Falcons as well. They showed up, they pushed Carmine Corp to the brink. But even then, the blue wall rose to the challenge. And we'll see you on Sunday.
We will indeed see Komedo's Commanders on Sunday. Another championship Sunday for Vatira. And why not just add to his legacy and a chance to add another major title to his credit. Leaf is standing by with the man of the hour.
The blue wall, give it up for Vatira. I just gotta ask, how's your heart?
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but like my heart is boom, 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 boom.
I can't believe it. How you guys hold together, like how do you maintain composure in moments like that? That's insane.
I think we didn't. It's just like who has the most clutch in the vein, you know? Like, and I think we do. Me and Rise are Game 7 merchant, and Atto is simply the GOAT, bro. He's like so good.
We saw it. I wanted to ask, and I'm not sure you'll be able to tell me, but what makes you guys so clutch? Is it just the ability to calm down, or what's the secret?
I think like our individuals are really, really good, and we are really mechanical. And I think we know how to use like the time we have in offense, and we know how to like your playstyle make us like having time, you know.
Right. I want to ask about Falcons specifically, because it seemed like they had your number. They did take you down. Did you plan specifically against them coming into this matchup, or did you more so focus on yourselves? And what changed?
After playing them in Swiss, we knew how they were playing. You know, it's like really good players individually. They play a lot of 50s because they're good in ones. But mainly we focus on us, and we just adapt to what they do in the games.
I want you to tell me about those regions in general now, because it feels like the gap is getting smaller between some of the regions. We've seen South America, we've seen MENA doing wonderfully. What do you have to say about those regions? Because they're looking good now.
Yeah, I think like Sam and MENA are really, really good region. And the fact that they play in our server, like I'm talking for MENA, but they play in our servers in Europe. We play a lot of time against them in twos, in ones. And yeah, they're really good, and I think they can go far in every tournament. They're so, so, so good.
I just want to say, I'm sure you'll get to do this tomorrow when you're standing here on Championship Sunday in the Grand Finals. But do you have anything to say out to the fans right now? They're really loud, and it's lovely.
Bien, merci les gars, vous êtes des monstres et je vous jure qu'on va gagner le tournoi. Vous êtes les meilleurs, je vous jure, continuez comme ça.
Thank you guys all for coming out today. There's going to be so much more good Rocket League tomorrow. It's going to be electric.
What a way to close out the semis. You couldn't have asked for a closer, better, more drama-filled match than that one. Carmine Corp still stands at the top. They get their revenge on Falcons, but you feel like if it had gone just another game, like it could have gone the other way. You never know. Falcons right there with them the whole way.
That felt like the finals. And we still have one more day with 4 great teams, but the Falcons have to hold their head high. They beat K-Corp once. They nearly did it again. Clearly, they will be back in Major 2 and plus that World Championship, but K-Corp, the ice in the veins. Like Vatira, not a great series, but the game-winning play was all him, so he's got that ice.
I gotta say, Mina's gotta be absolutely sick of Rise and Vatira at this point. Took away the best chance that they had over in London. Come in, eliminate them from this in the best we have seen Mina play in a very, very long time. They'd be saying, anybody else, please, anybody else next time.
I hope they would say anybody else, because they're just in the way the Falcons could not have played that series any better. They started off slow, called the timeout, and I honestly felt like KC was on the back burner the whole time. But every single time they kept making clutch plays, Wade.
They got that game 2 buzzer beater from Karmine Corp, and then they just fell silent moving from that point on. It felt like it was Falcon series.
We have seen it over and over again in Europe. BDS, Vitality, Gentlemates, they all know how it feels to have KC that close. But that close is as good as anyone has done so far.
And not only that, they had him on the ropes. We got a tactical timeout by K-Corp. We said that would be the advantage. They lost the next game. Falcons were up 3-2, and then Atto, he shows up at Neo Tokyo with one of the greatest goals we have ever seen. Right here, first, the tie-in goal. It was back and forth with Atto. The pinch goal was out of this world, and then the clutch plays from Rise. But it's just back and forth the whole way.
It was just open nets after that, and you're like, K-Corp, you got the clutch Rise goal, you got the clutch kickoff goal, and then Falcons, they scored 3 straight, bang, bang, bang. But K-Corp should not be denied. Slow play right there, Rise, great deft touch to set up Atto, and then all of a sudden, K-Corp tap in right there. They held it down. He's just talking. He's great.
It was insane to watch. I don't know, you maybe could catch it on the stream a few times, but there was even points. They win game 6 in overtime. Farah is like, they're popping off. Farah's like, sit back down. We have another game to play. We have not won yet. Like, I've never seen Farah have to work so hard in a match. But speaking of game 6, the overtime winner from Atto. Atto having one of the best games of his career to get his team to game 7. Watch this.
It's overtime. You have to hit one of the greatest shots to beat Falcons, because Falcons defense was fantastic at times. The pinch cross court to hit it far right post. It was an unbelievable shot from him. And sometimes those are the moments that you need. And it seems like K-Corp, they always have those moments.
Everyone was saying, why Atto over Joyo? Why did you two go for him? There you go. That's exactly why. He is going to bring the heat when they need it. And he's now proven he is up to that level.
Oh, yeah, that was his best time I've ever seen him play. Best series of his life, probably so far. And then, you know what? He could actually usurp that tomorrow. He's got a semifinal matchup against Gentlemates.
I believe it is Gentlemates there. We have a European side of the bracket. The other side does have a North American team, but it is 3 Europeans. We didn't get to all 4 European top final.
Surprise!
We also didn't get to no European top 4 here, but you know, this kind of made sense here. So
Gibbs, listen, out of the 4 European teams, you would have before the day began, you would have thought that BDS would have been here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, my lock of the day was BDS over G2, and that did not happen, and I am so happy for it. G2 is here to battle against the best in Europe. It's going to be a fun day.
An incredible day. We only have 3 more matches to play before we crown a champion in Copenhagen. We will start the day by finding out whether North America gets to keep going on, whether we will have an NA versus EU final. With that first match, G2 will take on the reigning world champs, and then Karmine Corp will face off against Gentlemates.
And then we get a peak of viewership for Karmine Corp against
very
Gentlemates.
true.
That is going to be quite the matchup there between them.
And we get two cheering fan sections against each other again. Gentlemates are in the house, the blue walls in the house as well. My goodness, folks, if you think that this is a vibe and you're like, man, I really wish I had gone, if you're getting the FOMO sitting at home, make sure you get your tickets for London, ticketmaster.co.uk if you want to be there. It's going to be incredible. It's loud. It's amazing. Shogun,
everyone just sort of started looking at me.
We're just pointing at Shogun. It's his home
Why
court.
don't you sell us, Shogun? Show the people.
Well, I've got to sell you on London. My goodness.
Sell us.
I haven't seen any sort of Rocket League hype package of all time. It comes from these events. All of the crowd nature that you see at these events is from the original London. We continue to build on the legacy and continue to build legends in the Copperbox Arena.
We're going to continue to do that. I can't wait to see what legends get set in stone there, but we're doing new ones here. We got more tomorrow, folks. The First Touch pre-show kicks off at 5 p.m. Central Eastern Standard Time, and then we got the game starting an hour after that, Central European Standard Time. It's a long.
It's daylight savings time tonight.
There's also there's daylight savings time here. How that affects your region, I don't want to think about.
That might be good to say like louder as well, because we've lost some people who I'm hoping do know that is happening tomorrow, otherwise they might get here at the wrong time.
They just turned it off. They're too late. Central European Standard Time. You can tune in 5 p.m. Pacific, not Pacific, PM. You know, we're to stop, folks.
You're tuning at 5.
At this time, you can watch this guy and his friends talking on the First Touch, and then an hour after that, now we'll have the game starting for the semifinals. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy T-Bates here, and it's T-Bates Debates time. You know, I've been on Twitter. I've seen a lot of yapping from a lot of people so far this season. So, you know, I want to see what y'all's hottest takes are, and I want to see if they're actually good. All right, we got a tweet here from Pyrrhic6_. Elevate beat KCP in the 0-2 round, and then reverse sweep OG to make it to round 5. That's a take. I mean, Elevate beating KCP, that's not saying much. I mean, KCP, I mean, all they do is walk around, you know, in their little quick trip gear. They're just here for a vacation. They're not here to play. So, I mean, of course, Elevate, they got Spain, they got Kevin. They're not bad. I can see them beating them. But then OG, you should stop it right there. That definitely won't be happening, period. I understand you got an interesting take. It's okay. It's interesting, but it's just flat out wrong. Colby, @Colby, appreciate the tweet, Colby. Limitless actually has a chance of upsetting Carmine Corp. Okay, talk to me about that, Colby. They are an underrated squad with a lot of talent, okay? And I think the Blue Wall may not take them seriously, giving them a chance. Oh, wow, I'm not taking serious. The Blue Wall might crumble right here. They only need 3 games. I think that last part is very important. They only need 3 games. To win, you gotta get 3 games. You act like that's just a piece of cake. Come on, Colby. This last part, I mean, that's why you only got 4 likes on the tweet. If you tweet it, they only need 1 game, you might have had more than 4. You might have got 5. Everyone is sleeping on OG this major. Oh, of course it says that, JNaps. Okay. They have the power of boomer energy and will be a big sleeper in Swiss. He's saying boomer because JNaps is at the ripe age of 24. If that is boomer energy, then I don't know what to tell you, because that means I'm ancient. I'm interpreted as they have the power of just true synergy and land experience. But Seb, I'm having fun with this. Let's see what else we got on T-Base Debates. This tweet comes from Martian RL. Martian, limitless elevate, make top 8 over Vitality. You don't even believe that. Next tweet, man. I don't even want to read that, man. Okay, I love a good profile image. About time. By the way, we need more profile images like that from Mr. Patel. Let's see. At Patel, NA522766189. Is this even a real account? We got have to verify these. KCs will go 03 and Swiss. Another one of these, like, what do you mean KC will go 0-3? You don't even believe that. If you're gonna tweet at the Rocket League Esports handle, at least tweet something that you actually believe in. This is just nonsense. They're probably gonna go 3-0 in Swiss, and you know that. All right, y'all, this is the end of T-Base Debates. I appreciate the tweets. I gotta get out of here. They're kicking me out. See y'all later. Oh, no!